young man was walking down the street and was sad because now everything was so difficult for him with money that he could not even pay for housing. The 18-year-old author of the book Grow Up a Slug, starting today, Bai Wu remembered the drop in the cost of books, but the price tag for the manuscript is still rising. With the remaining money, Bai Wu can go out to eat or try his luck at a gambling house. With a sad expression on his face, the writer looked up after seeing what he decided to try today. Right in front of him was the sign of the gambling house where the guy decided to try his luck. It didn't matter if he bought a lottery ticket or not, his life was ruined. So Bai Wu asked the merchant to sell him 5 good luck tickets. The clerk, Mike, who had lit a cigarette, placed several red tickets on the counter and asked the customer what kind of tickets he wanted. Only when he started talking about his supposed luck did the young writer abruptly fall silent, thinking about everything. All of a sudden, he saw glowing ticket windows, where 2 indicated 100% and 4 more were 0. Bai Wu clutched his face in horror, didn't understand any of what was happening, and started blaming himself for the heavy drinking yesterday. The seller at this time handed the confused buyer a number of tickets, the top of which had a 100% win. Even before he knew what it was, he didn't know if he was the only one who could see it or if it was just an illusion. While the guy kept clicking on the 100% window, visible only to him, the angry salesman handed the customer a new ticket. Shaking his chin, Bai Wu continued to think about it and came up with the idea of giving it a try. Taking a coin, the young man began to rub out the protective field and saw there an inscription about winning 10 win. The young man's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked the vendor to give him the next 2 more tickets. And only now did he realize that this was not an illusion at all, and the numbers above the map could be the chances of success. The newly formed Bai Wu clenched his hand into a fist and asked the vendor for another 10 tickets, hoping to win. The merchant shop owner only looked suspiciously at the strange youth who was buying tickets from him. When Bai Wu saw 9 lottery tickets with 100% chance on the table, he tried to take one with 0 chance. After the guy erased the protective field on the ticket with 0%, he saw the inscription about the offer to try again and was shocked. Bai Wu stared at the tickets with round eyes and was surprised to realize his new ability to see the success rate. According to the seller, gambling can harm the guy, so you should always be able to stop in time. After putting all his money on the table, Bai Wu asked the vendor to give him 10 tickets for 20 yuan and a ticket for 10. After asking Bai Wu about his desire to buy tickets, the salesman sarcastically advised him to say goodbye to his money. 10 minutes later, 20,420 yuan were credited to the guy's account, which was really bad luck for the seller. The percentages on lottery tickets show a chance of success, but the buy-in amount of winnings remains unknown. But it would be better for him to know the specific amount of his lottery winnings today. For example, the probability of getting 100 win or some other amount, and thinking about it, that Bai Wu here didn't know how to calculate the probability. Another improbable suggestion dawned on the young man, who was thinking about further moves. He pointed to the red tickets in the box. Bai Wu asked the clerk, calling him boss, to hand over these pieces of paper. While Bai Wu was looking at the tickets with different percentage chances of winning, the seller was asking him to accept his luck when he saw the results. Being confident in himself, the man continued to smoke a cigarette and assured that this time everything would turn out differently for his client. The smiling Bai Wu was feeling so good and was thinking of taking a chance now in an attempt to get a new win. Inwardly, the salesman was angry and wished he wouldn't let the customer win anymore because he had already received 20,000, but he would see if the young man was lucky now. Bai Wu, who took a ticket with a 10% chance of winning, rubbed the protective field and saw that he had won 20 win. Laughing, the lucky young man rejoiced at his unexpected luck, and the seller was getting more and more angry because he was losing money. And when Bai Wu won another 20 yen, the ticket seller couldn't help but cry out in anger, not understanding how such a thing could happen. By this time, the lucky guest of the lottery ticket shop was wiping out another ticket with a win of 20 yuan. After placing the ticket on the counter in front of the startled man, Bai Wu told him about his unrealistic luck today, which was why he won. When the guy showed 2 tickets for 100 yuan each, the seller was still just dissatisfied with the silence. But when he saw the ticket for 200 yuan, he immediately drooped in frustration. Bai Wu was currently looking at several red tickets with different percentages of success. There were various tickets, including a 400% ticket, and Bai Wu was interested in the amount he could win. But now the young winner understood everything. The success rate depends on the question asked by the guy himself. As long as the young man asks the right questions and benefits from the interest, he will be able to perfectly fool the shop owner and change his fate. Grinning, Bai Wu put his hand on his heart and happily informed the boss about his luck today. After reacting with disappointment to the customer's words about luck, the ticket seller discontentedly called him, the reincarnation of the god of gambling. Bai Wu's ability already seemed divine, so he asked the boss to give him a few dozen tickets or even a couple of packs. Acrid smoke was coming from the man's cigarette, and he was forced to recognize the young man as lucky today, urging him not to become addicted. After asking the seller not to worry, Bai Wu hopes for luck in the new tickets as well, and hopes to be able to win 20,000 won. Taking the coin, Bai Wu, in front of the astonished seller, was going to rub out another ticket in order to get the desired win. As soon as Bai Wu held the coin up to the security field, the ticket seller became visibly nervous. Instead of numbers, some letters began to appear on the strip of paper, and sweat flowed from the frightened salesman's forehead like a river. Finally, the buyer saw an inscription in front of him with an offer to try again. With a sigh of relief, the salesman hurried to inform Bai Wu that there was no infinite luck in the world, so he didn't need to believe in it so much. Grinning, the young man mentally agreed with the man, but it's not about luck, and as an example of this, there were 2 tickets with no winnings. Sensing something was wrong, Bai Wu viciously began to throw off all the red tickets that he thought were winning, but in reality they were empty. The unfortunate young man was beside himself with indignation. His hopes of winning were being dashed right before his eyes. The delighted seller reminded the young man of his warning, but he did not listen to him. Now, having won that time, the buyer exhausted his luck for the whole year. Suddenly, something on the table changed, and Bai Wu looked at it suspiciously. There were 0 chance tickets on the floor, but now there was a card on the table with a huge percentage of 30,000. This immediately attracted the unfortunate young man, who now could not even take his eyes off the coveted lottery ticket. Holding it in his hands, Bai Wu chuckled. There are some things that are difficult to explain, and one of them is his new ability. And then the guy asked the man to sell him 20 lottery tickets with a 0% chance of winning to deflect suspicion from himself. Chuckling inwardly, Bai Wu is now even sure that this salesman didn't suspect anything. Having agreed to return the young man 1,000, the owner of the outlet believes that luck has left the client, and now the chance of success is 1 in 10. Having thanked the boss for his kindness, the buyer is not able to believe in the rejection of that very good luck from him. Bai Wu started to smile and knew that now was the time to make the most of his new ability. Exhaling the smoke from the cigarette, the salesman quite asked the young man and think about it all. And he was shocked when Bai Wu loudly announced the return of his own luck, showing off a ticket with a win of 20 won. Seeing this figure, the man calmed down and lit a cigarette, but he was afraid, thinking about the risk of losing several thousand yen more. Bai Wu then shouted again in a happy voice and showed the man the red ticket with the next prize. The salesman only looked at the customer in frustration, who was happy with his new victories and grieved only from the small amounts of 10 and 100 yen. After finishing another cigarette, the man thought of Bai Wu as a real demon incarnate with great disappointment. After praying to the spirits of heaven and earth, the young man began to ask them for 1 million yuan in the last ticket. With a smile, the seller hopes that the young man understands that luck and the chance to win 1 million will not increase, and wanted to tell him how unlucky he was. Laughing, Bai Wu held the ticket in his hands and told the boss about winning 15,000 yuan, and he was incredibly lucky. A moment ago, the triumphant salesman was shouting at the top of his voice in surprise, not understanding how this happened. While the boss was lighting a new cigarette, the satisfied guy saw the notification about the transfer of 15,000 to the account and remembered the words of the seller about luck. Only after replying that he had already said nothing did the man suddenly have an interesting thought. Keeping in mind the uniform distribution of packages by the printing factories, the boss saw the winning ticket in Bai Wu's hands, but considered his chances of success to be low. Being interested in the number of tickets that the guy would like to buy, the boss was sure that someone else can buy tickets, and only the losing ones are in the pack. Looking at the 0 chance tickets, Bai Wu thought about the probability of success of the remaining tickets. After telling the boss that it was necessary to finish because of the loss of luck, the guy knew about the odds, where the chance of winning starts at 30 and ends with 5%. The grinning boss was praising the youth's luck that had earned him 35,000 yuan, suggesting that he make the most of it. Bai Wu pointed out the risk of losing a few hundred yuan. There was a time when it was better to stop, and the boss thought the guy just didn't want to follow his advice. With a wave of his hand, the young man is sure of the boss' intention to wish him only the best, but even now, Bai Wu feels great. As Bai Wu headed for the door, he knew how incredibly lucky he was today, but he didn't know if he would be able to use this power anywhere other than the lottery. Looking ahead, Bai Wu was curious about the degree of success of opening the door that was ahead. When he touched the door handle, a virtual sign with a 100% indicator suddenly appeared. Bai Wu was delighted as he now had the ability to see something else that wasn't related to financial matters. Suddenly, the success rate shown at the door began to drop, first to 90% and then lower and lower to the boy's surprise. When the system showed 10%, the young man ran back in fright, much to the surprise of the lottery ticket seller. At 0%, a mad dog flew through the door of the store, breaking the glass with its mouth open and tongue sticking out. Fortunately, Bai Wu escaped this disaster, but this dog is so careless, it almost knocked the young man down. The shop assistant who finally noticed the strange dog screamed in fear and surprise, and Bai Wu just watched. Startled by the incident, the man did not understand how his client guessed what had happened and wanted to know who this young man was. Grabbing the guy's arm as he left, the boss assured him that Bai Wu couldn't just leave after all this. Looking back, the guy looked at the man with displeasure and became indignant, suspecting the seller of revealing talents. The man with the cigarette opened his eyes wide in surprise, but all he wanted to know was how Bai Wu found out. Looking at this old man with displeasure, Bai Wu was well aware that all of this looked suspicious in the merchant's eyes. And now the lucky lottery winner was wondering what the odds were that the boss would believe in the boy's psychic abilities. A frustrated salesman with a bewildered face was standing next to the young man, and he only had 50% faith in Bai Wu's talent. The merchant's owner kept up with the lucky lottery winner, and the latter even considered inventing that his parents were clairvoyants. Now the percentage was 64, which meant that the chance of success was noticeably increased. Summoning all his determination, Bai Wu confessed his psychic status to the boss, which explained his success today. Guy asked not to compare him to charlatans. His ancestors passed down this ability from generation to generation for centuries since the Zhou dynasty. The boss, who felt cheated when commenting on the phrase about thousands of years, mentioned personal education, so he did not believe in such words. In his opinion, if the Bai Wu family had inherited this skill 2,000 years ago, it would have been famous, and the old man hadn't heard anything like this. Bai Wu fell silent. He understood his opponent's straightforward train of thought in terms of science. His family has existed for a long time, and if they told everyone about their abilities, the enemies could use them in dynastic wars. Due to the stunned salesman, the chance of success increased to 65%, which the guy was happy about. Busily placing his hand on the lottery ticket counter, Bai Wu reminded the boss of how he had seen his psychic techniques. When the salesperson screamed in panic, not knowing whether to believe the guy or not, the chance of success increased to 80%. Bai Wu tilted his head and smiled triumphantly, confirming the man's concerns about his extraordinary skills. It's just that the young man is counting on success, and luck depends on the will of heaven, and those 10 losses were an omen from above. The startled boss didn't even believe in luck, and the guy could win maybe a few million if he wanted to. Pointing to the broken glass, Bai Wu explained how he had felt something strange and heard whispers warning him as he left, so he took a step back. After calling the young man a guy and then a gentleman, the boss shook his hand and asked him to calculate something, if it wasn't too much trouble. Initially flustered, Bai Wu immediately calmed down, as this was the perfect opportunity to test his new ability. For a guy, this is not difficult. You need to pay attention to the causes and consequences of the response, and he has the luck to cope with the task of calculating something. An old man who wants to get help from Bai Wu told how his city was recently demolished without paying compensation, so he wants to know the amount that will be given for this. Snapping his fingers, the young man inquired about the amount of reasonable compensation for the lottery ticket seller. Thinking back to 200 or 300 square meters, the boss named the cost of a square of 10,000, and Bai Wu thought about it. Having guessed the sums of 2 and 3 million, the guy found out about 100% compensation for lost property. When he thought of the sum of 4 million, his amazing abilities showed a 100% guarantee again. Looking at the astonished old man, Bai Wu decided to find out how things would turn out if he inquired about the 5 million account and the chance dropped to 10%. Sighing, Bai Wu pondered and thought about the 4.5 million that the shop boss could get. The old man himself did not take his eyes off the buyer and persistently continued to wait for his words regarding compensation. Bai Wu suddenly frowned, as if he had found out something sudden but couldn't report it to the person. The lottery ticket seller clenched his fists in anticipation and asked the master about the expected response. If the boss asks for 4,300,000, Bai Wu guarantees this money, and the chance increases to 80% if the amount is more than 4 million. Struck by the numbers he heard, the salesman did not believe at first and asked the guy again if he was sure of this. Thinking about how soon the boss would realize how great Bai Wu's ability was, the young man himself suggested that he call Wu directly to find out about the compensation bill. After listening to the guy's advice, the salesman grabbed his smartphone and began to dial the desired number, wanting to find out everything right now. After 1 minute, the boss completely agreed with what he heard, although he himself could not believe in the possibility of getting a lot of money. Overjoyed, the old man began to shake hands with the young man, calling him really a real psychic. Admiring the words about cause and effect, the boss thanked her for the helpful prediction and promised to give Bai Wu 300,000 yuan for her help. After humbly thanking the boss for the specified amount of money, Bai Wu exulted in his heart and rejoiced at his luck today. The guy even felt awkward when he saw the notification from the bank about the receipt of money in the amount of 300,000 yuan to the account. Waving his hands in happiness, Bai Wu admired the simplicity of getting 300,000, and with this ability, he would fulfill any wish. The grateful seller of happy tickets could only wave his hand in front of the happy customer. Finally, Bai Wu went to the door and said goodbye to the salesman, who waved cheerfully and wished him well. For a guy, everything is going great. As long as he uses this gold mine correctly, he will be able to change his life and achieve success. After leaving the store, where he received a lot of money, the young man saw in front of him the same dog that had previously broken the glass in the door. Bai Wu frowned at the sight of this animal lying on its back in the middle of the road. Perhaps the dog was looking for someone here. The dog stuck its tongue out and barked, and Bai Wu's guess was 100% correct. Since the animal had helped the guy earn a lot of money, Bai Wu could try to find a new owner for the beast. The dog grabbed the green ball and then threw it with all his might, trying to find someone to play with it. The ball was thrown with great force and hit every signboard on the street and the wall of buildings, much to Bai Wu's surprise. The next moment, a ball flying at high speed hit the forehead of an unsuspecting guy who screamed in pain. When the dog was hit by the ball, it whined, and the young man rubbed his bruised head and wondered how his master was coping with the animal. When the animal suddenly grabbed Bai Wu's pants with its teeth, he decided to find the dog's owner, but did not know where he was. Other people on the street screamed in fear and wanted to know whose dog it was that was running back and forth. Bai Wu didn't know if the dog would be able to handle it without him, and he was debating whether to go after the dog or not. 3 minutes later in Haozhong Park, the guy was trying to catch up with the dog, which was running towards the girl who was taking pictures of herself. The lady holding the smartphone was quite attractive and immediately attracted the young guy. Forgetting about the vicious dog for a moment, Bai Wu glared at the beauty and rather appreciated her remarkable appearance. As he continued to stare at the lady, he now wondered what the odds were that she was the girl's owner. But the system was a complete success, and now Bai Wu had no doubt that the girl was the owner of the animal. Initially, he wanted to help the dog find its owner, since the beast helped the young man, but now Bai Wu will try to talk to the lady using his ability. While the lucky lottery winner was thinking about the lady, she continued to take carefree photos of her appearance. Bai Wu looked somewhat disappointed at the girl who had time to take selfies, even though she had lost her own dog. The lady was beaming with happiness, and she was looking at the young man approaching her with her big blue eyes. In amazement, she noticed the dog and took it for Bai Wu's property, telling him about the same dog in her own house. Mentally, the guy was amazed at the girl's inability to recognize her dog and even thought about trying to deceive him at the moment. Glad that the dog barked like her Oreo, but more fun and intelligent, the lady thought of hundreds of bags of dog food, and the dog's fur was smoother. Surprised by the lady's inability to recognize her own dog, Bai Wu coughed, thinking to remind him of himself. Continuing to stroke the dog with one hand, the girl turned in the direction of the guy and asked in amazement what he might not like. Tiredly, Bai Wu called the dog the property of this beauty, not his, and she laughed, thinking it was not a very witty joke since her Oreo was tied up in a bench. Only now, when Bai Wu pointed at the empty collar tied to the bench, did the girl notice the absence of her pet. Picking up the collar, Bai Wu stared at the extremely confused girl in silence, as if she didn't understand anything right now. 5 minutes later, she finally came to her senses and, beginning to apologize, expressed huge gratitude to the guy who picked up the smartphone. Waving his hands and smiling, the lottery winner reassured a new acquaintance and assured her how pleased he was to help her. As a single guy, it was the first time Bai Wu had added a beautiful girl to his friend list while walking his pet dog in the park. In the account of the beauty was a lot of images of her dear dog, constantly at home tearing property and clothes. Pointing out to the lady that she was having an incredibly fun time with the dog, which is why the house is collapsing, Bai Wu assured that he would have been kicked out for such tricks himself. However, it is not for the young man to talk about this, because he himself was kicked out of the rented apartment today, and even the lock was changed. Hearing this rather interesting story, the girl began to say goodbye to the young man, and he also waved his hand until a new meeting. At that moment, Bai Wu realized that by being able to see the success rate, he didn't have to pay rent, he could become rich and buy his own house. Walking down the street, Bai Wu thought of ways to get rich and buy a house. 300,000 wasn't even enough for the down payment, so he wanted a quick method of earning money. As he continued to think tirelessly about how to make money soon, the guy remembered the lottery and then turned his gaze to the left, where there was an antiques store. Bai Wu was immediately overjoyed and felt happier when he saw the sign on the front of the retail outlet. Standing in front of the huge archway, the young man looked at other people in buildings, thinking of collectible antiques. As he walked past the rows, he found out about the sale of Tang Senkai's 80,000-year-old set, Tang Calligraphy, and the Song of 30,000 Particle. One seller offered a Song Dynasty porcelain bowl for 50,000, and the second showed the best works of his idol and real master. While the obsessive salesman held Bai Wu back, the other salesman called the guy a novice based on his gait and action. The crouching youth was upset by people's attitude towards him as a stupid novice and easy prey, and all this for the sake of trying to get money from him. When Bai Wu opened his eyes, he saw seller Li, whose ancestor's name was Tang Shizong Li Shimin, selling his inherited goods. If the boss doesn't mind, Bai Wu will take a look at the product because no one knows about his unusual ability, and with it, no one will ever deceive the guy. As soon as the talented young man decided to find out what is the chance of finding antiques among this junk, he was immediately shown 100% success in choosing. Something was wrong, and Bai Wu assumed that it was all antiques, but he didn't know how old he was, and knowing that, he would definitely have found something rare. Deciding to ask a different question, namely, what is the chance of getting an antique worth 10,000 yuan? Bai Wu saw zero guarantee. The new results caused the young man to grin. Then he was interested in the figure of 5,000 yuan, but the chance of success here was zero. Interested in a thing with 100% authenticity and the possibility of success in 5%, the guy pointed it out to the seller. After praising the guy for his sharp eye, Li is willing to sell this most valuable antique that Empress Cixi used to wear for 20,000 yuan. Bai Wu felt like he was struck by lightning after saying this. He didn't expect to hear this price for an old item. Having come almost in shock from the price tag of 20,000 for garbage, the guy now felt like he was being cheated, and the salesman was already selling the item twice as cheap. Considering most of the sellers to be scammers, Bai Wu was curious about how much the merchant had lowered the price, so he took 10,000 as the price guide. As he wandered through the aisles, he thought about the chance of finding anything more expensive than 10,000 yuan in the shop, and then the chance of success showed 10%. Grinning, the young man immediately assumed the amount of 20,000, and at that time too, the chance was 10%. Looking at the antique goods of another seller, the guy made a wish for 30,000 yuan, and again the chance of success was 10%. When Bai Wu thought about 200,000 and 300,000, the chance of getting money didn't change in the previous equivalent. Smiling, the young man demanded to continue and hoped to earn a lot more money by obtaining a unique ability. Seeing Bai Wu crouching in front of him, another salesperson sneered and decided to teach this newcomer a lesson. Assuring that the purchase of antiques depends on the vigilance of the client, the merchant told about an honest business and asked the guy to ask if he was interested in anything. After showing the fan to the young man, the seller called it a good item, but the chance of success in this case was 0%. So Bai Wu refused. He pointed to a three-legged statue with a $500,000 price tag and a 100% chance, and wished for this particular antique item. Bai Wu is not a novice who can be deceived by a merchant. With the ability to see the success rate, he will become an expert in the world of antiques and is ready to become a new legend. Not understanding the reason for the customer's rush and why he didn't care about the item, the salesman thought to raise the price of the fake item, 10 of which he had already sold. Smiling, the young man suspected the malicious seller of taking advantage of the opportunity to certainly inflate the price of the product. Bai Wu was angry with himself for showing his interest early. When he saw the success rate, he was overjoyed and let his guard down. After praising the customer for his good taste, the salesman asked him to listen to his advice and suggested that the young man first look at the porcelain dishes. Urging Bai Wu to look at the porcelain carefully, the merchant expressed the opinion that the young man was very interested in it, so he intended to tell only the truth. Showing off the bottom of the vase, the antique dealer pointed to the circle and called it all completely handmade. In order to be more convincing, the man tapped the porcelain piece with his fingers and asked the guy to pay attention to the clear sound. But this item is not cheap and costs 50,000, and if Bai Wu decides to resell the vase, he will make a lot of money from it. The young man knew that the price of the item did not exceed a couple of yuan, and the cunning merchant offers not a wine glass, but some garbage. Suddenly, the young man thought that the fat merchant didn't even know that he had 500,000 yuan worth of antiques in his possession. Seemingly apologizing to the human, Bai Wu called buying antiques an interesting business, But he wasn't interested in the porcelain itself, even if it wasn't bad. The salesman paused in surprise and looked at the strange young man with an incomprehensible behavior. As Bai Wu handed the man his first glass of wine, he informed him that this was the item that interested him. Smiling, the antique salesman appreciated the customer's interest in the bronze goblet and complimented him on his keen eye. Calling this antique not bad, the dealer remembered his purchase for 8,000 and is ready to sell it at the original price if the young man likes it. With a snap of his fingers, the smiling man can only part like this, no more and no less, and wants to know Bai Wu's opinion on this proposal. Keeping in mind the price of 8,000, he knew of the item's true value of as much as 500,000 yuan, and it was a 100% success. $8,000 is nothing compared to the real price of a glass, and the salesman is unaware of the real price tag and doesn't know what the possibility is that he knows exactly what it is. 0% that the salesman was aware of the price, and Bai Wu was mentally exulting at such success, but the seller's thoughts did not interest him. If Bai Wu pretends to be a novice, the merchant can drop the price, and regardless of his offers, the guy will do everything until he finds out the lowest price. In the case of using his new ability, the guy can find out the lower price, and he wants to know what the chance is to get a glass for 4,000. Seeing the 100% chance of this amount, Bai Wu was very surprised and decided to find out what would happen in relation to 2,000. When the price tag of 2,000 showed 100%, Bai Wu thought about 1,000, and the result was similar, but then dropped to 80. Deciding that he shouldn't be so greedy, the young man thought of the price of 2,000 yuan as quite good. With a slightly haggard expression, Bai Wu called the figure of 8,000 yuan a lot for himself and asked the boss to drop some. Knowing about the price of 10 yuan, the merchant was happy with easy money, but the guy called the amount of 8,000 small for high-quality antiques and is ready to hear his price tag. When Bai Wu solemnly raised his hand and called out the amount of 2,000, the seller was very surprised, not expecting this. Without taking his eyes off the guy, the person still recognized the price of 2,000 as profitable, even if the client greatly lowered the cost of the item. The young man repeated the previously suggested price tag, asking if the seller intended to return the goods, but the seller remained silent. When he heard the figure of 2,000, the merchant was sad because he received 2 items worth 8,000, and the rest was sold to a beautiful lady yesterday. After getting his hands on the box with the glass he bought, Bai Wu took out his smartphone and paid for the purchase of the desired product. Walking away from the vendor with the box in his hands, Bai Wu felt like a real triumph after receiving an expensive item. Happy to deceive the client, the merchant sold things worth a couple of yuan for thousands. It is easy for him to sell garbage, exposing it in the form of antiques. Glancing gloatingly away, the crafty seller of bad things thought of a newbie who still wants to learn how to make money. As the merchant watched Bai Wu leave, he laughed maliciously and thought the guy was a stupid fool, bragged about earning $2,000 thanks to him. The cunning man told his neighbor about yesterday's purchase of a thermos flask by a girl for 9,000. And buying is not as good as selling, and it is easy for him to earn money. The same man next door glanced at the merchant and did not understand what he could be proud of. Calling the salesman Aya Lao Wang, the man pointed ahead and asked if it was the girl he had sold the old thermos bottle to yesterday. According to the neighbor, Aya Lao Wang was in trouble now, but he did not think so, although he was noticeably nervous at the sight of the approaching lady. When the lady approached, the merchant called his shop a small business, so after selling the item, he does not provide a refund. It was as if the lady who had not heard the man spoke of a certain loss and asked the reason for the absence of this object. Aya Lao Wang began to smile, genuinely not understanding the cryptic words of his client of the previous day. After recalling the presence of the bronze goblet in his shop yesterday, the lady wants to know its current location and is willing to give 50,000 yuan for it. Upon hearing such an incredible sum of money, the self-considered sly merchant cried out in pity and almost sobbed with grief. After calming down for a while, Aya Lao Wang looked at the people passing by and thought about 50,000 yuan again. Without thinking that this bronze goblet was so valuable, the merchant remembered Bai Wu, but he didn't know if the guy had guessed the true price of the item or not. The girl who has not gone anywhere is surprised with the behavior of the seller. Is he really so stunned that he just looks at her now? To the astonished Aya Lao Wang, she offered to increase the price offered by her if the person is not satisfied with the initial price. Without giving up, the lady first named the sum of 60,000, then 70, and then indicated the cost of 80,000. A man who was selling next door to an impudent salesman cried out in great surprise when he heard such huge numbers as for old goods. Aya Lawan was as stunned as his friend and looked as if he had seen something impossible. The girl, who kept an eye on the unsuccessful salesman, turned to him again, considering him someone who does not hear anything. The salesman, howling with frustration, compared himself to an old goose whose inexperienced tail was being plucked, and wept at the loss of 80,000. The neighbor who never cheated anyone laughed with Lao Wang, because now he also has a lot of ideas in his head, and garbage can be sold for several thousand yuan. The seller ventured to name a price tag of 100,000 yuan, and the girl, to his great surprise, immediately agreed to such a huge amount. After that, the unfortunate Lao Wang lost consciousness and finally collapsed to the ground in front of the startled client. His neighbor, who wanted to take the floor, told the girl about Lao Wang's sale of the bronze glass that she was looking for today. After naming the amount of 2,000 yuan, the man mentioned how Lao Wang considered this item to be just junk worth a few yuan. The girl was amazed that the huckster, who was still unconscious, had sold the same glass. Instantly rising to his feet, Lao Wang asked the girl to wait here while he returned soon. Suddenly, somewhere off to the side where other people were crowded, a figure of as much as 300,000 yen boomed across the entire area. Startled, Lao Wang and his clients stared in that direction, not understanding what was going on. In the crowd, one man called a certain guy very lucky, and the second mentioned a bronze wine glass for the price of 300,000. The neighbor pointed to Lao Wang at the crowd, where they were talking about a bronze glass, and this could be the one that was sold for a penny. The girl, who had another additional problem, was also keeping an eye on the group of people. In the circle of outsiders, Bai Wu was engaged in a dialogue with the elderly man while holding the statue in his hands, confronted by a young man with a gray beard who was still thinking about everything he had heard. He then asked Bai Wu if he agreed to the proposed amount of 300,000 yuan, and if not, 350 yuan. Lao Wen barely managed to stay on his feet from hearing the amount, but he felt extremely unwell. Finally, the old man with the white beard said the figure of 400,000, and he couldn't offer Bai Wu anymore. Sighing heavily, Bai Wu was about to put the statue back in the box where it was placed earlier. Trying to stop the guy, the old man asked him to take his time and name the price of the goods, which he considers normal. After falling silent, Bai Wu took the elderly man for a real expert, and he would be difficult to deal with. Since the cost of 500,000 was 100% in terms of the chance of success, the young man smiled and called this figure. The old man, who called the younger generation extraordinary at such a time, has also become kinder, but he is also willing to pay such a price. Hearing such a huge sum of money, the unfortunate Lao Wang cried out in frustration and hopelessness. The person who took the merchant by the hand heard about the purchase of a jug in the nearest shop, and even if he does not know the purchase price, the seller probably regretted it very much. Looking at Lao Wang, the man does not understand what is happening to the merchant's face, but he suspects that he is the one who sold the expensive item. Summoning the last of his fortitude, the merchant tried to assure that the unique Lao Wang, with many years of experience, could implement such a thing. The entire audience was suddenly taken aback by the girl who offered to sell her a glass for 550,000 yuan. Bai Wu admired the beautiful lady with white skin and long legs who appeared like Qian Jin, the goddess of fortune. Looking kindly at this beauty, the young man decided not to test her patience. Having a unique ability to see the percentage of success, accompanied by luck, the guy will not abuse his skill. Not understanding where the young man was looking, the lady suspected something was wrong, and she needed a glass at all costs. Otherwise, her own grandfather would never forgive her. Assuming the girl's intention to purchase the glass as well, and her possible desire to resell it at a higher price, Bai Wu thought about it. When Bai Wu noticed Lao Wang walking over, he waved and told him about the real price of the $500,000 glass he bought from the boss for 2,000. The salesman was ready to sink through the ground when the people who recognized him burst out laughing with the sum of 2,000, asking them to teach them how to run a successful business. The girl, who reminded her of herself again, approached Bai Wu and sternly asked him to sell her a glass for 550,000 yen. Interrupting the conversation, the old man with the white beard asked the lady's forgiveness and reminded her exactly how he was the first to do so. While the girl was talking about how the old man hadn't made a deal with the guy, she reminded the elderly expert of someone annoying. Bai Wu, who had become the owner of an expensive item, now stood between two fires and did not know how to decide. Spreading out his hands, the guy doesn't say that he doesn't want to sell the jug, but it would be much better if the girl and the old man agreed among themselves. The higher bidder won, because of the rules of the antique market, so Bai Wu was considered a fool if he didn't understand the obvious. The girl and the old man vied with each other to offer Bai Wu sums of money, ranging from 560,000 yen or more. Before he could name the new amount, the old man looked at the girl who reminded him of someone and asked if she knew Lao Gui. The animated girl said that this is her own grandfather, but she also wants to know how the elderly person knows her relative. Lao Gui was a friend to the laughing old man, and now he wonders if his grandfather asked his granddaughter to buy a bronze glass. Calling himself Li Weiguo, the man was a history professor at Hangzhou University, like her grandfather, and wants to know how he is doing, but the girl heard about the old man from her grandfather. Dissatisfied with this active and friendly conversation, Bai Wu wanted to know if they would buy the bronze goblet or not. Quickly turning her head in the direction of the guy, the lady announced her intention to purchase the antique goods she needed. Bai Wu sighed as the lady urged the old man to go first and offered to meet her grandfather and have tea with him, promising to take him there. At this time, the guy's smartphone received a notification about the bank's transfer of 600,000 yen to his account. Although there was a small mistake in the transfer of funds, but the happy young man still turned out to be in a big plus. After becoming a millionaire in a single day, Bai Wu could already hold the title of Antiques Master and was thinking of starting an intrigue with this girl. After giving the lady a box of goods that she was so eager to receive, the young man asked for her phone number, promising to add it to the social network. After this sentence, the girl looked at Bai Wu with a puzzled expression and didn't even know how to answer him. The lady reminded the guy of someone who is interested in antiques, so if interesting things appear, he will write to her. After telling the girl not to make a fool of herself, Bai Wu talked about a mad frog wanting to taste swan meat, and the lady didn't understand his behavior at all. Casting bold glances at the beauty, the young man who had tried his luck in the lottery boldly glanced at the lady, calling her a rich girl. The startled lady backed away and complained to Bai Wu about his inappropriate actions. It was close for the lady. Bad luck blocked the luck. She wonders if the guy feels the blessing of the goddess of luck now. Turning to Bai Wu, the lady asks if the young man is sure that he is older than the lady in age, and that he can afford to talk to her in this way. Thinking about her words, Bai Wu thought about the probability of her being older than him or not, but it turned out to be 0. Smiling, the young man came to the conclusion that his new friend really has something to be proud of. However, he has the ability to notice the percentage of success granted by heaven itself, and with its help, a young man can make a girl trust him. When Bai Wu allowed for the possibility that the beauty was 20 years old, he immediately saw 100% proof of it. This lady is 20, and the guy is the same age. His birthday is September 30th, but she wasn't born in October, November, or December. Thinking about it, Bai Wu dared to assume that the girl was even younger than him and had the same birthday date as him, which turned out to be true. Turning to the side, Bai Wu started to laugh, causing the girl to be concerned about his own mental health. Waving his hand, the guy reacted nervously to the girl's words and asked her not to worry. Bai Wu was born at 15:23. But what are the chances that the lady is younger and was born between 7 in the morning and 12 or later? Laughing, the young man finally found out the answer to the question, and it turned out that the difference was only a minute from Bai Wu's birthday. Ironically, thinking of even calling the girl his older sister, the young man still refused to do so and suddenly heard a rude word from the lady in his address. Crossing his arms, Bai Wu closed his eyes and called the girl little sister, telling her not to think so badly of him. Deciding to first surprise a new acquaintance, the guy said that she was 20 years old and she was born at the end of September, asking to confirm or deny it. The startled lady cried out in shock at hearing such words about herself, not understanding how it all came about. Chuckling, Bai Wu understood her desire to find out how the young man had guessed everything, but he had just calculated everything. Perceiving the guy as another stalker with a terrible acting game, the lady aloud began to turn away, not wanting to listen to the new freak. Still laughing, Bai Wu mentally assessed how much the lady was underestimating him and volunteered to guess again. She was shocked when Bai Wu announced her birth on September 30th at 15:30. Surprised, nearby people did not understand how this is possible, considering the guy a psychic, and pointed to the lady, who was shaking with horror. Another person saw Bai Wu as the luckiest person in the new century, and the second wasn't surprised at all, as he was aware of how some people closely watched others. While the young man was called a pervert, he was embarrassed by the situation because he explained everything in great detail, and it turned out so strange. Having decided to guess again, the guy informed the girl about her birth earlier than at 15:30, which means that she was born 6 minutes earlier. Thinking how easy it was, Bai Wu is sure that the lady was born on September 30th at 15:30 and 36 seconds. Becoming instantly sad and almost crying, The girl picked up her smartphone, intending to call someone. A voice came from the microphone, asking the lady whose name was Chin about something that might have happened just now. After asking her mother what time her daughter was born, the girl heard the date September 30th at 15:30 and her mother's surprise about the girl's forgetfulness. Wanting to know the exact time, Chinkin wanted to know if she was born at 15:24, but her mother needed to double check. After 3 minutes of intense waiting, the daughter heard a complete confirmation of the words of an acquaintance and, surprised, did not even hear her mother. Feeling his own triumph, Bai Wu is sure that his friend is clearly very interested in how he got all this personal knowledge about her. Angry, Qin turned her back to the surprised youth again, and since she was completely uninterested in all this, asked him not to waste her time. Blocking the girl's path, Bai Wu asked her not to be nervous because he just guessed the date of Qingyin's birth into the world. With indignation, she reacted to the words of the guy that he just guessed the date of her birth to the second, without requiring her to be considered stupid. Delighted, he looked at Lady Bai Wu, considering her to be the incarnation of a deity, and compared the lady's beauty to something extraterrestrial. Slightly embarrassed, Bai Wu smiled and urged Qin to calm down, promising to tell her now how he had found the answer. Taking a step back, the girl looked at the young man incredulously and suggested that he was going to tell another lie. Calling the girl a goddess, Bai Wu asked her not to call all psychic scammers and asked if she had seen him before. If the guy's guesses are correct, then the beauty is wearing black underwear today. She did not demand him to be silent. As he continued to stare at his new acquaintance, Bai Wu ventured to assume that she didn't have a boyfriend of her own. When Bai Wu found out that she really wasn't in a relationship, he cried out in shock, and Qin, displeased with his gaze, demanded to move away from her. Thinking of personal assumptions as being correct, which meant that the lady hated men and didn't specifically start relationships, Bai Wu wasn't sure if that was the case. When this guess turned out to be 100% correct, the guy was really shocked. He didn't like it all. This factor was a bad sign. The astonished girl tried to point something with her finger and was surprised by the words of her opponent just said. Looking to the side, Qin saw no less startled witnesses, who had been watching the conversation between the boy and the girl for a long time. After looking at the beauty with a malicious look, Bai Wu is sure that she understood everything perfectly right now. Grabbing Bai Wu's arm, Qin forcefully pulled him, asking him to follow her. Then the guys quickly ran forward, and people in crowds had to disperse in order for the couple to get away. Qin pressed the guy against the wall and aggressively demanded that he tell her how he knew such details about the strange lady. Boldly looking into the girl's eyes, the young man again repeated the thesis that he just guessed. But it seems to the surprised beauty that all this is absolutely impossible. Bai Wu crossed his arms and looked at the lady with a slightly mocking expression, trying to see if she believed him or not. After touching Qin, the guy reported being able to guess the location of her moles based on a pure calculation without personal interest. The girl, who hadn't expected to hear all this, continued to stare at Bai Wu in amazement, marveling at his audacity to speak. After successfully adding a surprised Qin as a friend, the young man promised to write to her if he found anything interesting. As Qin continued to process what she had just heard, the satisfied young man reminded her that she could also contact him at any time of the day. As he left the girl, Bai Wu thought about how it was too cheaty to learn other people's secrets by applying the ability to see the success rate of outsiders. However, he didn't expect to see such a beautiful girl here and even test his miraculous ability on her. When Bai Wu saw the old professor, he became concerned about who his grandfather was calling, who might have overheard his conversation with Qin, and who might be looking for her at home. If the chance was 0 at first, then it increased to 20%, and Bai Wu thought about Qin, whether she was found or not. Suddenly, a new thought occurred to the young man, and he assumed that the new turn of events might be connected with him. His familiarity with Qin was foreshadowed by the heavens themselves, but there was another factor. Looking at the old professor again, he was startled and wondered what the chances of a scholar communicating with a Qin family member were. Thinking of the 100% chance, Bai Wu immediately began to reject it, because he didn't really think so. Qin continued to be alone in the alley after breaking up with a new acquaintance. Thinking over the words said by the guy, the girl picked up her smartphone, which received a new notification. Calling her a beauty, Bai Wu wrote about his willingness to tell her fortune again for 600,000 and assumed that the houses already knew about the lady's secret, which shocked her again. As Qin dashed out onto the main street, she saw a guy holding a smartphone and other people in front of her. Bai Wu was looking at the display of the gadget, where he was reading a message from a girl who wanted to know what he meant. The thoughtful young man was interested in the probability of Qin's parents calling their daughter in the next half hour, and it turned out to be 100%. When Bai Wu decided to slow down the indicator a little and find out the probability of a call in 5 minutes. But in this case, it was 100%. In the message, he wrote to a new friend about a new divination, and then congratulated the lady on an early call from her parents within 5 minutes. Quickly hiding behind the corner of the house, Bai Wu peered out of the corner of his eye at Qin Qin, who was standing nearby with her phone in her hands. When she heard the call, she picked up the phone and heard her mother's request to hurry home as soon as possible due to the intention of her family to ask about something. As the lady stared at the gadget in disbelief, Bai Wu thought about the need for Qing'an to explain everything well, since parents are above all else. Since leaving home, Bai Wu's world has changed a lot due to having the ability to see the success rate, but he still doesn't have a beautiful girlfriend. Bai Wu screamed at the unexpected call, especially horrified by who decided to call him after a while. Answering the call, the gifted young man asked his own mother why she suddenly wanted to call her son, allowing any unpleasant incident. On the street, all the passers-by heard Bai Wu yell, refusing to go on a blind date because he was only 20 years old. At 2015, the young man was sitting in a city cafe, drinking tea and looking at the smartphone screen, thinking about his mother's promise to come. Looking at the picture of a beautiful girl, Bai Wu was surprised to think that such a lady obviously has no end of cavaliers. It is not clear that her goal is to go on blind dates. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the young man looked to the side and saw the same girl from the photo who came into the cafe. The gorgeous beauty was being held by Qin Qin, whose appearance surprised Bai Wu, who didn't understand her visit to the establishment. 100% was the probability of dating this incredible beauty with Qing'an. Bai Wu spat out water at the unexpected verdict and couldn't figure out how this girl managed to get to know Qin Qin. The guy's idea about the intention of one lady to break off the relationship and the other to keep them in this cruel plot was again 100% likely. Then the beauty in the photo cast a glance to the side, and it couldn't be called kind or pleasant. The girl abruptly freed herself from Qin Qin's hand, who reacted with amazement to her friend's action and then frowned. From the murderous gaze of his hardly girlfriend, the guy screamed, expecting something terrible to happen to himself. After leaving the annoying Qin Qin, the girl in the photo approached the young man who had been waiting for her in the cafe for a long time. Reaching out her hand to the young man, the lady clarified his name and identified herself as Mu Year, suggesting that he was a very good person. In a resolute voice, the beautiful Mu Year made a suggestion to start dating Bai Wu. Hearing these words, the guests in the restaurant hall were surprised, and while Bai Wu and Mu Year were shaking hands, one customer couldn't even contain his emotions at the table. No less shocked was the young man himself, who hadn't expected to hear anything like this, and Qing'an wept bitter tears at Sister Mu's decision. With a bit of genuine incomprehension and regret, Bai Wu felt that Mu Year's initiative was somehow wrong. In response, the excited beauty was surprised, suggesting the guy's lack of sympathy for her. Waving his hands, Bai Wu tried to reassure him otherwise, since no matter how you look at the lady, she is a beautiful, just an angel. Moving even closer to Yuno, Mu Year whispered in his ear that she wasn't joking at all right now and was completely serious. When the next second the girl hugged the guy, he almost fell into a stupor, thinking of her intentions as sincere, but the chance of success here is zero. Moving to the side, Bai Wu almost screamed as Mu Year continued to harass him and felt a bad feeling in his heart. Perplexed by the cavalier's actions, Mu Year still didn't back down from her own, much to Bai Wu's surprise. And in the next moment, the brave Mu Year resolutely hugged the young man and kissed him, causing Bai Wu's eyes to pop out. This action of the sister was a surprise for Qin Qin, who did not take her eyes off the children and fell silent in shock. It was as if the unfortunate girl was left alone in this world, and there was not a single living soul around. In a serious tone, Mu Year offered to go with her, and Bai Wu, after a beautiful kiss, wanted to know where they were going. The new lover intends to go home with the cavalier and introduce him to his parents. After hearing her own sister's words, poor Qin Qin quickly rushed out of the establishment and rushed to the street. In Bai Wu's mind, Mu Year didn't look happy, even if she didn't force herself, but she was definitely using the guy to break Qin Qin's heart. The guest turned out to be 100% correct, and the guy himself did not say that he did not take advantage of the opportunity. Everything that happened was out of compassion. Looking at Mu Year's frown, Bai Wu thought about his ability and familiarity with Qin Qin, and it was hard to say anything about the seriousness of the lady's feelings. As Mu Year walked past the guy in her miniskirt, she reminded him about the trip to her parents' house, and the guy didn't know if she was serious about introducing him to them. The result was 100%, and Bai Wu was surprised by the girl's desire, considering that she thought of the guy as a shield, but whether the lady was definitely looking for a guy. Looking at the girl's back as she left, Bai Wu assumed that she was looking for a boyfriend to appease her own parents. With a 100% chance of finding out, Bai Wu ran after the girl. After calling her by her first name, he saw Mu Year turn around and ask if he regretted what had happened between them. A disgruntled Bai Wu was angry at the beauty who might think she was allowed to do anything, but he wouldn't fall for such a cheap trick. Unexpectedly, large tears began to flow from Mu Year's closed eyes, much to the surprise of her new young man. Not regretting it, Bai Wu didn't understand what was going on and why Mu Year was upset with Qing'an's departure, allowing for meetings between them, wanting to understand what she was thinking. Bright sunlight streamed in through the window of the large and cozy living room, and Mu Year alerted his father and mother to his own return. When she saw her daughter, her mother became angry about another blind date with her daughter, wanting to see who the girl brought this time. Pointing her hand at Bai Wu, Mu Year smilingly called out the young man's name and introduced him as her boyfriend, and the young man himself decided to respond. When Bai Wu came here in a very nervous state, he felt as if he had been dragged in against his will, and everything here was to play along with Mu Year. Looking at the girl suspiciously, Bai Wu took it as a hot scene called Hero Rescues a Beautiful Girl. Suddenly, the mother laughed and was surprised to find out that her daughter had a boyfriend and asked why she hadn't told her anything about it before. Somewhere in the corridor, a man's voice shouted out that he had not misheard, and Bai Wu felt as if the man was coming here with a knife. The man who came over grabbed poor Bai Wu's hand and called this young man so excited. According to Mu Year, they had known each other since high school. Bai Wu's grades dropped and they broke up, but they were reunited on a date, and her mother regretted the reason for their separation. Surprised by the children standing still, Mu Year's father pulled Bai Wu along, inviting him to come over for a delicious meal that his wife would prepare. Turning around and looking at his new girlfriend, the guy regretted that she did not warn him in advance about such a good event. Calling on the young man to sit down and talk, the girl's father intends to go with his wife to prepare fruit for the children. As the door of the room slammed shut behind the man, Bai Wu asked the girl in amazement if she was really their daughter. But Mu Year was 100% the biological child of these extraordinary people. In the next moment, the guy and the girl were laughing heartily, and her mother came into the room with a plate of fruit. Suddenly, the wife's further actions were prevented by her husband, who was indignant at her desire to get into the room. Without giving her a chance to go to the guys, the man closing the doors apologized for the trouble and asked them to continue where they left off. While Mu Year's father was talking about his wife's delicious soup for dinner from the other side of the door, the girl herself told him about hints from her family about finding her a boyfriend. Chuckling, Bai Wu concluded that he was the only guy that the girl had brought home in years. While the young people were chatting in the room, the girl's parents were standing outside the door, waiting for what they had been waiting for so long. The father is amazed at the lack of necessary processes in the room because he showed the guy a special sign what to do, but he did not understand. The surprised mother exclaimed that her husband still doubted the sincerity of this boy, whom their daughter had brought. Covering his wife's mouth with his hand, the man demanded to be quiet so that Mu Year and Bai Wu wouldn't hear their parents outside the door. Grabbing the cleaver, the man thought that if he didn't try, he would never know and wouldn't be able to test the guest who suddenly dared to do something. Being at a loss, Bai Wu himself hadn't fully figured out the situation yet, so he wanted to check out something important right now. As he resolutely approached the terrified Mu Year, the guy tried to hold her hand and said something to her. The girl retreated until she was standing very close to the wall and looking at the young man with fear. Exhaling, Bai Wu smilingly informed the two of them of the need to sit down and talk. After asking for the guy's forgiveness, Mu Year expressed her desire to get some time to get used to their new relationship. If he approaches her, the girl is so nervous, then Bai Wu needs to keep his distance from her, and he took a step back. After thanking her date, Mu Year gave up on the need for him to back down. In fact, everything is fine, and she will be able to get used to it. Seeing Mu Year as his girlfriend, the guy, thinking about the probability of a girl feeling comfortable if he held her hand, saw an 80% chance. There was a 76% chance of a hug, but no more than a 59% chance of a kiss. Feeling unlucky, Bai Wu asked him not to deceive himself. Mu Year uses him to deceive his family, and although he is handsome and young, he is still lonely. Thinking about the girl, the young man considers it right for her to remain honest with herself. While extending his hand to Mu Year, the guy was approaching her, but suddenly his left foot caught the right one. Unable to resist, Bai Wu collapsed onto the floor with a wild cry, right at the beautiful girl's feet. The girl's father immediately burst into the room with a cleaver in his hand, not understanding anything from what was happening and hoping that everything was all right with his daughter. Bai Wu himself screamed in fear as he saw the man with the bladed weapon standing in front of him, his eyes almost popping out of his head. Displeased with her father's appearance with a knife, Mu Year indignantly asked why he was doing such a thing. Intervening, the mother grabbed her husband by the ear and asked him to calm down, explaining the intrusion as a parent's usual concern for his daughter. The woman dragged her husband out of the room where the boys were, and Bai Wu was horrified by the situation, with the appearance of a man with a cleaver. Not understanding what was happening, the young man hadn't done anything yet. The girl's father dragged him here himself, and then he flew in with a huge knife. With a sigh of relief, the young man suddenly assumed that this person was Mu Year's real boyfriend. In the hallway, a woman hit her husband on the head, called him crazy, and shouted for walking around the house with a large kitchen knife. Responding to his wife, the man admitted that the guest had a good heart, but urged not to blindly trust them and their daughter, and her unusual beauty was to blame for everything. Unable to figure out how to apply for the position of Pari Mu Year, Bai Wu was disappointed that everything was going wrong, and he was almost cut up by his own ladies. After listening to Mu Year's question regarding his condition, he thought about her family again and wanted to know how much longer he had to play this role. After getting to his feet and thinking about it, the young man suggested that he should discuss this matter with Mu Year a little later. Being dissatisfied with this turn of events, the beauty in a raised tone decided that her companion even regretted everything. In a more serious tone, Bai Wu described what was happening as a theater and asked how the lady could use it to hide everything from her parents. Wanting to leave it at that, the young man, being sure the parents would care for his daughter and the latter wants to deceive them, Bai Wu suggested that she sit down and talk to them. The boy's words rang out like thunder in the room, and Mu Year stared at the young man with her eyes wide open in astonishment. Trying to stop the young man from leaving, the lady asked him to help her just this once. Bai Wu chuckled softly, but the girl didn't notice the young man's reaction. At this time in the corridor, Mu Year's parents were trying to hear the essence of the conversation between the two young people. While the husband asked his wife about the meaning of the conversation between young people, she accused her husband of a scandal between the guys, which was so unusual. According to the woman, the guy and the girl quarreled because of a situation when the father flew to them with a knife. But now it's time to stop the quarrel without thinking about the bad. Rushing towards Mu Year's room with determination, the parents saw Bai Wu coming out in front of them. To the astonishment of these people, the young man just walked past them indifferently without saying a single word. As he headed for the door, Bai Wu thought about how he could have stayed here, but the only thing he would have done then was hurt the girl. When the guy tried to put on his sneakers, the girl's mother screamed and asked him not to do it, as she accidentally spilled soup there. The unfortunate Bai Wu, who had experienced an invasion with a knife today, and now a hot broth in his shoes, screamed in pain. Mu Year asked her mother why she was here with the soup instead of in the kitchen, and her husband called her irresponsible because with wet shoes a guy won't get home. The disappointed woman was forced to offer the young man to stay in their house. While Bai Wu was thinking about how Mu Year had explained everything, and the rest was up to her, the girl's father suggested that the boy spend the night with their family today, saying that he needed to visit his grandmother's niece at the clinic since her son was ill, and the son of his 7th grandmother's niece was already there. The guy ran away. Mu Year's parents, who were discussing such strange bloodlines of the young man in surprise, didn't see her smile mysteriously. Lying on the couch, the guy sighed and thought how easy it is to earn money now, and even if it's good, but decided to visit an antique shop tomorrow. The next morning, Bai Wu found himself back in the arched block where the antique shops were located. Lao Wang, who had come to work, was rubbing hard on another item for bidding and remembering his shame and loss of money because of this newcomer. After laying out all of his merchandise, Lao Wan saw the shadow of a new customer in front of him and thought of a great opportunity. Raising his head, the salesman greeted the customer warmly and with a smile, inviting him to look around and choose an item that he liked. Seeing Bai Wu in front of him, completely calmly munching on his food, the merchant became very excited, not expecting to meet this guy again. After greeting the boss, Bai Wu pointed out the new addition to Lao Wang's assortment and wished to see something interesting. Smiling again, the salesman called it all a coincidence and suggested that the young man look at everything because he came on time. With an evil grin, the man remembered the unusual item he had prepared. If Bai Wu purchased it, the merchant would earn a lot of money. Continuing to eat, the owner of the talent cheerfully asked the seller he knew to show him a new product as soon as possible. Offering to look at the goods, Lao Wang talked about all these things that he had brought from the nearest village. Answering the guy's question about the cost of the goods, the seller said that he was ready to part with the entire set for 50,000 yuan. While talking to the villagers, the merchant learned that one family had inherited Li Shimin's vast fortune by the end of the Song dynasty. Dropping to a whisper, the antique dealer started to tell me about these porcelain items. The excited Bai Wu was overjoyed and interested in Tang San Chai right now. Assuming this, judging by the carving and color of the texture, the merchant considered the porcelain made according to the technique of Tang San Kai, and for the best customer, he is ready for a discount. But the young man who didn't finish listening to the seller's words asked him to name the price for such a unique product. After naming the price tag of 60,000 yuan, the crafty merchant immediately asked Bai Wu about her thoughts on such a price list. Bai Wu shouted in astonishment, not believing that a rare item could be sold for 60,000. Not believing in such a price tag, the guy called the porcelain high quality, and if you go to the enterprise, you can buy about 100 pieces of such products. With a smile on his face, the seller announced the mistake of such thinking of a young man who wanted to buy such a product. In Bai Wu's opinion, 60,000 wasn't enough, and if he did buy the entire set at once, he would feel guilty later. Looking nervously at the persistent customer, the seller described his words as those that could touch the merchant's heart. Not wanting to let such a kind boss Wang suffer, Bai Wu decided to think about it and then name his own price for the item. While the salesman was standing there looking embarrassed, Bai Wu was looking at the porcelain items, not knowing if it was really made using the Tang San Kai technique. When Bai Wu found out about the authenticity rating of the antique items at 14.28%, he took them as forgeries. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes wide in surprise as he realized an important detail. There are 14 and 28%. Then among the porcelain, there is also the original. If this is true, then the set will cost at least $1 million. With a probability of 100% and $1 million price tag of 90%, Bai Wu asked the boss to repeat the cost of the set. Covering his face with his fan, Lao Wang was grinning maliciously and felt success coming his way. Smiling, the seller is ready to give the buyer a friendly price. Namely, for 600,000, he will sell the young man a porcelain set. After asking for the price of a set of items, Bai Wu looked at the merchant, who already felt like a rich man with gold bars in his mind. But if it's too expensive for a young man, then Lao Wan is willing to give a discount to the guy and get rid of the set for 500,000. Without any problems, Bai Wu is ready to transfer these funds to the merchant's bank account right now. Picking up the smartphone, the antique dealer was surprised to see a notification about the transfer of 500,000. After grabbing the items he had purchased, Bai Wu ran away at high speed in front of the other people, who were horrified by the young man's actions. Once again becoming suspicious, Lao Wang began to question the authenticity of the porcelain set Bai Wu had sold. Holding his hands to his face, the merchant was horrified by the terrible thoughts, because he had bought this set from Tang Sen Kai's warehouse in the mountain village. Wang laughed at the young men who thought they were smart and smiled at Bai Wu, who thought it was possible to buy a genuine Tang Sen Kai from Lao. Calling it a great day when Wang went from 15,000 to $500,000, the merchant continued to treat the newcomer as a rookie, while the latter was playing with him, a pro. In the square where antiques were sold, a large SUV appeared, heading straight towards Lao Wan. The car skidded to a stop that sent sparks flying, and the man behind the wheel opened the left-hand door. A young girl got out of the SUV and, being very excited, turned to the boss. After inquiring about the fake 15,000 Tang San Shai sold to the man last night, the lady said she wanted to buy it for $1 million. The face of the unfortunate Lao Wang, who had suffered yet another defeat, changed beyond recognition when he heard the 1 million figure. As she continued to beg the boss, the girl called the porcelain set important to her grandfather and urged Lao Wang to sell it to her. It wasn't that the merchant didn't want to sell the set to the girl, it was just that he had given it to someone else a few minutes ago. Wang's neighbor confirmed what he said about selling all the china to a certain guy who spent 500,000 yuan on forgery. Speaking of being envious of Lao Wan, the man wished himself so lucky, and the salesman grinned, suggesting that he first have patience. The sobbing girl remembered playing too much with the chicken and putting her grandfather's favorite china on the wrong shelf, and if he found out, he would punish her. Begging her not to cry, Lao Wan repeatedly called the porcelain fake, even though her grandfather liked it, offering to apologize to the old man, solving the problem. Outraged by the words about the fake, the girl called one of the porcelain items the real Tang San Kai, inherited from an ancestor, and the grandfather would not sell it. Thinking of the astronomical sum of 10 million yuan, the salesman almost went crazy. Laughing, the neighbor reminded him of Lao Wan's sale of a $600,000 glass for 2,000 yesterday, and now he had given Tang San Kai $500,000 at a price of 10 million. Startled, the girl asked to see the route of the guy who bought the porcelain, and Wang sadly raised his finger in the direction of Guyun Pavilion. Bai Wu sat at the table and watched the solid old man who had judged his porcelain to be well-groomed and glossy. Being an expert in the field of antiques, a man looking at a product through a magnifying glass was delighted. Remembering the same statuette at home, the man told about a rare porcelain from a century ago. He could not sell it to the guy, but could his granddaughter. Knowing Tang Sansai's background from the Tang dynasty, Bai Wu thought about his item and didn't know what chance the old man had of getting the set. When the absolute probability of this scenario was revealed, Bai Wu spat out the tea he was drinking from the cup out of indignation and surprise. The young man hurried to calm down the old man, who was concerned about his behavior. He just choked a little. Thinking about the probability of the Tangsen Chao set being stolen by the salesman Lao Wang, Bai Wu found out that in this case, the possibility was zero. The idea that this elderly man's granddaughter had sold the ancient porcelain to merchant Wang made him horrified, but it was true. Bai Wu looked at the good-natured old man and thought of his granddaughter as a crazy girl who decided to get rid of valuable artifacts. Knowing Tang Sankai's auction price of 12 million, the man is willing to purchase the set for 9 million if Bai Wu doesn't mind. Thinking about such a price, the young man knew how much it was, considering the very beginning of his career in the antiques world. With an attempt at a smile, Bai Wu decided to accept the suggestion of an experienced antiquarian. After giving his consent, the elderly man began to take out a rectangular white paper from his pocket. Bai Wu thanked the old man for handing him the business card, and the old man also asked him to call him at any time if he found interesting things. Holding the scientist's business card in his hands, the young man left the store and looked at the paper with bewilderment. Looking up, Bai Wu saw a girl who was the old man's granddaughter running towards him at full speed. Looking at her, the young man assumed that the unfortunate lady would fall from such a speed, and the corresponding probability turned out to be 100%. Fearing for the lady, Bai Wu asked her to be careful, otherwise there would be a risk of her falling on the asphalt. Not understanding why she should fall, the girl is surprised by the guy's concern for her. Besides, she knows how to drive a car, and allegedly suddenly collapses down. When the girl, who identified herself as Che Xiaoxiao, accused Bai Wu of seeing her as stupid, and so he allegedly warned her, the guy was upset and thought of her really as stupid. Looking at Che Xiaoxiao, the young man assumed that this was the granddaughter of Mr. Che, who was selling cheap porcelain. The probability that this lady was actually Mr. Che's granddaughter was 100%. Bai Wu was surprised by this turn of events, and it was actually the relative of the man who was talking to him. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, Che Xiaoxiao stumbled and started to fall down with a wild cry, which she didn't expect. The young man himself was also very frightened, and he shouted to the whole area and stretched out both hands in an attempt to catch the unfortunate lady. The tragedy was finally averted, and Che Xiaoxiao hung on to the shoulders of the gentleman who had saved her in time. The surprised girl wanted to know why she had fallen and what trick her unintentional rescuer had pulled. Passers-by were critical of the children's actions, accusing them of ignorance of the rules of decency and bad habits. As Che Xiaoxiao demanded to let her go, she heard the boy remind her of the risk of falling and the need to listen to him. Bai Wu just let go of his hands, and the girl had to stop holding his neck and jump down to the ground. After jumping down, Che Xiaoxiao continued to stand beside the young man, who was casually spreading his arms. If they didn't have anything else to discuss, then Bai Wu would leave here on his own business. When the girl loudly demanded that he stop, the young man raised his hands and asked not to touch him, as he did not do anything to her. Considering the guy lucky, Che Xiaoxiao mentioned a problem that needed to be dealt with, asking him to leave his contact for another time. Left alone after the girl went to visit her grandfather, Bai Wu looked at the display of his smartphone. Che Xiaoxiao wrote a message to a new acquaintance, begging him to give her some help, as she didn't expect to meet a brother like him. Now, the guy has a lot of money and he can spend it on anything, thinking about buying a house or a car. While walking on the street where antiques were sold, Bai Wu once again met his familiar salesman Lao Wang, who was looking puzzled. When asked by the man about the amount of income from the sale of porcelain, Bai Wu told about selling the set to the pavilion owner for 9 million. Seeing Lao Wang's unruffled expression, he was surprised at the calmness of the merchant, who was not surprised to lose so much money. When the young man had moved a respectful distance away, Merchant Wang quietly insulted him and threatened to get even for what had happened. Che Xiaoxiao then made her way to the classroom, where her grandfather was using a magnifying glass to look at the porcelain figurine she had bought from Bai Wu. Since her elderly relative found the desired porcelain, the granddaughter decided to leave, but suddenly he demanded not to hide and come over. Curious about the reason for his visit to his grandfather, the old man talked about a good day on the street and looked at the china sold for 2,000 and bought for 9 million. Not only was Che Xiaoxiao late, but the porcelain set was also bought by her grandfather, so she didn't know how to tell him everything. Very nervous, the unfortunate girl waved her hands and began to assure her grandfather of complete calm. Looking at the girl, Mr. Che called her behavior recently as if she was the one who actually sold his favorite porcelain. Turning his attention to the statue he was looking at earlier, the old man was very frightened. Then the man shocked his granddaughter by suggesting that it was this porcelain that she had sold at the market last night. After reporting an urgent need to go to the hospital due to an unexpected body ache, Che Xiaoxiao ran away from her astonished grandfather. Calling her grandmother, the crying girl asked to save her from her grandfather, who allegedly wants to punish her granddaughter. Behind her, Xiaoxiao seemed to be haunted by the ghost of her grandfather with burning infernal eyes, pointing out her wrongdoing. It was as if someone had slapped the old man with a boxing glove, accusing him of trying to yell at a girl without any right to do so. After rushing outside, Che Xiaoxiao didn't know who had sold the porcelain so quickly and why she had almost received it from her grandfather. Suddenly thinking of the person who came out of the Guyun pavilion, Xiaoxiao suspected that he was the person who had predicted her downfall. Baiwu himself was leaving the shopping complex where he had made his successful financial transactions, but he sensed something was wrong. The guy didn't like Fat Lao Wang, and now Baiwu thought that this antique dealer was angry and wanted to take it out on him. When the system showed a 100% chance of Wang playing with the youth, Baiwu criticized it for taking ambiguity as a fun thing to do. Thinking about the evil merchant's possible revenge and his desire to take back his money, Baiwu found out again about the 100% probability. Chuckling, the young man remembered that he had that reliable power that shows the success rate. As he paused, he thought of antiques as a lucrative business. But even with superpowers, it was hard to find gold in the trash. And without Xiaoxia's carelessness, he wouldn't have earned so much. It's really embarrassing to sell antiques for 200 yuan, but the world of rich people is really hard to understand. Baiwu didn't know if this was the right thing to do, but he remembered that he had recently met some girls, but they were all strange, and he didn't need to contact them for safety's sake. But at the same time, Baiwu would be interested to see the likely consequences if he didn't miss out on this opportunity. While the young man was thinking about one idea, the probability of having genuine antiques on the market tomorrow would be 100%. Allowing for the possibility of continuing to speculate on antiques, Baiwu considered a daily income of 1 million yen to be a reality. Thanks to the god of money, the guy now has a huge amount of finances and he needs to spend them, and the man must have a car. When he got to the bus stop where other people were already there, he thought about getting to the car dealership from here. Among the other people, Baiwu suddenly saw Che Xiaoxiao nervously typing something on her smartphone, not understanding what she was doing here. The message from the girl mentioned her bad luck. Xiaoxiao mixed up something and sold the statue of her grandfather and caused his anger, because of which she did not get behind the wheel. There were other people standing between them, waiting for the transport to arrive, and Baiwu was grinning at the stupidity of his new acquaintance. When Baiwu saw a man with a hood on his head on the left who looked suspicious, he recognized him as a thief by 50%. The villain carefully approached the unsuspecting Che, who was still working on the phone from behind. Without taking his eyes off the alleged intruder, Baiwu suddenly realized an important detail about him. After learning that it was 100% a bus pickpocket, Baiwu informed Xiaoxiao about the neighborhood of the man in the black jacket, telling him to be careful. After reading the important notice, the girl immediately raised her head to the surprise of the hooded villain. Seeing Baiwu on her right, Che was at a loss as to where the guy was and didn't expect anything good from him. In a new message, the young man called the girl ungrateful, unable to distinguish a good person from a bad one, which she is. A bus on the route 666 to Chengbai was slowing down at the transport stop. As the passengers started to board the bus, a pickpocket approached Che Xiaoxiao with his hand on her shoulder, and the girl took out a student card. Seeing Che's displeased face, the young intruder raised his hands in the air, and after apologizing, pointed out how he was accidentally pushed from behind. Calming down, the girl again plunged into the message on the phone, and the villain leaned even closer to her with interest. Baiwu, who was standing to the side, saw everything perfectly and was surprised at the girl's unwillingness to listen to him at such a dangerous moment. Noticing the criminal's hands reaching into Che Xiaoxiao's back pockets, the young man was annoyed at how his friend didn't understand anything at all. Summoning all his strength, Baiwu charged forward resolutely, pushing the rest of the people aside as he demanded for the villain to stop. Without waiting for the pickpocket's reaction, Xiaoxiao landed a solid elbow on him and grabbed the bandit's arm. While the unfortunate robber was in a state of shock, the girl tried to perform another power maneuver. Baiwu was startled as he watched the girl's actions, as she grabbed the villain and tried to throw him over her. In the next instant, the brave Che Xiaoxiao threw the intruder forward with all her strength. After collapsing to the ground and feeling extreme pain in his body, the robber suffered a crushing defeat from the brave lady. The conflict took place in front of other people who did not understand anything about what happened and so did not get on the bus. Pointing her finger at the bandit lying on the ground, Che Xiaoxiao confusedly explained his beating as the villain's attempt to touch the unfortunate girl. When Bai Wu realized that the girl was standing in front of him, he was surprised to see her move like a martial artist. Looking at the guy, Che compared him to a raven that had croaked again, assuming he probably wanted to help, even though there might be something wrong. Thinking bad things for himself, Bai Wu suspected Xiaoxiao of being a strong girl who had sold the set Tang San Kai had purchased earlier. Peering into the bus, Bai Wu was thinking of getting away from this lady faster, and it would take a couple of minutes to get to the car dealership. When the chance of such success was zero, Bai Wu was afraid, not understanding the reason for not being able to reach the salon in a couple of minutes, and complained about bad luck. Considering today to be an unlucky day, Bai Wu immediately thought of the traffic jams on the road and didn't rule out a possible traffic accident ahead. But the probability of all this was also zero. Nevertheless, a bad feeling did not leave the young man. As Bai Wu walked away from the entrance of the city bus, he thought about the possibility that a certain criminal might be inside the vehicle. The chances of hijacking a bus, the potential appearance of hostages in its cabin were zero, but the risks of fire and the appearance of a bandit turned out to be 100%. Unsure of what to do next, Bai Wu thought about the villain on the bus who wanted to set the transport on fire. If the criminal carries out his plan, many people may suffer, but Bai Wu, who wants to prevent this, is not sure of his own abilities. Clutching his head in his hands, the terrified young man thought of calling the police immediately because he didn't have time. While people continued to get on the bus, the guy dialed the police number and told the attendant about the criminal who wanted to set fire to the transport. When asked for the location, Bai Wu gave the 666th bus, the stop at the antique complex, and the route to the car dealership. According to the police, to mark the call as an emergency, Bai Wu asked to come faster because of the 9 liters of gasoline from the villain, who could set fire to the bus at any time. Hearing the question about the possibility of proving this, the young man was surprised, understanding the factor of severe punishment for giving false testimony if he did not prove it. The guy was bombarded with questions about the assumption that the villain necessarily set fire to the bus, data on the number of liters of fuel, and the bandits landing at this stop. Terrified, Bai Wu wondered how he could prove it, since it was impossible to do so, even though the police might just believe him. Forgetting about calling the law enforcement agencies for the time being, Bai Wu looked at the empty bus doors that were about to close. Realizing that the police would not help, Bai Wu jumped on the bus and decided to stop the villain by any means necessary if there were no law enforcement officers nearby. Looking towards the door, the young man saw Che Xiaoxiao enter the salon, but there is no time for her. Now the main thing for the young man is to save people. The presence of a new acquaintance also did not go unnoticed by the granddaughter of Mr. Che, who gave the guy a lot of money for porcelain. Remembering how the girl had laid the villain down on the asphalt, Bai Wu kept forcing himself to think about catching the culprit instead of the dangerous Zhao Xiao. The police officer who called told about the colleague who was on vacation, who is now on the bus, asking him not to do anything if the villain is found. Holding on to the handrail with one hand and holding on to the smartphone with the other, Bai Wu looked at the interior of the bus happily, enjoying the presence of a police officer. Turning his head to the left, Bai Wu looked at Che Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to him with a confused look. Due to the police officer's lack of understanding of what the criminal looks like, the young man had the idea to see him sitting down, and this turned out to be 100% true. Since the villain was not in the front seats but in the back, which indicated a 100% probability, Bai Wu climbed into the back of the bus. When he saw Xiaoxiao walking behind him, he didn't understand her motive for following him, because he needed to find a bandit, not play with Che. Looking at the people, Bai Wu understood the difficulty of getting 9 liters of gas on the bus with him, so the villain obviously had a backpack with him. And suddenly, in front of him, the guy noticed an unshaven man sitting on a chair with a backpack in his hands, suspecting an arsonist in it. After casting a nervous glance at the outsider, this possible intruder clung even tighter to his backpack. The confused Bai Wu didn't know if he had guessed right or not, considering it wrong to act suspiciously, but he continued to see this guy as a criminal. Bai Wu's face was sweating profusely as he continued to stare at the passenger, who was clutching his backpack tightly and thought about waiting or attacking the bandit while he still had the chance. Suddenly, a large palm appeared, as if someone was reaching towards Bai Wu, who did not dare to attack the potential arsonist. Che Xiaoxiao, who grabbed the terrified guy by the shoulder, firmly ordered her friend to immediately hide. The guy was very sorry for the girl, but he was not up to games right now. And then it turned out that there was a 100% chance of Bai Wu being followed by a policeman. After shouting at the entire bus, Bai Wu was no longer mistaken in recognizing Che Xiao as the aggressive girl from the airport. While loudly demanding not to pursue him, Bai Wu was thinking what a good time to attract the officer's attention so that he could catch the villain and kill two birds with one stone. Trying not to show his excitement, the man with the backpack turned his gaze to the side and exhaled without letting go of the bag. As soon as Bai Wu decided to attack the culprit, Che Xiao demanded that the guy save himself and wondered why he didn't run. As the baffled bandit watched, Bai Wu fell to the side, shouting a misunderstanding as he reached for the suspected passenger's backpack. When the guy deftly opened the backpack, a bottle of yellow liquid began to fall out of the latter. The angry man stared coldly at Bai Wu, indignant at what the young man was doing. Instantly rising to his feet, a tall man with clenched fists charged at Bai Wu, who was sitting on the floor of the bus with a backpack in his hands. Noticeably frightened, the young man looked at the criminal and, mentally cursing, appreciated the speed of the moments that had occurred. But the attacker didn't have time to attack Bai Wu because another person punched him in the face. Bai Wu, his mouth hanging open in surprise, didn't expect him to enter into a confrontation with Che Xiao's bandit. With the next kick, the brave girl knocked the attacker off his feet and he began to fall with a wild cry. To disorient the opponent, the girl threw her leg around his neck, after which the criminal could no longer continue to fight. Che Xiao, who had placed her foot on the back of the losing bandit, was gathering admiring glances from the passengers, and Bai Wu was amazed at her great strength. Taking out the handcuffs, the girl loudly announced the work of the police and the arrest of a person suspected of intending to set fire to the bus. Picking up one of the fallen bottles of liquid from the floor, the girl sniffed it and determined that it really was gasoline. Realizing that this lady is also a police officer, the terrified guy decided to urgently leave here. While the law enforcement officers arrived on the street to put the bandit in the police car, Bai Wu tried to leave unnoticed. His plan was interrupted by Che Xiao, who turned around and looked at the young man with a smile. The girl told how she had heard Bai Wu warn the police about the villain, but the guy was infuriated by her pursuit, but he could not explain how he found out about the bandit. Deciding to tell her everything, Bai Wu mentioned a monk who had come down from the mountains to report what had happened, but he saw the girl's face that didn't believe him. His friend stared at the young man with an evil look and did not understand why his crow's beak was talking such nonsense. Clutching his head, the guy himself realized the stupidity of the words he said. As expected, he did not succeed in deceiving the girl. As soon as the young man decided to leave quickly again, Che Xiao blocked his exit and demanded that he stop talking nonsense. The girl's face changed and she wanted to know how Bai Wu knew about everything, demanding that he speak immediately. Looking at the girl's fist in fear, the terrified Bai Wu didn't know what he should be talking about right now. Not believing the guy, the girl began to doubt aloud that an ordinary citizen somehow knew the information about the arson of the bus. Pushing her hand away, Bai Wu felt it was more appropriate for the girl to thank him, and as a law-abiding citizen, it was his duty to warn her. Crossing her arms, the girl looked at her friend, and she didn't really believe in the words he said. Suddenly calling him to the wall, Xiao demanded to remember when he called. He had not yet boarded the bus, and maybe even knew the criminal personally. Bai Wu was being watched from all sides by bystanders who were unable to support the unfortunate youth. When the guy called it a girl's guest, she suggested that they move to a more comfortable place where they could drink tea and talk, and Bai Wu would tell her there. The offer of tea shocked the unfortunate man. For him, Che Xiao was a treacherous woman, and he himself was so seriously in trouble. Unexpectedly for Bai Wu, Mu Ye appeared in front of him, who didn't expect to see her date here herself. Pressed against the wall, the owner of the secret to guessing the chance of success was surprised to ask the reason for the girl's stay in this place. With the sudden appearance of an eyewitness, the boys were distracted, and Che Xiao kept her eyes on Mu Ye, asking if they knew Bai Wu. Pointing her finger to the side, Mu Ye talked about the broken car that she had to take to the workshop. Turning to Bai Wu, who was still being held up against the wall with his hands behind his back, Mu Ye asked him what was going on. For someone who was instantly sad, this situation was like being caught with a mistress at the most inopportune moment. Instantly, the guy was struck by a clever idea and realized what a great chance he had to turn everything in his favor. Bai Wu suddenly winked cheerfully at the girl who was looking at him with obvious concern and didn't understand what he was about to do. After asking Mu Ye not to take what had happened between him and Xiao as she thought, Bai Wu quickly rushed towards the girl. Dropping to his knees in front of his companion, the young man insisted that he had nothing to do with the police officer. Not only both girls were very surprised by this behavior of the guy, but also other witnesses of an unusual incident. Pointing at the stunned Che Xiao, the guy tried to prove to Mu Ye that the police officer was harassing her. In an appeal to Xiao, Bai Wu stated that he did not know her, but he himself had a girlfriend whom the guy loves very much, demanding to stop running after him. Blushing at the verbal attacks, Che tried to refute them, but it was already hard to convince the people around her otherwise. One of the witnesses called her beautiful, but is amazed by her terrible actions towards a guy who cheated with one of the beauties with whom he is popular. Outraged by what she heard, Che Xiao turned back to Bai Wu and yelled at him, denying her sympathy for him. Grabbing Mu Ye's hand, the guy pointed at the police officer again, accusing her of continuing to pursue him. After Mu Ye and Bai Wu exchanged glances, the former turned to Che Xiao and asked her to stop touching the guy since they were in a relationship. Hearing these words, the people in the crowd instantly focused, sensing the continuation of the scandal, and Che clenched her teeth in anger. Bai Wu, who was starting to get nervous, looked around and saw more and more people gathering around the three of them. As Che Xiao glanced at her opponent, it was as if she was trying to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Turning her attention to Bai Wu, the policewoman began to slowly approach him, as if she wanted to pounce like a tigress. Suddenly, the girl struck a strong blow with her fist on the guy's stomach, as a result of which he screamed in wild pain. Bai Wu was on one knee, clearing his throat, and Xiao was walking towards Mu Ye, startled by what she saw. After informing Mu about her lack of interest in the guy, the police officer advised the girl to be careful with Bai Wu. He is not who he claims to be. After seeing Che Xiao leave, the injured young man heard a question from the agitated Mu Ye regarding Guo's state of health after the experience. With a sigh of relief, Bai Wu was glad to be relieved of this problem, at least temporarily, thanking Mu Ye sincerely for it. Smiling sweetly, she recalled Bai Wu's previous help, which she had apologized for again, and now they were even. While the young people were talking pleasantly and the nearby citizens were starting to disperse, the lady in the red jacket was watching. Bai Wu was talking cheerfully to the girl, who was also smiling, as if their relationship was going through the warmest of times. Qing'an, who was watching them, became convinced of the guy's harassment of her sister, and now she won't let him get off so easily. The next day, while driving the car, Bai Wu thought about his indecisiveness to show feelings, but they were a problem and he didn't want to get involved with it. In the future, Bai Wu was going to stay away from love feelings and focus on making money. Bai Wu's whole life was made up, and only the money was real when he came back to the antique shop. Looking with a smile in the direction of the shopping malls, the guy felt this feeling familiar to him from yesterday, the feeling of money. What he saw shocked the young millionaire. He could not find the salesman Lao Wang among the shopping malls. A neighbor of the merchant told about Van's trip to the village to buy new goods, so the person will be absent from the workplace for several days. Thinking about the probability of getting into the hands of an authentic antique dealer, Bai Wu saw a 100% chance of success. Temporarily forgetting about seller Lao Wang, the young man began to look around, wanting to find antiques today. Bai Wu was startled by the system's mention of a 100% chance of finding the goods he needed, not understanding what it meant. His question about the chances of buying authentic antiques on the market was answered in 0%. Wanting to know the reason why the new data is so different from yesterday's, Bai Wu seemed to have antiques on the market, but couldn't find them without help. With a wave of his hand, Bai Wu, who had decided to act on his own, now intended to handle the purchase of the necessary items on his own. 30 minutes later, the guy was standing next to his neighbor Lao Wang and carefully examined one of the objects in the form of a glass. While looking at this item, Bai Wu also turned his attention to the other items put up for sale by the vendor. Suddenly, the young man saw a low vase in front of him, which is an authentic antique with 100% confidence. Excitedly addressing the merchant, Bai Wu inquired about the possibility of selling this valuable item to him. Laughing, the man named the price of 3,000 yuan, promising to give the buyer a discount of 5%. Making a surprised face, Bai Wu offered to give him a full 50% discount instead of 5%. While maintaining a cheerful expression, the merchant immediately agreed with Bai Wu for such an action when selling antiques. Also agreeing to a discount of 50%, the seller seemed to the guy to be the person who did not know about the authenticity of the goods. Looking at the display of his smartphone, Bai Wu was surprised by the lack of indicators on the chance of success, attributing this to a system failure. He opened his eyes wide in surprise when suddenly, behind him, Qing'an announced her willingness to buy this item for its original price. Out of the corner of his eye, Bai Wu looked at the lady he knew, not understanding the purpose of her being in the antique market. To the strong surprise of the guy, the seller instantly got to his feet and handed the girl the same vase, offering to take it away. Stretching out his hands, Bai Wu reminded the merchant of how he had arrived first, promising to pay 10,000 yuan for the rarity. Unwilling to back down, Qing'an coolly offered now 30,000 for a valuable item. Turning towards the girl, Bai Wu thought irritably that she was doing all this on purpose right now. Sighing heavily, the guy did not rule out the guess of the owner of the goods, who guessed a higher value of the goods than it actually is. Turning boldly to Chin Kin, Bai Wu offered 50,000 yuan for the vase, although she would probably pay more if she got the trash. Not going to give up, the girl without any emotions agreed to pay the merchant 100,000 yuan for a rare copy. With a very friendly smile, Qing'an looked at Bai Wu and inquired about the change in the price tag. In such ways, Bai Wu could not deceive a cunning opponent because she would continue to increase the value of the goods. Still smiling, Qing'an reminded her about the purchase of the items she liked, and not excluding the enemy's attempt to cheat her, wants to know his further action. Bai Wu chuckled, as if the girl's position wasn't insurmountable to him. After giving her the goods, Bai Wu didn't think he was stupid enough to measure his finances against her stranglehold, and she didn't even notice that she raised the price instead of him. Continuing to increase the price of the item despite the success, Bai Wu couldn't stand it and demanded the system to stop doing so. As she received the coveted vase from the vendor, Qing'an looked at her acquaintance and chuckled softly. Qing'an took a more serious look at the object of everyday life and recognized it as belonging to the Ming dynasty. The girl thought about this mysterious young man and found him not so simple as he was at first glance. Frustrated, Bai Wu walked away from this place, where he had first failed to acquire antique porcelain. Seeing Qing'an behind him, the guy irritably pointed out the pursuit. But the girl does not see the ban on walking on this road. When Bai Wu approached another merchant and offered 100,000 yuan for an item he liked, Qing'an agreed to pay 200,000 yuan behind his back. While studying another item, Bai Wu might have paid 3,000 for it, but behind him, Qing'an was willing to pay 100,000. Unable to contain his emotions, the young man turned towards the girl and aggressively pointed out that the item belonged to the Qing dynasty. Trying to find out if she was doing it on purpose, Bai Wu's response was that it was his problem if he couldn't afford to buy a particular item. After accepting Bai Wu's opportunity to try to raise the price, the girl assured that she had a lot of money, so she didn't care. Qing'an suddenly came very close to the young man, much to his surprise. Qing'an took the guy by the shoulder and reminded him about his 20th birthday and leaving school. And the guy in response mentioned the opportunity to afford a premium car. When he asked Bai Wu if it had happened quickly, he said that he was lucky to have a good income, and the guy did not commit crimes, accusing the lady of making inquiries. Recalling Bai Wu's words about having some superpowers, the girl assumed that he was just plain lucky, but still considered it a cool factor. Until the age of 20, Bai Wu had nothing, lived the life of an ordinary person, and didn't even receive any inheritance. Even without knowing what tricks the young man used to succeed, to Qin Qin, he was a pathetic failure. But this is not interesting for her, and after pointing her finger at the guy, the girl promised to destroy Bai Wu's good earnings today. Qing'an asked the guy to forget about the possibility for the salted fish to come to life, which meant an incredible turn of fate for the better. The puzzled Bai Wuyan was guilty of being unique and different from others, not knowing what to do next. When demanding to answer her, Qing'an did not rule out the appearance of fear in her friend because of the risk of losing her earnings due to her machinations. Starting to get angry, Bai Wu turned to the girl and reminded her about her attempts today to prevent the guy from making money by wasting his time. Then with a smile, the young man asked the girl her probable intention now to threaten to deprive him of his earnings. With the same emotional tone, Qing'an asked if Bai Wu didn't believe that she was capable of such an act towards him. Holding up a finger of his hand, the young man sternly stated his strong desire not to let the girl do this. After Bai Wu, the grinning Qing'an continued to talk about her intention of not letting him earn any money today, hoping that the guy wouldn't cry in defeat. In response, Bai Wu, who seemed to be feeling sad, only said nothing, casting a barely perceptible glance at his companion. And if the young man decides to buy another product, Qing'an is especially ready to raise the price tag, looking at the reaction of the guy. The girl continued to watch Bai Wu as he strolled between the rows of the shopping pavilion, hoping to pick up some antiques. The appearance of the customer caused a happy reaction from the merchants, who cheerfully welcomed Bai Wu to the market. Noticing the young salesman behind the counter, Bai Wu waved cheerfully and walked towards the employee. As Bai Wu hugged the bewildered salesman and whispered something in his ear, Qing'an thought about his companion's desire to buy some goods. Without taking her eyes off her familiar competitor, Qing'an prepared for the next stage of destroying him. She was very surprised when Bai Wu suddenly waved at the cheerful salesman and quickly began to leave. As he approached each of the antique dealers in the square, the young man secretly talked to them, much to Qin Qin's surprise. Marveling at Bai Wu's actions, she didn't understand why he was just talking to each merchant without buying anything from them. Looking at Qin Qin, Bai Wu thought about the probability of success, and it was now 100%. With a confident snap of his fingers, Bai Wu decided to teach his stalker a lesson today. Addressing all the vendors present in the shopping pavilion, Bai Wu announced his intention to purchase all the goods they had. Realizing the guy's desire to buy all the goods from all the stalls, Qing'an took it as Bai Wu's fear of getting into trouble from her, so he hid his plan. If Bai Wu really thinks that his opponent can't do anything, then he is a very naive person in her understanding. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Qing'an looking at him with a malicious and mocking expression as she tried to stop him from carrying out his plans. If the bosses don't mind, then Bai Wu has declared his willingness to make the necessary deal right now. Qing'an suddenly entered the discussion, and to the surprise of everyone present, she announced her intention to buy everything from the merchants on stalls. Bai Wu, who was angry, called the girl's behavior very far-reaching. Naively surprised by the guy's reaction, Qing'an wants to buy the product just like him, depriving the guy of earnings. Remembering that the girl had a large amount of money, the young man pointed out a lot of goods to the sellers, doubting Qing'an's ability to buy them all. In Bai Wu's opinion, a girl couldn't throw such words to the wind just for the chance to scare him. Accusing the young man of thinking she was stupid, Qing'an mockingly asked where the young man's courage came from. After receiving the notebook from the assistant, Qing'an asked the merchants to name the cost of all the goods, promising to pay an additional 10% surcharge to everyone. While making notes in her notebook, Qing'an suggested that the merchants earn more money on delivery, suggesting that they hurry before she changes her mind. All the sellers took a piece of paper from the girl, and one of them asked her to leave her address, promising to deliver everything without fail. When Qing'an decided to take the contacts of the salespeople that her assistant would contact, people immediately agreed. Glancing at Bai Wu, who was standing next to her, the lady cheerfully pointed out the deprivation of the guy's earnings, asking for his reaction to it. Unexpectedly for the girl who was feeling triumphant, Bai Wu grinned and walked past her indifferently. The merchants who greeted him cheerfully promised to split the money in half, as agreed, promising to transfer each of them their share. Bai Wu only smiled when one of the merchants informed him about the transfer of money to the guy's account, asking him to write if there was such an offer in the future. Qing'an, who hadn't expected this, could only listen in silence to these conversations between her rival in the market and the antique sellers. Showing the girl the completed money transfers in the banking app, Bai Wu was elated, and she obviously did not expect this. An angry Qing'an clenched her fists and accused her opponent of colluding with the antique dealers. Happily confirming her guess, Bai Wu told her about walking around the Wenwan market and finding merchants willing to cooperate with him. Pointing out Qing'an's annoyance, Bai Wu described himself as being in a win-win situation and being in the black even if she bought all the goods. Repeating once more, Bai Wu calmly assured his opponent that it was impossible to deprive the young man of his earnings. Forced to accept the words of her opponent, Qing'an advised him not to be so happy, promising to meet again later. Turning around, the defeated girl left the trading pavilion, much to the delight of the triumphant Bai Wu. Cheerfully saying goodbye, the guy was not going to see off the girl, and a system window suddenly appeared in front of him. To the young man's surprise, the update process was taking place and the download was being made. With a puzzled expression on his face, the antique connoisseur was looking at the virtual window with the system update. Because of Qing'an, Bai Wu has made a lot of money, but he can't compete with her because of her powerful family. Nothing has changed yet after the system update. As Bai Wu took out the keys to his own SUV, he thought about how to do all this because it was a difficult task. Outside the car, the guy was greeted by the assistant of Mr. Qing'an, who wanted to go with him to his mistress. Not understanding how the girl wanted to meet him after what had happened, Bai Wu suspected that the assistant had been sent by a hitman or a special forces officer. The smiling man is sure Bai Wu is laughing at him. The task of the assistant is to pick up the guy and deliver him to a social holiday as an apology for today's incident. The invitation to a social event as an apology only made Bai Wu suspect something bad for herself from Qing'an. On the one hand, Bai Wu couldn't go anywhere because of the risk, and on the other hand, when else would he have the opportunity to expand his social circle? Having already looked at the assistant of his rival in a suit with a smile, the young man agreed to go with him to the event. 1 hour, the girl did not think that the guy approaching her would come to the event after the scandal between them. Walking behind Qing'an, Bai Wu told her that he was not afraid even if she had invited him with malicious intent. Entering a large and bright hall, the girl asked the guy to follow her in order to meet her friends. She then introduced Mr. Wang, the future chairman of Shanghai, a Mr. Zhou, the owner of Street Tech, and Ms. Liu, the CEO of Ivy. After confirming the presence of a large number of influential people in the hall, Bai Wu actually started to feel a little nervous at the sight of them. Seeing the guy as an upstart, Qing'an noticed his nervousness in front of the guests, expressing hope for failure on his part today. Looking at the girl's face, the young man immediately understood her desire to see the moment of his shame at the event today. Realizing the need to stop being nervous, Bai Wu thought about how it would be a shame if he really became a laughingstock. Suddenly, the buyer of an ancient artifact had an interesting idea that could help him today. Despite all the respect, the guests also eat and drink, so Bai Wu decided to introduce them to the restroom to make things better for him. Shaking hands with Mr. Zhou of Street Tech, Bai Wu said hello and gave his name to a new acquaintance. Qing'an gaped in surprise as she watched today's opponent, not understanding why he was acting so relaxed. 5 minutes later, Qing'an and Bai Wu were sitting at the table, and the girl praised the guy for his actions with the guests. Honestly speaking, the lady was very surprised at how quickly the young man managed to find a common language with high-ranking guests. While holding a glass of red wine, Bai Wu mentioned the lack of much difference between people of the upper and lower classes. Qing'an, who was quietly grinning, doesn't agree, because the difference between the classes can be seen even with the naked eye. While the guests of the event were having an interesting time in the Great Hall, talking and sitting at tables, a shaven-headed man entered. Calling the gentlemen and ladies to go to the auction hall, taking their seats, the man announced the imminent start of charity auctions. Bai Wu, after hearing Qing'an call him a redneck and offered to explain the bidding process, Bai Wu rejected all of this because he knows what an auction is all about. Taking out a box containing a Ming Dynasty porcelain cup, the lady announced that she wanted to put it up for auction, and Bai Wu is well-versed in antiques. Quickly pushing the box with the valuable items to the guy, the girl expressed the hope of receiving help from a friend in evaluating the bowl. Bai Wu clenched his hands at the suggestion and asked what he would get in return for evaluating Qing'an antiques. With a wave of her hand, the owner of the Ming Dynasty porcelain called herself kind and allowed the guy to sell the item in her own name. After reminding Qing'an of Bai Wu's own desire to earn money and impress the guests, the young man agreed because this was a good opportunity. Scowling at the girl, Bai Wu rejected her offer due to his personal distrust of her intention to just help him. As Bai Wu stared at Qing'an, he decided that it was best not to trust her, since he was 80% sure that she was trying to deceive him. When Bai Wu picked up the box containing the device, he recognized it as a 100% Ming Dynasty antique with an approximate price tag of $12.5 million. Having decided to find out about the integrity of the auction itself, the young man saw its future success in the same 100%. Letting out a sigh of relief, Bai Wu stopped worrying that the antiques were real and the auction would be fine. The guy thought too much, but if his friend comes up with something unusual again, he has a system for such a case. In response to the box of antique china being promoted by the guy, Qing'an wanted to hear his agreement or denial, in the latter case promising not to be kind. With a smile on his face, the young man immediately agreed, because he loves kindness very much. The shaven-headed man was preparing to present the first lot of the charity auction when Bai Wu walked up to him. Looking back, he saw Qing'an looking at him with a look that was hard to read with emotion. Going to the Ming Dynasty Bowl auction, it seemed to the person that Qing'an was 100% planning a bad thing against him. Bai Wu thought about the need to think about the bad things, and the auction organizer announced the guy himself as the representative of the first lot. Approaching the counter, the guy held authentic antiques in his hands and was 100% sure of his success. Before giving a speech to the assembled auction participants, Bai Wu decided to learn about potential tricks in his direction from Qing'an. With a big smile, the guy greeted all the people present at the event and said his name. After announcing his desire to present his own lot to the public, Bai Wu lifted the lid and revealed a roll of toilet paper. A feeling of fear and at the same time a strong sense of bewilderment came over Bai Wu at this unexpected moment. One guest was surprised by the lot in the form of toilet paper at the auction. Another man ironically appreciated the efforts of the organizers to create such an atmosphere. Bai Wu couldn't help but stare at the large crowd, and he knew that there was clearly something bad lurking here. Being so terrified, Bai Wu couldn't even move, but he had calculated everything and felt the antiques in the box. And suddenly the young man was struck by a sudden and intelligent thought, which gives a reason to quickly understand everything. Bai Wu recalled how before going to the auction, Qing'an had asked him to pick up an earring that had fallen right next to his foot. As soon as the naive Bai Wu went down to pick up the earring that was actually on the floor, Qing'an quickly changed the boxes. Covering his face with his hand, Bai Wu recalled this exact moment, not doubting the cowardly act of the friend who had invited him to the auction. Realizing how far Qing'an had gone, he looked in her direction and saw the girl's satisfied expression. The shaven-headed host of the event mockingly asked the guy if he intended to go to the toilet if he brought a roll of paper with him. At this time, Qing'an was drinking a cocktail and laughing with Bai Wu. She was sure of his complete disgrace. In case of escape, the guy will disgrace himself even more. He needs to find a way out of the situation, come up with something. Anyway, today is ruined. Urging Bai Wu not to create a show, the guests reminded him that they were going not to watch him fool around, asking the host to remove the unfortunate person. The host was forced to call Bai Wu down after voicing the guests' demands. Clenching his fist, the frustrated Bai Wu couldn't just give up and drop his hands after such an unpleasant moment. In an attempt to force himself to remain calm, Bai Wu hoped for a way out of this situation, given the 100% success rate of the auction. Realizing that it is impossible to rely on the system in the current situation, the guy decided to use his skills and abilities. In addition, it is not for nothing that the young man spent so many years writing all sorts of books. Smiling, Bai Wu took a roll of toilet paper in his hand. And even if the guests saw it like this, it was a very important thing for the young man himself. Some of the auction guests were surprised by this unexpected turn of events, while others listened to Bai Wu with a kind smile. Qing'an watched her friend's performance with obvious displeasure, not understanding what he was up to this time. Continuing his speech, the guy assured that the guests might not believe how, as a child he, a tall, handsome, and courageous man, cried. One day the boy was walking home, and the classmates standing behind him laughed at his tears and insulted the girl for her daily sobs. In such a sad state, he appeared before his own parents, continuing to sob bitter tears. The boy's mother put a bowl of noodles and an egg in front of him in honor of his birthday, and the father gave his son a new roll of toilet paper. After stopping eating for a while, little Bai Wu asked his father why he had given him a roll of toilet paper in particular. Calling his son a real man, the parent patted him on the head and reminded him that such people never cry. The next time Bai Wu wanted to cry, his father advised him to wipe his tears with paper, because he would always support his son no matter what happened. The puzzled boy picked up the roll and looked at his parents in surprise. After that, the guy's parents left this world, his family lived in poverty, and Bai Wu was left with debts and this roll of toilet paper. Sighing, the guy told about the experience in his soul of the desire to cry at the memory of his own father. After enduring a huge amount of life's adversity, Bai Wu continued to remember his father's instructions and remain strong in spirit. So, step by step, Bai Wu walked towards his goal, and finally here he is, and half a roll of toilet paper is his evidence of struggle. Today, on this important day, the young man made a serious decision to sell this roll at a charity auction. When the guy finished the touching speech, some of the guests reacted indifferently to it and remained silent. Qing'an stared at her familiar antique dealer in amazement, not understanding how he managed to do this. Noticing how other people present at the event turned away and drank wine, the girl was delighted with the defeat of the guy. Due to the lack of standing ovations and applause, Bai Wu decided that he had failed again, and failed in the task of getting out of the scrape. Suddenly, a man in a suit and smoking a cigar praised the story of the person he liked, which touched him, and offered 10 million. This pleasant comment made Bai Wu happy, even though he didn't quite believe what the gentleman said at first. The shaven-headed host was congratulating the lucky guy on his victory, and Bai Wu looked at him and didn't understand why he looked so much like a donkey. Exhaling happily, Bai Wu praised himself for having experience in writing novels, but at the same time felt a little ashamed. Glancing to the side, he saw Qin Qing still standing there, waiting for him. Suspecting the girl's desire to set him up, the young man chuckled, being prepared for such meanness on her part. Going out with a bag, the lady agreed with the opponent's luck this time, but asked to remember that luck is not infinite. Bai Wu watched not only Qing'an leave, but also all the other people leaving the auction hall. With a sigh, the young man perceived the plan to meet famous guests at a social event as a failure. After remembering his friend Qin Qin from the past, the young antiques connoisseur thought that without her, no one would pay attention to him. Tilting his head, the unfortunate guy was thinking about the future, when suddenly a luxury red sports car stopped next to him. Turning his head, the young man saw Mu Ye driving the car, and the same man who had bought his toilet roll. Immediately recognizing this well-to-do and solid gentleman, the young man couldn't understand why Mu Ye was standing next to him. A few seconds later, a sports car with a man and a woman headed towards the exit from the parking lot. While thinking about the connection between the two, Bai Wu found out about Mu Ye's joint business with this gentleman and their upcoming wedding. Assuming an improvement in his own abilities, Bai Wu compared it to the system upgrade. After hearing about Mu Ye's impending marriage to a man, Bai Wu understood the reason for her cold behavior towards Qin Qin, and now everything was clear. Since it is so difficult with the rich, the guy decided not to go to them. For him now, the most important thing is to earn money in peace. As he strapped himself into the driver's seat, Bai Wu thought about finding help from antique dealers, since he didn't know much about this area. Immediately, the young man recalled his familiar merchant Lao Wang, not knowing if he had managed to find anything interesting recently. After being notified of the seller's possession of valuable items, Bai Wu was overjoyed, finding it surprising that the guy was getting rich from the excellent search for the merchant. The next day, Lao Wan was talking to someone on the phone and hurrying a certain person whom he had been waiting for several hours. After finishing the phone call, the salesman exhaled, not knowing who was standing behind him at that moment. Turning around, Lao Wan saw the smiling Bai Wu that he hadn't expected to meet at the antique pavilion today. After recognizing an old acquaintance, the merchant asked him to leave immediately. "There is nothing for Bai Wu person today." Still smiling, the young man urged Lao Wang not to be so vindictive because he had come to discuss cooperation between them. To the baffled salesman, Bai Wu reminded him of the eternal luck of the one that always makes Wang find expensive antiques, and the guy can determine their true purpose. Reminding the boy of how he had already used the merchant twice, Lao Wang sat half-starved while the crafty youth ate meat and soups. Holding up a threatening finger, Lao Wan is displeased that Bai Wu is looking for cooperation between them after all this. Lao Wan had continued to hate Bai Wu for the past 2 times, and if the young man continued to persuade the merchant, he might get into a fight. Closing his eyes and lowering his head, Bai Wu thought about the purpose of his trip to the pavilion. He didn't need to swear, but to calm down first. Realizing the need to take advantage of the opportunity while it was still available, the guy counted on Lao Wang's own arrival to him soon. At that moment, 2 men passed by the upset young man, and the merchant asked them why they had been walking for so long. Looking back, Bai Wu saw out of the corner of his eye that the merchant was listening to the excuses of the companions who had come to see him. According to her first impressions, Bai Wu had the impression that Lao Wang had a big deal coming up. Holding out his hand, the salesman asked one of the men who came up to give him an object wrapped in a white cloth for inspection. The item's owner's companion presented Lao Wang with the 7-star dagger of General Cao Cao himself. Deciding to look at edged weapons, the antique dealer picked up the general's ancient dagger. Bai Wu thought of Wang as a sly person, but he couldn't tell the difference between a dagger, so the level of falsification was high, so he would be able to see the secret and the obvious. Thinking about using his incredible vision to find the flaw, Bai Wu suddenly realized that this wasn't the way to do things. The system showed the guy a 7-star dagger, a scabbard, and separately an emerald, in which there was a flaw. Bai Wu couldn't believe it was a fake, because Lao Wang had been in the antique business for a long time. Bai Wu thought about the presence of something under the stone itself, and was angry about the merchant's unwillingness to cooperate, so he had to show it to him. Grinning, with a wave of his hand, Bai Wu good-naturedly advised Lao Wang not to hide the weapon, calling the 7-star blade a fake. After saying this, the 2 men who had brought the dagger to Wang became very nervous, and the merchant himself didn't understand what Bai Wu was talking about. According to the young man, the seller completely lost his own face by contacting such products. Recalling 10 years of experience in antiques and the ability to distinguish a fake from a real thing, the person did not see damage to the blade or shape. The guy not excluding the blade's originality, Vaughn suspected Bai Wu of wanting to use the situation for cooperation, but the merchant didn't need to. When asked, while urging the merchant to stop, Bai Wu promised to pay the merchant 100 times more if he made a mistake in his work. After gloatingly, Lao Wang, calling the guy Master Bai Wu, offered to open their eyes to the place where there is a fake in the dagger. Chuckling, he grabbed the blade and promised Lao Wan that he would teach him a good lesson today. To the great surprise of the merchant and outsiders, Bai Wu was looking at the so-called 7-star dagger from all directions. While holding the 2 items in his hands, Bai Wu continued to perceive the blade as a combat weapon, and Vaughn didn't understand what it was going to do. With a smile, the boy held up the bottle as if he was about to cut it open with a 7-star dagger. Not only the men who showed the dagger, but also the outsiders, along with Lao Wang, were incredibly surprised by the guy's actions. An angry antique dealer approached the guy, raising his hands, promising that he would not live. But nothing. Putting the dagger almost right in front of the merchant, the guy asked if the man was sure of the existence of a QR code during the 3 Kingdoms period. On the hand, forgetting about the guy, the angry salesman cursed those who brought him the dagger, accusing them of trying to deceive him. When Lao Wan turned to look at the 2 men, he didn't see them there anymore, but continued to resent their bad behavior. Turning his attention back to Bai Wu, who was standing next to him, Wang asked how he knew about the fake. At the same time, the seller of antique items had the idea of hiring Bai Wu of the 2 to try to sell the item. Did Lao Wan think that if he could probably create fakes of this level, Bai Wu would be looking for him? Raising his hand, the young man urged the merchant to think, because Bai Wu also has a talent. Lao Wen sighed heavily and could no longer listen to his acquaintance after the incident. Taking the merchant by the shoulders, Bai Wu reminded him of their agreement, which meant that they were now cooperating, which Vaughn thought was a veiled move on the boy's part. Waving the young man off, Lao Wan talked about the fear of being cheated out by asking Bai Wu to find another person. Frowning, the guy looked directly at the seller and called his behavior as dishonorable. Calling himself an ordinary antique dealer from the market, Wang is surprised by the conversation about honesty. As soon as he opens his mouth, the bigwigs come and explain the essence of justice. The mention of some creepy bigwigs caused Bai Wu to feel uneasy and fearful. Calling to forget about cooperation, Lao Wang told how he pays for good with good, so he can't leave a person's help unpaid. After rummaging through the bag of goods, the salesman allowed Bai Wu to take any items as a token of gratitude for the help provided. Hearing the guy complain about the garbage, the merchant was angry because all this was actually exchanged. Wang took out a red outfit from his bag and asked the boy to look at this keisu that Zhuanzhang himself was wearing. Pointing to 2 cigarette buttholes, Bai Wu asked the merchant in displeasure which theater company he had stolen the costume from. Without any intention of backing down, the man took out a bowl, calling it a Jingyang wine cup that belonged to Wu Sun himself. Bai Wu thought that this bowl was made out of ordinary noodles. He was interested in whether the merchant had any normal items. To demonstrate just such specimens, Lao Wang reached into the bag, promising to get a good product that had disappeared somewhere. Seeing the pile of trash, Bai Wu saw the merchant's life as a failure, while the young man himself profited at his expense. And it is not surprising if Wang does everything on purpose. Finally, the salesman began to get out of the bag wrapped in a wrapper, things that he wanted to show his friend. Surprised, Bai Wu didn't understand anything and ventured to suggest that the merchant had stolen these items while exercising in the morning. Lao Wang intriguingly asked the young man to open his eyes to take a closer look at the novelty. The man then displayed the twin swords of one of the most powerful generals of the Three Kingdoms era, Liu Bei. The mocking Bai Wu's first impression was of a new deception, that the items weren't real. But in the next instant, the guy was very surprised to learn about the absolute authenticity of the swords that really belonged to Liu Bei. When the guy asked him about the original swords, the merchant immediately confirmed their authenticity, but he can't give them to Bai Wu. And thanks to the weapon, Wang will start a new life. Looking at the blades affably, Bai Wu acknowledged Wang's possession of such weapons, calling it a godsend. But with this weapon, Bai Wu suddenly realized that he would definitely be able to negotiate with that very person. The two people smiled at each other as Bai Wu thought about how he could get these important swords. After expressing his hope for a full study of the sword boy, Lao Wan chuckled at his thoughts regarding the merchant's lack of good things, considering him to be envious. Recalling the recent 7-star dagger, and now the twin swords of General Liu Bei, Bai Wu accused the merchant of fanaticism before the Three Kingdoms. The self-satisfied merchant asked the young man to look at the condition of the weapon's shape and structure, as well as the detailed design. In response, Bai Wu reminded the vendor of his similar words regarding the 7-star dagger. Lao Wan was immediately confused and didn't know how to properly respond to the person who had helped him evaluate the fake dagger. Bai Wu leaned over to the antique dealer and asked for his opinion on whether these swords might have a QR code. Instantly sad, the salesman turned his head and glanced at the 7-star blade that was among the other items. The dagger and swords looked exactly like the original, and the creator was described by a frustrated Lao Wang as a magnificent man. Raising his head up, the man remembered the dream of collecting a collection of Liu and Chao weapons and selling them at a sky-high price, but it didn't work out that way. Unable to stand it, Lao Wang shouted out his displeasure at the fakes he constantly came across. The Lord clearly wanted the unfortunate man dead. Due to another setback, Bai Wu suggested that the seller set a price for the swords that the young man needed, but he did not intend to bargain. With a wave of his hand, the enraged Vaughn reminded him of his promise to repay the boy by offering to take the swords as a gift from him. Bai Wu was very grateful to Fat Wang for such an impressive gift, but the shopkeeper didn't care anymore. Glancing over, he saw Lao Wang, who was mentally calling himself a loser, sitting down on a chair and lighting up a cigarette. When Bai Wu decided to look for something that the merchant could earn, he thought it was the right way to go. Otherwise, he also felt guilty. At first, the guy did not want to meet Che Lao, but he turned out to be a good bigwig among antiques dealers, so a simple gift at the meeting will not be enough. Bai Wu visualized a pyramid where the mysterious customer was at the top. The authority Che Lao was next, the guy himself was third, and Wang was even lower. While thinking about his next move, Bai Wu intended to give these swords to Che Lao, because indeed such excellent things will meet a good owner. Carrying ancient swords, the young man was approaching the shop where he had previously met the esteemed master Che Lao. Looking at the shop sign, Bai Wu thought about how he would not meet Che's uncooperative assistants again. Entering the store, the young man saw an employee in a blue dress who was engaged in antique items. After Bai Wu approached the girl, he greeted her and inquired about Che Lao, wanting to find him here. Smiling, the employee cheerfully apologized to the guy, but Mr. Che Lao is busy and temporarily does not receive. Thinking about the old man's desire to meet him when he found out about the guy's visit, Bai Wu saw a 100% chance of this happening. The guest asked the girl to tell Che Lao that he, who had sold the porcelain to Tang Sanchai last time, had come. Noticeably agitated, the store employee asked the young man to wait a little. She would pass on his words to Mr. Che Lao. Suddenly, a loud voice spoke to Bai Wu about his new visit. Starting to get nervous, the young man calmed himself down. Setting up the lack of need to be afraid, he has already come, so you should keep yourself in hand. Bai Wu managed a half smile and waved at Lady Lao, reminding her that they had just met again. Going out to the gym, the girl suddenly began to exercise to the strong surprise of her friend. Bai Wu, not understanding what was happening, continued to observe the lady's actions. Rising to her feet, Lady Lao waved her arms and regarded her grandfather's guest with displeasure. Recalling Bai Wu's frequent appearance on her path, the girl announced her intention to teach the unfortunate man a lesson today. The words of the threat came out like a bolt from the blue, and the urgent alert indicated a 100% strike if Bai Wu continued to stand. Gathering her strength, the girl swung and threw herself at the opponent, for whom such a meeting was a shock. Bai Wu quickly dodged and Madame Lao's fist flew past him at high speed into the void. After buying some time, Bai Wu instantly took to his heels, eager to leave the inhospitable place where they wanted to beat him up. Not expecting such a blunder, the girl grabbed a porcelain vase and rushed after the young man. Suddenly in front of her, Xiao Xiao saw her grandfather's stern face, which she almost hit with an antique object. The girl had already raised her hand with the vase, but in time managed to resist the inevitable, as it seemed, attack. Outraged by another noise from Xiao Xiao, the elderly man loudly demanded that his granddaughter put the vase back in its original place. Reminding her of how her behavior was getting worse and worse every day, the old man ordered his granddaughter to go home and think about everything. Bai Wu, who had witnessed the brief conversation between the relatives, saw Xiao Xiao glaring at her. Turning in the direction of her grandfather's guest, the girl threatened the guy not to get in her way again. Seeing the girl out of the corner of his eye to the door, the guy sighed with relief, thinking about the rival that she would not just leave here. After moving to her preferred distance, Xiao Xiao looked in the direction of her grandfather and Bai Wu, who were talking. After leaving the store and being near the door, the girl looked at the sign, thinking about the impossibility of just leaving. The old man was apologizing for the silly granddaughter who was spoiled and spoiled by her grandmother. Bai called her sincere, linking it to her temperament, which is very good. Looking at Che Lao, one could tell what he was concerned about, but the system still didn't read people's thoughts. It was only now that Bai Wu found out that the system had such an incredible feature that could help him a lot. The host invited the young guest to follow him up the stairs and talk about important matters in the tea room. Soon they came to a large and spacious hall with an unusual wooden table and chairs in the form of stumps. Looking around in admiration, it was no surprise to Bai Wu that Mr. Che's tea room was so unconventional. Pouring tea into small cups, the old man again apologized to the guest for the inappropriate behavior of his granddaughter. Seeing the man apologizing to him again, Bai Wu also took it as a courtesy, even though the old man might just be throwing dust in his eyes. Due to Mr. Bai's regular visit, the old man thought that he must have brought him a certain gift or item. Picking up an ancient sword from the Three Kingdoms era, Bai Wu respectfully asked Mr. Che to take a look at the rare gift. The owner of the cabin carefully took the cold weapon and did not seem to understand what exactly he was holding in his hands. But in the next moment, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and Che Lao recognized the unique item of the Three Kingdoms period. In Bai Wu's opinion, nothing is hidden from the keen eye of a scholar, and such an extraordinary item is perfect for him. While the man was talking to Mr. Bai Wu about the Three Kingdoms swords and their price tag of 5 million, the young man thought of Liu Bei. If the swords belong to Liu Bei, the price for them will increase tenfold. Bai pointed to the rare sword bestowed to the hero, and to a person with the highest virtue, these swords he gives to the old man. Urging the guy not to flatter him, Mr. Che Lao informed him about the fabulous price if the guy decides to sell the weapon to an international buyer. In Bai Wu's understanding, the only way for antiques to go is to meet a good owner, so these items must belong to the old man, and the guy wouldn't sell them for a lot of money. Hearing these words, the elderly man cast a curious glance at the guest and placed the ancient sword on the table. Mr. Che Lao offered the owner of the antique swords a cup of tea as he sat down on a wooden chair. Thinking about whether Che Lao's swords were interesting or not, the young man didn't rule out the old man's dissatisfaction with the guest, but he liked the weapon, and the level of the second one didn't exceed 10%. With a warm smile, Mr. Lao said that he was not ready to accept this gift from Mr. Bai Wu, even though it was very expensive. In friendship, a man valued actions and relationships and not expensive gifts, hoping for the friendship of noble people between them. Perceiving the words of the owner of the house as a direct refusal, the young man became nervous, believing that discontent is an inequality for friendship. Looking in the direction of the virtual system, the unfortunate Bai Wu lamented his lack of status. Writing symbols on a piece of notepad, the old man talked about how the guy was still trying to finish him off. Mr. Che Lao handed the guest a piece of paper and, calling the swords good, promised to pay their market value in the amount of 5 million. If Bai Wu found some good things again, he could bring them to the old man, who is an authority in this matter, and he treats the scholar like he treats Wang. The guy thinks his grandfather wants to be on the same level as him. Recognizing the old man's point, Bai Wu decided to turn the situation around, not giving him any reason to think badly of the old man himself. The young man then cast a glance in the direction of the open door, where Xiao Xiao, who had been struggling with him, had recently come out. For the grinning Bai, business is business, and if Che Lao has decided to buy swords, then the price is no longer suitable. Nervously, the elderly gentleman asked his guest what he meant now. He recalled the man's words today about increasing the value of the swords to 50 million if the weapon belonged to Liu Bei. Che Lao crossed his arms and asked if Mr. Bai Wu was sure that these swords were actually Liu Bei's property. Answering positively, the guy clarified that he had never met such things and was even ready to check the authenticity of swords with fencing. To the old man, his guest's quick wit was like fire, and he thought of the young man's inheritance as coming from a family of scientists. Bai Wu has confirmed that he comes from a family of scholars, but he doesn't know much about valuing antiques at all, and is only able to calculate at random. Having come to the conclusion about the guest's ability to understand art, Mr. Che Lao wanted to know how much the guy could calculate. Looking away, Bai Wu said that he was counting a lot, and not only antiques but other things as well, and Xiao Xiao was currently listening outside the window. Hearing this, the old man looked in surprise towards the window where his spoiled granddaughter was supposedly located. Looking away contentedly, the guy mentally expressed words of gratitude to the girl, thanks to whom he would be able to solve one case. Xiao Xiao tried to climb up the facade closer to the window on the second floor, worried about her grandfather being tricked by the sneaky Bai Wu. As she climbed steadily, she wanted to hear what her grandfather and his guest were talking about. At the windowsill, Che Lao was looking at her with a displeased expression, and Bai Wu was happy to find out Xiao Xiao's location with the help of the system. Xiao Xiao, who was not expecting all this, looked at her grandfather in confusion and tried to talk to him plaintively. Bai Wu was surprised to see Xiao Xiao, and as if he didn't know about her ability to climb buildings, the angry lady threatened to teach him a lesson. Unable to contain his emotions, the grandfather shouted at his granddaughter, who immediately calmed down, asking the old man to calm down and admit that he was wrong. Jumping down to the ground with lightning speed, Xiao Xiao ran home and promised her grandfather to be doubly remorseful for her behavior. With a smile, the young man expressed his hope for the old man's final understanding of Bai Wu's ability to anticipate events. In Che Lao's opinion, Bai Wu heard sounds outside the window and guessed that it was Xiao Xiao, so he wouldn't believe any of it. After saying this, the young man came to the realization that the old master wouldn't believe him so easily. When the boy asked him what he should do to make the old man believe him, Che assured him that the old man wouldn't ask such a question if he had the gift of foresight. Realizing that Lao had given him a checkmate, Bai Wu decided to come up with something urgently. Otherwise, it was unlikely that he would get a chance to cooperate later. Right now, all the antique connoisseur's thoughts were filled with the desire to convince old man Che Lao. After seeing a success rate of more than 87, the guy was surprised at such a high rate, not knowing how to act correctly. Finally, after a few minutes of intense thought, Bai Wu came up with a plan for what he should do next. If the young man had been able to describe all the antiques in the room in detail to the boys, would he have convinced Che Lao or not? When the system showed a 100% success rate for this plan, Bai Wu decided to do just that. When the guy said that there were 26 old things in the room, the old man asked him to describe them in detail, then he would believe in his abilities. Confident in his abilities, Bai Wu set about implementing his idea of describing the antiquities in the master's room. Che Lao, who was smiling, prepared to listen carefully to the guest, and the latter, mentally grinning, prepared to surprise the man. After asking the system to start giving out information about items, the guy saw everything related to the antiques here. Surrounded by information that was invisible to everyone but him, Bai Wu exulted and emerged victorious from this confrontation. Pointing at the sandalwood set, the young man is sure that it belongs to the Qing Chen Long era. Surprised by such accurate information, the old man only modestly praised the young man. Speaking of the set's previous stay in the emperor's own room and its value of 20 million, the guy urged Che to confirm his words. Having completely agreed with the young man, Che Lao didn't think it was enough to convince him. Picking up a high-quality black jade ink pot from the Reformation era of the Ming Wanli dynasty, Bai estimated it to be worth 10 million. After hearing the old man's agreement here as well, Bai pointed out the use of the ink pot in Shufu Palace by Chief Secretary Kun Juzheng. This information came as a real shock to the old antique dealer, who was looking at the young man with wide eyes. Not understanding how Bai knew about this, Che explained how he spent 2 years searching for this data, studying historical books to identify the origin of the item. With an elegant snap of his fingers, Bai Wu simply calculated everything correctly when releasing such important information. Poor Che Lao almost fell into a stupor from what he heard, not understanding how to calculate something, because it is impossible. Bai Wu cheerfully stated that the old man's ears weren't deceiving him, telling him not to worry because it was all true. Sitting down on a tree stump, Che Lao asked the young man to continue, as he was eager to hear more about his things in the room. When talking about the brush stand, Bai Wu pointed out that it came from the Qing Jiqing Imperial Library and that the brushes themselves were from the Ming period. The turquoise teapot on the shelf was created during the Chengku era in the Song state. Pointing at the antique porcelain, Bai Wu is sure that it is of Yuan origin from the Hutian pottery of Jingdezheng County. The elderly gentleman Che Lao just stood there, looking at the guy with his mouth open in astonishment and his eyes wide open. Since Bai Wu had told the landlord about all 26 antiques, he wanted to know if the man believed him or not. The surprised Che Lao would never have believed such a thing if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Bai Wu cheerfully expressed the hope that the old man would believe him in the fact that General Liu Bei had previously wielded ancient swords. Admiring the boy's flawless performance, Che called the items in the room studied and passed down to him by inheritance. But to confirm the authenticity of the swords with arguments is incorrect. Baffled by the old man's response, Bai Wu fell silent, realizing that the man still refused to believe him. The system's unexpected notification of Che Lao's absolute trust confused the guy, who didn't understand the reason for Lao's bickering. After thinking about Che's likely desire to provoke him first, Bai didn't rule out the antique dealer's desire to use him either. After seeing the next 100%, Bai estimated the cunning old man's intention to use the guy, not being surprised by his authority in these circles and intelligence. Now the young man understood the reason for Che's strange look in his direction. The old man had business with Bai Wu, which was confirmed by the system. After learning about the old man's desire to get an antique item, Bai received an alert about Che's intention to conduct an expert examination of the item. Smiling, Bai Wu informed Che Lao of the presence of a certain item, suggesting that he conduct an examination of it. The elderly antique connoisseur was surprised by these words and wanted to know how his guest found out about this. Since Bai Wu has guessed, Che is ready to tell you, he really has been worried about an old thing lately. If young Master Bai Wu could help the old man figure out whether it was a fake or not, he would be a great help to the man. After realizing Che Lao's difficulties, Bai immediately realized that helping him solve them would help improve their relationship. With a cheerful wave of his hand, the young antiques connoisseur called Che Lao's problems his own problems, promising to give it his all today. Looking at his younger companion with admiration, the man hurried to express his own gratitude. After that, the owner of the house and his guest went down the stairs to the basement. Looking around in surprise, Bai Wu didn't expect to see such a spacious and large basement here. At the exclamation of the guest, the old man pointed out the need to remain cautious because so many valuables need to be well guarded. As he neared the huge iron door, Che recalled how he had once accidentally obtained a vase with 9 dragon patterns, a masterfully crafted masterpiece. After that, Bai Wu felt that the old man was very influential in his field because he kept valuables in a high-class place. Compared to him, the guy and Wang were nothing. When he reached the metal door, the owner of the house began to twist the round handle to open it. After that, Che Lao and Bai Wu entered a large room where valuable artifacts from different times were stored. When the old man told him about the use of various methods and the item he was interested in was still genuine, Bai was surprised that his grandfather had any doubts. But at the same time, dear Mr. Che Lao himself did not understand why everything had turned out this way. He's always worried that something's wrong, so he can't make a deal. If Bai can prove the authenticity, Che will buy the vase. Despite the final result of the planned examination, Mr. Lao will still thank the guest with 10 million yuan for his work. Looking thoughtfully at the owner of the house, the young man was surprised at the old man's suggestion that the guy was only here for money. After seeing the system's notification that the old man was 100% correct, Bai Wu asked Tu to shut up, since his goal was far from being financial. As the two companions approached another door at the other end of the corridor, Che informed Mr. Bai Wu of the location of the item behind the wall. Sighing heavily, the young man with a frown on his face was about to enter another vault. At the old man's suggestion to go inside, Bai Wu suddenly asked the man to enter the basement first. Once inside, Bai Wu saw a large porcelain vase with various images placed on a special platform. Bai Wu's astonishment was boundless, and this incredible thing was truly amazing to him. Pointing at the item, Che pointed out that it was the same dragon pattern vase with a market value of 1,300,000,000 yuan. Sweating with great excitement, the young man cast an astonished glance at his companion, hardly believing in such a huge sum of money. Che Lao hoped for the assistance of the guest and the young man himself, asking the respected master not to stand on ceremony, promised to try his best. As he got to work, Bai Wu looked thoughtfully at the antique vase, trying to calculate its authenticity. Seeing how his guest was looking at the rare item, Mr. Che Lao asked how things were going. Smiling, the young man urged the old man not to rush him, explaining this by continuing the process of making the necessary calculations. As he approached the vase and looked at it from various angles, Bai Wu recalled the system that usually responded immediately in such cases. A little angry, the guy mentally asked the system why it wasn't working today. After receiving the answer that the system only analyzes and generates Bai Wu's questions and not the old man's, the young man asked to determine the vase for forgery and authenticity. When Bai Wu saw the answer that it was completely fake, he asked if there was any evidence on the matter. The proof was located at the bottom of the vase. It was necessary to break the product, and then the chance of finding evidence was slightly more than 4%. Analyzing the information received, the young man realized that 4.24% is not enough. After all, the vase was worth more than 1 billion. Even if Bai Wu knew it was a fake, but a small fraction of 4% would disappear, and he would be caught. As long as there is no evidence to indicate a fake, B couldn't act recklessly. If he sold it as well, it wouldn't raise that much money. It's unclear if an ordinary appraiser could detect a fake. The system reminded him of the lack of an equal method to evaluate the possibility of 1 and 47%. Bai realized that Che would not do it, and the others would not be able to either. And if you break it, there is a risk that Bai Wu will dig his own grave with the slightest carelessness. At the same time, if the guy does not dare to break the vase, then for sure his abilities will not cause the elderly person to respect. Bai Wu looked at Mr. Che Lao with a somewhat puzzled expression, and once again heard Mr. Che Lao ask about the evaluation of an antique item. Smiling, the young man called the vase a fake in the affirmative, which confused the old man, who asked the young man whether he was sure or not. Spreading out his hands, Mr. Che asked the guest of his house if he had any evidence that the vase was fake. In a courteous tone, the young man pointed to the bottom of the vase where the evidence was. Che Lao and Bai Wu sat down and examined the place of the item with the supposed evidence of forgery. As the two men examined the bottom of the vase, the old man reminded his companion that he had already looked at everything many times, but found no differences. As he continued to talk about the evidence he needed, the old man didn't see Bai Wu, who had gotten to his feet, close his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Finally, the guy pointed out the location of the evidence from the bottom inside a large vase. Taken aback by this unexpected thought, the elderly gentleman suggested that it was necessary to break the vase in order to obtain evidence. In a cold-blooded tone, Bai Wu only considers this method to be the only one that can be used to verify the fake. Che Lao, who was nervously thinking about making an important decision, couldn't really say anything to his companion. Reminding him of the pending transaction and the lack of ownership of the jug, the old man said it was important to notify the lawyer. Bai Wu, who is biting his lip, will be afraid of not being able to handle this vase, but he needs to take the risk now. After asking Mr. Che Lao to contact the owner, Bai Wu promised to talk to the person. Having nothing against the young guest's wishes, the old man took out a device to arrange a conversation between the owner and Bai Wu. A man with a gold chain around his neck came to the vault and expressed regret for forcing Che Lao to wait for him, asking what was going on. Looking at this man, Bai Wu thought that Che should be able to handle it himself, but the old man had better stay out of the way, since the guy himself was definitely an outsider. However, Bai Wu had personally started the whole thing, so it was necessary to take the initiative now. Deciding to provoke the fake dealer, he called this Mr. Zhang's Antiques another fake, not a real one. The angry man immediately started asking Bai Wu about his identity, what he was doing here, and where his place was. After giving his name, the young man reported about his own visit to Mr. Che Lao to help him buy a jar of 9 dragons. Zhang explained how he went around dozens of experts who confirmed the authenticity of the vase, calling Bai Wu wrong here and also making himself look cool. The grinning Mr. Zhang asked the young man to explain the shortcomings of this large vase. Exulting with the guest's overconfidence in his forgery, Bai Wu praised his probability of making a mistake. His forgery technology is also unusual. As he was about to pick up the ancient mace, Bai Wu talked about finding out if it was true or false, knowing the risk, but there was nothing left to lose. After experiencing an unusual sensation, Bai Wu confessed to the audience that he had never hit such expensive items before. Zheng ran into Bai Wu as he swung the mace, outraged by the boy's desire to break the jug that he hadn't sold yet. After seeing Zhang's reaction, in which everything is proven, the guy answering his question pointed out the falsity of the supposedly antique vase. Outraged by the guy's impudence, Mr. Zhang is not happy with Bai Wu's jokes here. With such anger, Zhang was ready to melt right now, and for Bai Wu, this is a very good time for one to start. Deciding to hit the jug, the young man shouted that he absolutely did not care about the thoughts of outsiders. Zhang, unable to stop the guy, was forced to watch as the mace that flew to the side of the product instantly broke a huge vase. The terrified Zhang couldn't take his eyes off what he saw on the bottom of the item, and Bai Wu calmly told him to get out, calling him a fake seller. Turning to Che, Zhang wanted to know why he allowed the guy to do this, and the old man asked him not to worry. If it wasn't fake, Bai would personally pay him off. After saying this, Mr. Che Lao looked towards Bai Wu, who was standing nearby. Bai knew what he was doing, and he knew the risk of losing everything, and everything he did today could have huge consequences. Che, who continued his thought, began to warn the young man that if he didn't find proof that the jug was fake, there might be difficulties. Understanding how difficult it was for the old man as well, Bai Wu knew that they were both taking risks, so he hoped for luck in this case. Mr. Zhang solemnly turned to Bai Wu's direction and gleefully appraised his behavior. As the young man continued to break the remains of the jug, he frowned, as if anticipating possible misunderstandings. Grabbing the bottom of the vase, the guy tried to find the same flaw, but did not pay attention to the reverse side of the fragment of dishes. With another swing of the mace, Bai Wu suddenly took the risk of breaking the spot of the flaw if he continued smashing the vase. The system reported a risk rating of more than 58%, which almost made Bai's heart sink because he was so close. Having decided to change tactics, the young man began to knock the ball of the mace on the fragments of the jug in order to find the problem area. There was more than a 13% chance of destruction, and Bai knew that the denouement was approaching, but it wasn't too far away. As he enthusiastically hammered the broken vase with his mace, he didn't see Zhang and Che Lao standing behind him in shock. Mentally unsure of why this was happening, Bai lamented his bad luck, as he couldn't just screw up like this. Overjoyed, Zhang reminded Che of what Bai Wu had said about the fake, but he kept hitting him, and there was no proof, which was a huge loss, and the old man promised to pay extra if everything went wrong. Noticing the dungeon master's gaze, Bai Wu was nervous to think if he really couldn't detect anything. Just as he was thinking about his end, if he couldn't explain himself to the old man, Bai Wu suddenly hit something resounding. Shouting at the top of his voice, the young man was already hoping for a chance to find the flaw. Quickly sorting through the pile of fragments with his hands, the unfortunate Bai Wu couldn't find anything, almost panicking. Unexpectedly, he took out a small fragment of a vase with a plate that corrected the case in his favor. In a solemn tone, the young man, showing a piece of the jar with a plate, asked people to look at it with their own eyes. Mr. Che Lao picked up the shard in his own hands and examined it with concern. In the process of careful study of the plate, an elderly man saw on it the QR code necessary for scanning. The stern old man immediately demanded an explanation from Mr. Zhang, who fell down and refused to believe what had happened. The unfortunate man was being carried away by Mr. Che's assistants, and Bai Wu was relieved to be relieved. And at that moment, the guy remembered about the presence of a QR code in the broken blade, which means that they were produced in one place. Che Lao expressed his deep gratitude to Mr. Bai Wu for the work he had done, who was always happy to help, asking him not to be so nice to him. Handing the card to the young man, Mr. Che asked him to call the number indicated there in case of problems. Lao would be happy to help him. Accepting the card, Bai Wu thanked the man for his generosity and expressed confidence that he would definitely need it. The guy was now completely elated because everything worked out for him. From now on, he has his own full-fledged patron. As he was leaving the shop, he remembered receiving 50 million for the twin swords, 10 million for helping Che. He was extremely lucky today. Resolutely raising his hand, Bai Wu knew that it was time to take the next step and earn even more money. After leaving Mr. Che Lao, Bai Wu drove his car along a wide city road, leaving behind skyscrapers and people. Thinking back to the antique dealer Lao Wang, he thought with a smile about the need to visit this friend of his. Since Bai Wu had managed to make friends with such a powerful antiques authority as Che Lao, Fat Wang wouldn't be able to resist all of this. Having decided to hand over $10 million for the twin swords to Vaughn at once, the young man was confident that the seller's refusal was impossible. When Bai Wu first pulled into the shopping pavilion avenue, a minivan with unidentifiable masked men was seen pulling up next to Wang. The villains began to push the unsuspecting man into the car, despite his screams and attempts to resist. Startled by what he saw, Bai Wu suspected that it was a kidnapping and received a response from the system with a 75% chance of such a case. After that, the group of villains with the kidnapped Lao Wang rushed away, turning on a huge speed in the car. Bai Wu made an urgent decision to catch up with the intruders and turn the steering wheel in the direction their car was heading. Rushing in pursuit, the young man could not leave the familiar antique dealer, thanks to whom he made a good living. During the chase, Bai Wu saw the criminals car drive into the territory of a certain enterprise, surrounded by a long and high fence. Stopping not far from this building, Bai Wu pondered the reasons why the villains had kidnapped Wang. The guy did not rule out kidnapping for ransom, but the probability of such a scenario was only 12%. Bai Wu didn't think it was a big deal, so he picked up the phone to call the police. Seeing the lack of network connectivity, Bai Wu was horrified, because in his understanding, the signal should have been picked up all over the world. The probability of blocking the signal with a special device was 95%, and Bai Wu was thinking about going to this gang. After learning that the fat salesman had a 37% chance of successfully rescuing him, the guy picked up the car door handle to open it. After leaving the SUV, Bai Wu looked at the large building and wanted to see if anyone would dare to stop him. The system reported the guard leaving after almost 6 seconds, after which Bai Wu had to turn right and get inside in almost 4 seconds without being noticed. Once behind the caretaker, Bai Wu heaved a sigh of relief and thought about Fat Wang, who should not refuse the guy who took the risk because of him. Finally, a virtual map appeared in front of Bai Wu, showing the current location of Merchant Lao Wang. When the system pointed out the need to go 30 meters straight and to the right, the guy looked to the side with displeasure. In 8 seconds, the guards will disperse, and within 13 seconds, the young man can safely pass through. While Bai Wu was leaving to find a companion, one guard asked the other one why the boss needed a fat merchant, and found out that they had lost the 7-star dagger because of Wang. The salesman Lao Wang was tied up on the floor, gagged and making unintelligible noises. Suddenly, the window opened a crack, and the merchant turned around in surprise, not understanding who it could be. Not expecting to find a companion here, Vaughn could only watch as Bai Wu tried to sneak into the room with the prisoner through the window. Pressing a quick finger to his lips, the guy signaled for silence, not giving away his presence in the room. Once down, Bai Wu began to untie the unfortunate Lao Wang, who couldn't move on his own. When Bai Wu removed the gag from the captive's mouth, the captive asked in amazement how the guy knew about his location. Then in a suspicious voice, the man suggested that the young man was deliberately following the merchant, and that this was his gang. Unable to control his emotions, Bai slapped his friend on the cheek and criticized him for such words, considering that he had gone mad and had fat instead of brains. A nervous Bai Wu asked the merchant if he knew the intruders who had abducted him or not. Answering this question in the negative, Lao Wang told how he was captured, beaten, and left here in the room. Bai Wu didn't think the system would be able to answer the question about the kidnappers either, and this whole situation wasn't easy. After receiving an offer from the guy to run away, instead of sitting around here, the merchant began to refuse because of his weight and injuries, considering himself not the one who could leave. With a sigh, Lao Wang asked Bai Wu not to worry about him and save himself before going to the police. Remembering how he hadn't gone broke over the 7-star dagger thanks to Bai Wu, Wang suggested that he forget about their feud. After telling the merchant to shut up, the guy pointed out his own abilities that Vaughn didn't know about, and it was easy to get him out. With a spark in his eyes, Bai Wu looked at his friend and reminded him of the previous offer of cooperation. As he lay on the cold floor, Vaughn was mindful of the suggestion, but he only allowed it to be implemented in the next life. Bai Wu lowered the check with tens of millions of yuan in it to the merchant's eye level, and he wanted the merchant to take a good look and get his way. Lao Wang immediately rose to his feet and talked of nothing but 60 million yuan. Vaughn, who had completely cheered up, now wanted to find out the source of such a huge amount of money from the guy. In a raised tone, Bai Wu ordered them to stop talking, indicating that they should leave, and when they escaped, he would give Wang 10 million yuan as a gift. Hearing such an incredible amount, the antique dealer smiled and asked his friend to leave quickly. The bandits walking along the corridor recalled the boss, words about Fat Wang's insignificance and the need to deal with him, and better yet, dig a hole. Inside, Lao Wan and Bai Wu heard the voices of the villains on the door, turning their extreme attention to it. The frightened merchant considered this the end of the guys, but the guy asked his friend not to be afraid, promising to save him. Kicking the door with their foot and entering inside, the criminals were very surprised by the absence of Pennock and his companion, who had disappeared somewhere. Noticing an open window and a rope sticking out of it, one of the bandits suggested that they immediately go in pursuit of the prisoners. Bai and Wang, who were hiding behind crates at the back of the room in time, heard the villains rush out the door after the fugitives. Bai thought he was being witty, making it look like they escaped through the window, and Vaughn assured him that even if they did, he still wouldn't be able to get away because of his weight. Running out into the street, the gang scattered in different directions, began to search for the guys and two hooligans who broke into the room where Van was. The bandits who were fleeing to search for their captives did not see how the merchant, hidden in a pile of stones, watched them go. When the group disappeared from view, Bai and Wang broke out after sitting in the rocks for a while. Stepping onto the asphalt, Bai Wu pointed to the side and suggested that they run there, while his companions sighed with relief, rejoicing in his luck. While escaping, Bai Wu mentally asked the system which way the chance of success was getting higher. Going to the left had a 33% chance of success, and going to the right had a 72% chance of success. The merchant, barely keeping up with the young man, wanted to know if he had ever been here before. Bai Wu, who was only looking forward to freedom, allowed his previous stay in this area. Vaughn doesn't understand the reason why they need to go in that particular direction. He wants to know if they can definitely escape. After hearing Bai Wu admit to having the divination skill and being surprised at not trusting it, Wang spoke about his childhood dream of being special. If they got out, the merchant would be very grateful, and Bai Wu would be willing to cooperate as soon as they got out. Delighted, Lao Wang immediately agreed to this suggestion of his sudden savior. The fleeing guys did not even know that they were being watched by a man in uniform thanks to numerous surveillance cameras. The man who came up to the man pointed his finger at the guy, indicating that this was the Bai Wu. The uniformed man asked about the people sent to catch the youth, whether they had returned or not, wanting to know about Bai Wu's actions. That time, Bai had ruined their plans for the 7-star knife and the 9 dragons urn after finding out about the fake and implicating Che Lao. While lighting a cigar, the uniformed man expressed his confidence that it was impossible for Bai Wu and the merchant to interfere with them, since Che Lao was the real hindrance. Agreeing with Pan Ye, the speaker compared the escapees to shrimp that failed to create large waves, promising to deal with Che by catching him. Suddenly, the uniformed man instantly got to his feet and landed a heavy punch on the guy to his utter surprise. Pan Ye glared at the assistant and called him an idiot for saying that old Master Che Lao had been captured. To the fallen man, a man in uniform promised to shed his own blood if anyone ruined their plans. Thinking about how Bai found out about those items after suspecting Che's influence, Pan Ye realized that the guy knew everything by using a small rat to destroy the uniformed man's business. First, Pan Ye decided to deal with Bai Wu and Lao Wang, and then he would think of a plan to defeat old Che Lao. Wang, who was hiding behind the wall with Bai Wu, asked the savior if they had already made it out or not yet. The road with a lower level of risk has a lower chance of failure, so it's better for guys to go this way, Bai noted. When they take an action, the probability changes. Having decided to take the nearest road, the young man intended to follow the changes. Finally, the antique dealer and his regular client emerged from their hiding place and headed for the exit. As they walked forward, the system pointed out to Bai Wu that there was a 37.6% chance of a successful exit in that direction. As Bai Wu continued walking, he saw a score of 41.8%. When they reached the end of the wall, they stopped moving, and Bai cautiously peeked around the corner, while Wang looked back fearfully. Pointing ahead, Bai explained about the passageway at the end of their road that he had entered through, eliciting joy from Vaughn, who was eager to escape. Looking at his companion, Bai earnestly asked him not to celebrate the victory so early, telling him to be careful. They were nearing the end of the street, where the door to the safety of the exit was open. The closer they got to the door, the more likely they were to make a successful escape, but Bai Wu instantly doubted the smooth outcome of their event. When the boys were at the door, the chance was almost 100%, and Vaughn, assuming the bandits had lost them, laughed, calling the ending of the escape a great one. Suddenly, someone on the other side closed the metal door and left everything else to their boss. The success rate of escaping was just over 3%, and the other routes had plummeted to 7%, much to Bai Wu's dismay. The boy stared ahead with glassy eyes and didn't understand what was happening to them right now. While the young man was in bitter thoughts, his companion, not giving up trying to find the long-awaited freedom, tried to break down the door. Suddenly, a car appeared behind them with its headlights on, which didn't bode well for the boys. One of the villains who came out of the salon laughed angrily at the children's attempts to escape, doubting the possibility of their successful escape to freedom. The nervous Bai Wu glanced at the few bandits out of the corner of his eye and was already thinking about their end with the unfortunate Lao Wang. Without taking his eyes off the criminals, Bai apologized to his comrade for his huge mistake in the escape plan. Calming the boy down, the suddenly bold Lao Wang came up with a proposal to beat up the villains for their crimes. After looking at the well-fed antique dealer in surprise, Bai and the two of them abruptly charged at the group of bandits. The boss of the dangerous gang looked mockingly at the brave guys, and his villains hurried to meet the daredevil, wanting to destroy them. An unequal and deadly confrontation ensued, where Bai Wu was the first to receive a heavy blow to his own face. There was a retaliatory blow from an antique connoisseur to the enemy, got a foot on the chest from the opponent, and Lao Wang, who later hit his abuser. The confrontation was soon over, and Bai Wu and Lao Wan were left standing on their feet in a dented state, keeping their eyes on the bandits. Before the brave guys were also tired as a result of the battle, two villains who did not dare to rush into battle again. First, a cigar fell to the ground, and then the boss himself appeared from the car, praising the actions of the fighting guys. Heading towards the tired Wang and Bai Wu, the leader of the criminal gang demanded that they approach him. With a cry of indignation, Bai Wu charged at the opponent, swinging the stick in his hands. Unexpectedly for the guy himself, the villain threw the young man aside with a deft and lightning-fast blow. The less powerful Lao Wang was also lying on the ground a moment later, having been completely defeated by the bloodthirsty boss. Clenching his fist, Peng Ye asked the guys not to stop, because he didn't even stretch his legs. Wang, with the last of his strength, reminding about his great weight, asked to finish him off because of his inability to continue fighting the bandit. Grinning, the gang boss asked the guys not to expect an easy death, accusing them of eliminating his subordinates and hindering him from receiving money. Bai Wu, who had suffered several bruises during the confrontation with the bandits, did not understand how they prevented the leader from receiving money. Realizing that it didn't matter now, because it was time to think about it, the guy decided to get out of here, thinking about the chance of a successful escape. When Bai Wu saw the notice that the probability of a successful escape was estimated at 33%, he thought about what to do next. Lao Wang, who had risen to his feet and regained consciousness, was looking at the young man's thoughtful expression with bewilderment. Having come to the conclusion that his friend had a certain plan, the antiques dealer decided to buy some time. Once on his feet, the brave Lao Wang, recognizing his fullness, is ready to try again to fight the boss of a criminal gang. Without further thought, Peng Ye kicked out at the antique seller, who started to fall down. In addition to this, the man also hit the unfortunate merchant with a strong hand, which predetermined the outcome of a quick battle. Much to Bai Wu's surprise, his companion managed to stay on his feet and still didn't fall, but he was breathing heavily after the defeat. Judging Wang's fight to be decent, even if it wouldn't last long, Bai saw a message that said the fat man was the key to victory. As Bai Wu looked at his companion in front of him, he sincerely hoped that he wouldn't be able to accidentally die right now. After shouting, Bai turned to the fat salesman and called him their last chance, urging him to use all the techniques he knew. Looking at his companion out of the corner of his eye, Lao Wan decided to make sure. Does he really want to see the image of a kung fu panda dealer? Summoning all his determination, Lao Wang prepared for the next stage of the fight against the dangerous enemy. Suddenly, the terrified merchant grabbed the boss' leg and started begging for mercy, promising to pay a ransom for himself and asking for a price. Peng Ye and his companions were speechless for a moment as they stared at Bai Wu in amazement. The sly salesman, taking advantage of the pause and the boss's weakening of his attention, grabbed the man's leg with a wild cry. For attacking himself with a fat merchant, the leader of a criminal group attacked a brave man with shouts of hatred. Rising to his feet, the boss pounced on the unfortunate man who was defenseless against a strong opponent. Bai, remembering the loss of control over emotions and stimulating the adrenaline of enraged people, realized that this way you can exceed your potential many times over. After thinking about the chance of the enraged fat man defeating the boss, he was notified of the 78% chance. Exhaling, the bandit group leader Pan Ye took out a cigar and lit it again, while Bai Wu pondered his comrade's prospects. The unfortunate Lao Wang was lying on the ground without any signs of life, and the boss was throwing up his hands sadly, saying that he hadn't even really warmed up in the fight. One of Panya's assistants rejoiced at the Wheel of Fortune turning in their direction, and his friend suggested that the guys say their last words before their end. Turning to Fat Wang, Bai Wu apologized to his companion, mentioning some hidden abilities in himself. After Bai Wu's words, the battered merchant, barely conscious, tried to say something but failed. Guiltily lowering his gaze, Bai Wu recalled the old blades and called them real weapons. As long as the young man shared such revelations, the chance of a successful escape was almost 7%. At Bai Wu's reminder of the check stating the actual price of the swords, Vaughn regained consciousness, and the chance of a successful escape increased by almost 22%. Rejoicing at his awakening, Bai mentioned his story to Che about Wang forging antiques, after which the old man promised to kick Lao out of the pavilion in business. The merchant who heard all this became increasingly angry, and the chance of a successful escape exceeded 38%. At Bai Wu's words about the people working for him trying to sell the 7-star blade to Wang, the merchant rose to his feet, and the chance of escape increased by 47%. The revived salesman no longer resembled his former self. Like a berserker, he clenched his fists and insulted his friend. Wang, who was shouting in indignation, was threatening to kill everyone today, and the chance of a favorable escape was almost 63%. After Vaughn's daring attack on the bandits, the probability of successfully escaping from the enemies was over 78%. Having laid the first intruders on the asphalt, a simple antique seller headed in the direction of the boss, who was not expecting this. Both of them were head-to-head and ready for a showdown, and the chance of escape was more than 88%. While the boss was shocked by Lao Wang's attack for the first few moments, the salesman himself looked back at Bai Wu, who was standing behind him. The chance of a successful escape was over 91%, and at that moment, Lao Wang grabbed Bai Wu and dragged him to the exit. With strong movements, Lao Wang knocked out the metal door in the building, and the chance of escaping immediately became 100%. All of a sudden, the salesman returned to his original appearance and was casting glances in different directions. The exhausted antique dealer collapsed to the ground, having lost his strength after an incredible fight with the enemies. Bai Wu followed his friend out of the building, sighing heavily as he pulled out a piece of iron from under his shirt. Looking at the object with admiration, the boy was glad that he had placed the iron under his clothes beforehand. Otherwise, Vaughn would have just killed it. After dragging the antique dealer into the car with great difficulty, Bai Wu complained about his friend's heavy weight, asking him to get up. Leaning against the car, Bai Wu thought about the unfortunate merchant's death, determined to find out more about the bandits, identities, and what they wanted from the two guys. Glancing towards the unconscious Vaughn with a smile, the youth happily announced to Tom that it was time for their collaboration to begin. Boss Pang Ye, who had regained his senses, slowly sat down on his feet and lit another cigar after the heavy confrontation. Feeling angry and hateful after suffering defeat, this person mentally asked Bai Wu to look around more often from now on. The next day, in the city hospital, a man's voice spoke furiously about a friend and pointed out his severe injuries, which his friend did not have. In the hospital room, Bai Wu, sitting on a cot next to Lao Wang, asked him to calm down because they were alive, even if not quite in shape. Mentioning those same blades again, Bai Wu told his friend about all the other goods that were fakes. With a smile, the young man allowed salesman Wang to leave him on the street without fail, letting him die if the guy cheated poor Lao again. Unable to contain his emotions, the merchant burst into tears after saying this, calling Bai Wu a crook and a cheater. While hugging the unfortunate man, Bai Wu asked him to stop crying, promising to pay for the damage. Recovering his composure, Lao Wang reminded Po of his promise to take the merchant as an apprentice in order to teach him his own tricks. In response, Bai Wu was forced to remind his friend about his current level, which would make it difficult for him to learn new things. The grinning Lao Wang didn't care. He asked the guy not to forget about his debt to the antique dealer. In response to Wang's offer to give him a small material gift, Bai called him an incorrigible, greedy nutcase. Lao Wang shouted with joy and burst out laughing, calling them the life of an ancient society, thinking it all sounded promising. Suddenly feeling a great pain in his left arm, the hapless antique dealer collapsed on the hospital bed. Looking at his companion, Bai Wu asked him about his knowledge of who had actually abducted the merchant. With a snort, Vaughn explained that there were no enemies in life, and if he knew the kidnappers, he would make them pay for what they had done against him. As Lao sat up, he remembered a previous study of a fake 7-star knife, suggesting a connection. Thinking about it, Bai Wu recalled that all the fake items had QR codes, but he wondered what the chances were that all the fake items were made by bandits. Given the 100% chance of fraud from villains, Bai Wu thought about the vast experience of a group that knew how to take revenge well. Remembering the destruction of two of the gang's deals, Bai Wu learned that there was a 100% chance that the gang was spying on him, and a 60% chance that Wang's theft was connected to the guy. The flustered youth deduced that his fat companion had been captured because of himself, and partly because of the way Vaughn had been checking on these bandits himself. As the frustrated Lao looked away, his friend understood the difficulties of fighting the gang. He had indeed poked a hornet's nest. After looking at the young man sadly and calling him boss, Wang announced the trouble Bai Wu had gotten into because of the antique dealer. As far as the guy was concerned, The fat merchant probably didn't know anything, and since he recognized the guy as a senior, Bai himself shouldn't put him in danger. Turning to his companion in the bunk, Bai asked him to get better, and he kept all the bad things for himself. Happily agreeing, Lao Wang suggested a gradual recovery. When he heard the smartphone on the table ring, the guy picked it up to answer the incoming call. Bai Wu was surprised when he suddenly heard the voice of Mr. Che Lao, who knew about the boy's adventures and was interested in his well-being. Regretting the inconvenience and reassuring them of their well-being, Bai began to connect Che's call with his possible attitude to ancient society. Having reported his own absence from the city for 2 days, the old man believed that the bandits would not easily forgive the guy and his friends so easily. After asking Che about the information about Anda, Bai realized that Stark didn't know much about it, but they were professional forgers with a long history. Casting a stern look ahead, Bai Wu allowed the subsequent developments to be uneasy, judging from Mr. Chilao's words. After asking the guy to wait for him to return, Che only announced the meeting at the specified time, and Bai urged the man to take care of himself. After stopping the conversation with the man, the guy was looking at the smartphone in some confusion, and the laughing Wang turned to Tom. Listening to Bai Wu and Che's conversation, Wang didn't see this friendship as a simple one, and due to their attitude towards ancient society, the boys had to be careful from now on. In the young man's mind, something had happened to Lord Che, and it was related to a group of villains, so it was more complicated than he thought. Bai didn't understand why he was doing this. He just wanted to enjoy life, but for some reason, everything went wrong. Without understanding, Bai Wu was already thinking that he shouldn't have gotten involved with these fakes in the first place, and it's so hard for him to be a good person. While the poor guy held his head in his hands and shook with regret, banana-eating Wang looked at his companion indifferently. A house stood against the backdrop of a large mountain and a dense forest, and black birds flew across the dark sky. Boss, who had recently been defeated by Wang and Bai Wu, was talking about Old Man Che's deep foundation as he lit a cigar. Speaking to someone on the phone, Pang Ye expressed his conviction about this matter, but he wanted to avoid one point. Sitting comfortably on the sofa, the man busily stated the need to come up with the right solution in this case. A man who was talking to the boss was standing in front of a brightly lit large window and asked to leave all this to him and people from the society. The man wanted to use the ancient society to fight them, and the game with Che Lao and his younger brother, with the surname Bai, was just beginning. A few days after the events described, antique connoisseur Bai Wu and his friend Lao Wang were leaving the hospital together. The masked merchant was looking around and telling boss Bai Wu to hurry up, since there might be bandits waiting around the corner. According to the guy, in the morning, no villain would dare to attack them in broad daylight. Wang recalled the strength of these forgers and organization, suggesting that they lay low for a while waiting for Mr. Che. Remembering a certain resort, an antique dealer named Lao came up with an offer to go to this nice place. Closing his eyes, the guy told how he had already thought about it, but he did not see any need for such a trip. As Lao Wang continued walking, he suggested that his friend should be the first to take the initiative instead of just waiting for death. Once in the car, the salesman asked Bai Wu if the guy intended to deal with the criminal gang. In front of the companions, a certain man appeared with a bag in his hand, who assumed that Fat Wang's wife was also giving birth in this clinic. Adjusting the cap on his head, the merchant was afraid of this man, but his team must survive in the fight against a dangerous gang of villains. Quietly resenting his companion's desire to continue hiding, Bai Wu is surprised by the merchant's coolness disappearing. Wearing a black face mask, sunglasses, and a cap, the antiques dealer Lao Wang only said nothing in response. While pointing out his positive status and the negative status of the villains, Bai talked about the need to get more information about the gang and not pry into them without knowing anything. Recalling Wang's words about their dominance in the ancient society, Bai Wu assured his companion of making this a reality. Tearing off his cap and mask, Lao laughed and insulted those who were afraid of wolves and tigers, but dominated by rot. Comparing the fat salesman to an old ratchet, the young man asked him where they needed to get information now. Cheerfully, the salesman thought Bai Wu was the guy who had come to the right address because the north side of the city has its own person for them. According to the merchant, this person has sources, and there is nothing that he would not learn for a certain fee. Just after thinking about similar to the ghost market, as it would be useful, the system called the probability of receiving information 100%. Thinking about Wang's suggestion, Bai didn't know if this informant would be useful to them, even if it involved such a serious gang. The probability of getting information about the informant's usefulness was 0%, and Bai realized the futility of visiting the ghost market. Suddenly, it became clear to the guy that all the information they needed with Van was not coming from this mysterious person. After thinking about the possible presence of someone else in the city, if he was able to help them, Bai got a 100% chance of getting help from the master. Holding his head, the unfortunate young man perceived a conversation with the system as a real torture for the brain. Pulling himself together, Bai Wang grabbed the steering wheel of the SUV in front of his surprised companion and drove forward resolutely. The car of the buyer of ancient antique items was speeding at full speed towards the main destination of the ghost market. Soon the friends found themselves on a small street with stalls where people were selling various goods. It was quite interesting for Bai Wu, but he couldn't understand how anyone could see the goods in such a dark place. The grinning Wang, calling the boss, not understanding the point, described the ghost market as a place for people living in darkness, and here the guy will soon get used to it. After looking at Vaughn's suggestion that he take his time with the informant and take a walk to get used to the place, Bai Yi agreed with his friend's suggestion. As the boys strolled slowly through the ghost market, they didn't notice that a smiling man was watching them from behind the wall. Over the phone, the stranger confirmed Wang and Bai Wu's appearance at the ghost market, promising to follow instructions, receiving praise from the person he spoke to. Hoping to get 100,000 for spreading a few rumors. If you did it for 2, the person was thinking about doubling the reward. Chuckling softly, the man looked in the direction of Lao Wang walking and apologized to him, calling himself a bad friend. As the stranger left his hiding place, he reached behind his back, where he kept a large knife. As the man walked away toward the street, he didn't see a man standing a few steps away from him, grinning for a reason only he knew. Walking along the shopping streets, Lao Wang asked Bai Wu to believe in his exclusivity in the market, and there was nothing that the fat merchant couldn't recognize. To prove his point, Wang turned to the salesman, calling him Old Man Zhao, and inquired about the man's business. In response, the seller only bowed his head and silently continued to do his work with the goods. Surprised by the unexpected reactions to his greeting, Lao Wang only continued to wave at his colleague. Vaughn turned his attention to a new acquaintance, greeted San, and wished him to see his things displayed on his feet. But even this man, to the great astonishment of the antique dealer, did not even greet him. Puzzled, Vaughn glanced back at Sun as he left, thinking all the vendors were people who had taken the wrong pills. Bai Wu, who was grinning maliciously, couldn't help but agree with his friend's words that he was really cool. Wang made the mistake of people, and when he suggested that his friend go further, he called himself a frequent customer at this stall, and he was on solid ground with their boss. Grabbing Bai Wu's arm, the companion firmly pulled him to the salesman, who was looking at his smartphone, waiting for customers. Without looking up, the salesman puffed smoke from his cigarettes and invited customers to look at the product and choose what they liked. Wang happily reminded Sung of how long it had been since they had seen each other, inquired about the arrival of another child at the merchant's, and wanted to buy a number of items. After looking at the people who came over and not recognizing Lao Wang, the man recommended that they go to another store for shopping. Wang, who was really angry, shouted, not understanding his colleague, demanding not to joke like that, accusing Sung of the fact that the man had messed up something today. With a look of anger on his face, Sung demanded that Wang not use his brains on him. He wouldn't sell anything to the customer now anyway. Bai Wu looked away indifferently with his arms crossed, while the evil Wang and Song glared at each other with hateful eyes. Bai Wu took his friend by the shoulder and whispered softly in his ear that Merchant Song wasn't the only one, asking his friend to look around. Turning back, Vaughn saw aggressive people in one direction and maliciously grinning in another part of the ghost market. Startled by what he saw, Lao thought about the risk of not being able to go outside and couldn't understand the reason for people's strange looks in his direction. Bai Wu needed to know that the people here were clearly aggressive towards the two of them. Crossing his arms, the young man frowned ahead, realizing that this was clearly not their day. Grabbing the unsuspecting Lao Wang, Bai Wu dragged him along with him, demanding that he immediately run away from the ghost market. The merchants started calling the kids trespassers, telling them to leave and not come back here again, so that they wouldn't be bothered. Running to a safe distance, Bai dragged the astonished comrade around the corner of the nearest building. In Wang's opinion, there was something strange going on here. After all, he had been shopping here for several years, but his colleagues still treated him mysteriously. Alone in an alleyway between two buildings, Wang glanced fearfully at the street while Bai pondered something. Finally, the guy turned to his friend, demanding to be silent and do what he was about to say. Looking ahead of them, the guy saw hangers with various clothes which they needed right now. 10 minutes later, Bai Wu and Lao Wang, who had changed their clothes, reappeared at the ghost market. The two antique partners were both determined, and Vaughn was also looking around suspiciously. They passed by the shopping malls unrecognized by anyone, and the merchants went about their business, and no one looked in the direction of the children. Describing himself as polite, diligent, and well-liked by everyone, Vaughn sadly perceived himself as a public enemy. Pressing a finger to his lips, Bai Wu begged his companion to keep it down and promised to deal with it all. Gradually, they approached the salesperson they had had a bad conversation with some time ago, who was having a fun conversation with the customer. Bai Wu, who was wearing a hood on his head, bent down and started to take out a small box. Not recognizing the guy, the merchant smiled cheerfully, encouraging the customer to look and choose any product they liked. While Bai Wu pretended to be looking at the vase, he was looking away from it, and so was Wang, who was holding a smartphone in his hand. The salesman told a colleague about Fat Wang, who had become a member of the ancient society and a subordinate of Che Lao, and the latter ordered Wang to break the vase and slander the salesman, calling him a forger. The bald man listening to Sun's story asked in amazement, not believing in the fat man's action. The man who came up to them passed on the rumor to his colleagues that Wang had an accomplice named Bai Wu and told them about the loader that had been thrown into a reservoir outside the city. Continuing to wonder, the bald man couldn't believe that no one had called the police in connection with such a murder. Song called Old Man Che a well-connected big shot, so Wang didn't have anything to fear and just walked around the ghost market. Their third colleague is sure that everything will come back like a boomerang, so Path Wang is happy. But after all the cases, punishment will come to him. The bald salesman, lighting a cigarette, suddenly asked about the source of such rumors and the availability of evidence. There is no proof, but in Sung's mind, rumors don't appear on their own, and everyone is now talking about it, which was agreed by a third person who didn't think Wang was clean. After lighting a cigarette, the man confessed to having rare encounters with Lao Wan, admitting that the merchant was doing all the things he was just told about. Unable to contain his angry emotions, Lao Wang almost screamed at the top of his voice when he heard such words about himself from the critics. Bai Wu put his hand over his mouth in time to drag him away, but the three of them were already paying attention when they heard the strange exclamation. They were once again in a secluded alley, and Lao Wan confidently claimed that the others had been framed, and Bai was forced to agree. When the guy linked all this to a gang of forgers, the corresponding probability exceeded 67%. The boy's eyes immediately opened wide in surprise. Now he was absolutely sure of the connection of the incident with the gang of villains. Abruptly ripping off his black mask, Lao Wang resolutely called them clean here, wanting to recognize those who had slandered innocent antique connoisseurs. For Bai Wu, with his grim expression, this rumor isn't directed at the two of them, but at Mr. Che Lao. Calling Mr. Che a respectable person who doesn't need to be afraid of such a thing, Bai is sure that both of them might already be greatly hindered by it. Panicked, Wang recalled how people had called him and Bai Wu critters, and considered Mr. Che to be the master of both boys, and that would definitely not lead to anything good. Without losing heart, Bai Wu called what happened to them a very dangerous trap, but fortunately, the boys found out about it on their own in time. Putting on his cap, Wang said it was necessary to find the rumor monger and refute it, not knowing how they should look next. Turning to the puzzled Lao Wang, Bai informed him that there was no need to come up with anything. When the guy mentioned a hint from his ability and getting help from a certain master, it really interested the overjoyed Vaughn. Bai Wu didn't know this mysterious master yet, but they needed to find him first. When he stopped, he looked at only one point, as if he was absorbed in this thought of an unknown master. After that, looking around, the young man noticed the absence of his companion Lao Wang, which greatly upset him. Looking around the corner, Bai saw the salesman praising Lao for choosing an ancient box from the Qing dynasty, and even if it didn't open, he was willing to give it away for 30,000. The guy watched his companion with a frustrated look, realizing how quickly he had changed. A little embarrassed, Lao Wang is willing to pay no more than 3,000 yuan for an old Qing dynasty box. In a disappointed tone, the seller called the box a very valuable thing that he could not give for such a price, because he risked going into negative territory. Turning around, Lao saw Bai Wu walking past him, keeping silent and not saying a word to his companion. Feeling absolutely deceived by the merchant, the guy considered him greedy and asked his friend to bargain, since the price of the item is small. Gratefully hearing the companion's call, Lao told the merchant to conduct honest business, so if he didn't want to accept 5,000 by the merchant, he would leave. The man acknowledged Lao Wang's ability to bargain, but he himself would not earn anything from selling the box in this case. As he happily picked up the box, Van was curious about the amount the merchant would like to receive, but Tom got it from his father and is currently confused. Suddenly, a strong hand was placed heavily on a small box in front of Lao Wang, who was still cheering. The tall young man asked the shopkeeper not to sell anything to these two unreliable customers, as he called them. Hiding his face behind the hood, Bai Wu looked at this sudden person, not understanding how he knew everything, and not knowing the person himself. After shouting, Wang recognized the outsider, and calling him Wu Hongtai, asked him about the purpose of his presence here in the ghost market. As Bai Wu kept his eyes on the newcomer, he couldn't figure out who he was, and he continued to remember the importance of finding that master as quickly as possible. Lao Wan immediately put his black mask on his face, much to the surprise of Bai Wu, who continued to run after the unknown young man. Holding his cap to his head, the antiques dealer asked Wu Hongtai why he couldn't buy an ancient box. According to the guy, the item belongs to the Ming dynasty, not the Qing, and its value is about 300,000 yuan. Hearing these words, it wasn't just Bai Wu, his companion Wang, the rare item seller himself, and the people behind them who froze in amazement. When Wang asked Bai Wu who this guy was, he referred to Wu Hongtai as a martial artist born into a family of rich antique dealers that he had once dealt with. Frowning at the man, Bai Wu suggested that Wu had discovered them and was now deliberately picking on them. To Lao Wang, his old acquaintance was a strange and perpetually unflappable person, acting as if everyone else owed him money. Wu Hongtai called all of them stupid blind people who can't understand anything, and he is ashamed of them now. Bai Wu took this as a clear provocation against them, but he didn't really know if the person had seen through it or not. Outraged by the words about the blind fool, Wang is angry at Wu Hongtai, who learned martial arts and became cool, and now decided to become the boss in the world of antiques. Derisively referring to the guy as a martial arts leader who didn't have enough of that, Wang asked if he thought Wu was Jackie Chan or Jet Li. Looking down at Wu Hongtai, looking down at Lao Wang, Bai thought of his comrade as being cocky right now, wondering if he wasn't afraid at all. Vaughn had a 0% chance of not being afraid, so Bai Yi couldn't understand the reason for his companion's confidence at all. With a tilt of his head and then a whisper of guilt, Lao Wang said that it would sound much cooler and more effective in movies. The people standing behind them mocked Lao for daring to threaten a martial artist like that, remembering how they had seen a fat man somewhere. Wang looked at the critics out of the corner of his eye in fright, and Bai allowed them to be discovered. If he continued to stay here, the chance of finding a master would quickly drop. Facing Wu Hongtai, the young man resolutely refused to purchase the box if the young master knew the price of the item. After saying this, Bai Wu grabbed his companion's hand, and they headed out of the ghost market. But suddenly, martial artist Wu Hongtai blocked their movement with his raised hand, much to the boys' surprise. Bai Wu's displeased tone made him want to know what the man was going to say to them right now. With a smile, Wu Hongtai asked the market guests whether they had done it correctly or not. If Bai and Wang didn't deny anything, then the martial artist thought he was right, and they didn't specifically point out the true price of the box, or else they were just fools. Lao Wen looked at the people around him with fear, taking everything as an environment that he didn't like. After coming to the conclusion of exposing them to everyone, Bai suspected Wu of looking for trouble for himself and attracting the attention of the crowd. The system didn't show anything intelligible either, causing Bai Wu to be annoyed, wondering if it knew anything other than characters. When I asked if the box belonged to the Qing or Ming dynasties, I immediately learned about the absolute probability of the Qing. With a triumphant grin, Bai told Wu Hongtai that she belonged to the Qing dynasty when Wu Hongtai had previously spoken about Ming. Accepting the opponent's opinion, the martial artist suggested that the opponent should see which of them was right in the end. Unable to contain his own emotions, Lao Wang, who had torn the mask off his face, shouted, not understanding how Wu Hongtai would know about this. The martial artist does this by a method of verification, and if he is right, then Wang and Bai will buy the box at its true value. Quickly putting on his mask, Lao Wang whispered to Bai Wu, his boss, whether the box really belonged to the Qing dynasty. Turning resolutely to Wu Hongtai, Wang agreed to argue with him, but demanded that the opponent, in case of disgrace to the latter, leave the guys alone. With a cold smile, the martial artist agreed to Lao's suggestion, and Bai Wu was ready to start a new confrontation for himself. Wu Hongtai began to unfold the various fragments of the small box back and forth very quickly. Deftly performing this work, the young master thereby demonstrated knowledge in the handling of such antiquities. Nearby, the customers and vendors of the ghost market, including Wang and Bai Wu, watched him work in real amazement. Bai Wu stared wide-eyed, visibly nervous, at the actions of a guy who knew how to open a drawer, which meant that he was good at what he did. Wu Hongtai continued to study the antique box with sleight of hand and knowledge, moving its components in different directions. Finally, the martial artist informed the two parts of the box, where the outer layer was created in the Qing dynasty and the inner layer was created by a Ming master. When Wu Hongtai came up with an estimate of the antique's market value, he put it at 300,000 yuan. The seller of a rare item in an appeal to the master thanked him for opening his eyes. Bai Wu frowned at Wu and the merchant, and Lao Wang, who had stripped off his mask, shouted as he was surprised by the presence of an internal compartment in the box. In the crowd, one person laughed maliciously with the missing courage of Wang, another praised Wu, and a third, Lao and Bai, seemed to be some familiar types. The person who criticized Wang's lack of courage also seems to have seen them somewhere, and it's funny for his colleague to hear these words given the friend's vision. The terrified Lao shouted at the boss, who seemed to the antique dealer to have made a mistake in his own calculations this time. Frustrated, Bai Wu was forced to agree with his friend this time. They really had a very big problem. The system did not deceive Bai Wu because the outer building was created in the Qing era, but who knew about the presence of another one? It is not clear why Wu wants to frame the guys, but the system won't answer this question to the guy since he doesn't know much about the master. So today, Bai Wu will be forced to retreat without getting the victory in his hands. To Wang's surprise, Bai smiled and, while calling his skills excellent and his eyes sharp, admired the man's knowledge. With a grimace of bewilderment, Lao was forced to call Jackie Chan, as he called Wu Hongtai a really cool guy. Wu, who had won the argument, reminded Bai Wu of his defeat and demanded that he fulfill his agreement and apologize for everything he had said before. To Bai Wu, he seemed like a cruel and arrogant person. He looked intimidating, but he wasn't perceived as a bad person. Furthermore, Bai Wu was well aware of the work of all the members of the Wu Hongtai family in the antiques industry. Just thinking about it, Bai Wu had a sudden thought that could help solve the guy's problem. It was as if an angel's light was shining down on Bai Wu, who was now thinking about the Wu family, where there was a master he was looking for. One of the merchants suspected the man with the cap was Fat Lao Wang, and the other accused the guys of using a special disguise to destroy the ghost market. Angry, the third merchant called the guys scoundrels and said that they did not belong here, and the fourth was angry for the guys' attempts to deceive everyone. Wang, who tried to resist such attacks, demanded that everyone who believes in these rumors come forward, and he will show his maximum honesty. Bai Wu grabbed his friend's arm and tried to keep him from getting involved in a bigger scandal with a group of ghost market vendors. There was a 50% chance that Wu was the right master, but even if it wasn't him, it might have something to do with him. Bai Wu, absorbed in the system's responses, was being watched with surprise by his companion Lao Wang, who did not understand his friend's behavior. Wu Hongtai took the boy's actions as a whim, but he remembered how valuable Bai Wu was to the master. A man with a goatee, who was watching from the sidelines, grinned and sneered at the old man Chalao, whose vision had allegedly deteriorated. Standing next to the man who had twisted the arms of an unknown person, the bearded man was laughing at the guy he needed to keep an eye on. Bai Wu came up to the doubting Lao Wang and reassured him in a matter-of-fact tone, saying that he knew exactly what they should do now. The stressed-out Wang asked his friend to quickly explain more clearly what they needed to do. Bai Wu spoke admiringly about Mr. Wu Hongtai's sharp eyesight and his amazing skills, which the guest of the ghost market liked very much. Crossing his arms and turning slightly to the side, Bai pointed to the box's value of over 300,000 wen to the puzzled people. Casting a slightly surprised glance at the guy, Wu Hongtai didn't understand how an antique item was worth more than 300,000. Looking in the direction of the martial artist, Bai mentioned the rich heritage of the Wu family, and there was no doubt about their understanding of the price. Pointing his fingers at the box, Bai Wu reminded him of its complexity, allowing for the presence of something interesting inside the item. Wu has a similar box. The technique of deciphering ancient riddles has been passed down from generation to generation, and the secret of this thing is open, and there is nothing inside. With a wave of his hand, the young man suggested that the martial artist try opening an ancient box of Chinese dynasties. Frowning, Wu Hongtai agreed to the antique connoisseur's suggestion without further ado. As Wu turned the parts of the box back and forth, he didn't know if there was anything in it or not. Unfolding fragments of the structure here and there, a person allowed even a treasure in his thoughts, without being sure of this for sure. Finally completing his next move, Wu opened the box, which was completely empty inside. Exhaling, the martial artist said earlier that this item is exactly the same as its counterparts in the family, and there is nothing of value inside. This was not the case for the smiling Bai Wu, so he asked the person to allow him to perform certain manipulations on the ancient box. Taking the antique box from Wu Hongtai's hands, Bai Wu continued to smile as he tried to prove his point. The man didn't take his eyes off the young guy. The latter's actions interested him very much. Bai Wu picked up the antique box and began to examine it, moving the parts in different directions. Puzzled, the young man held his head, not knowing what to do next to prove his own case. Everyone was looking at Bai Wu with great attention. Wu Hongtai was still serious, and Lao Wang was fearfully worried about his comrade. One of the witnesses of the guy's work was ironic with his actions, and the second demanded not to spoil such a good box. As he continued to work on the ancient object, Bai Wu also studied the system's alerts regarding the Chinese dynasty box. Suddenly, an incredible new idea popped into the young man's head, and he knew what he had to do. With ultra-fast movements, Bai Wu began turning the antique box over to solve its latest riddle. The guy saw the bottom of the box, which began to slowly sink down, where the secret of this object was hidden. Bai Wu, looking forward to his triumph, lifted up the wooden plate that revealed the box's hiding place. The people around him were all looking at him intently, including the astonished Lao Wang and the still stern Wu Hongtai. Bai Wu's next sharp move was to hold up a wooden tablet to solve the problem that was troubling him. Looking at the inside of the tablet, the guy saw a circle with a small circle in the center and various lines. After putting the record back in place, Bai Wu used his hand to push it back to its original position, but with the image on top. A connoisseur of antiques looked with a smile at the object, the riddle of which he managed to solve. When Bai Wu touched the image, the system reported the lotus flower as the first layer and the maze as the second. Even the craftsman didn't know what the guy was up to, because this box is encrypted with Chinese and Western locks. Martial artist Wu Hongtai was standing in front of Bai Wu, who was still studying the secrets of the ancient item. After clicking on one of the fragments of the drawing, a secret tablet popped out of the item. In the middle, on a soft cloth, there were 3 green rods that could form a small hoop when combined. Astonished eyewitnesses also noticed the presence of a secret item in the secret place, which even the Wu family did not know about. Sighing in relief, Bai Wu exulted as his shame was put aside by the system that he had learned everything from. Solemnly handing the box to Wu Hongtai, Bai Wu confirmed his lack of talent, but indicated that he had some abilities. Closing his eyes, Wu clasped his hands and accepted the young man's exceptional skills, admitting defeat. As Bai Wu continued to think about what was troubling him, he couldn't understand, assuming that the master he was looking for was Wu Hongtai. The boy had come to understand that Wu had not intervened on a whim, and the real master must have been watching them from the crowd. Having decided to speak out, Wu Hongtai is willing to purchase this box and present it to Mr. Bai Wu in connection with his defeat today. A grinning Lao Wang wonders where the martial artist's attitude has gone, as he has previously perceived the person's skills as fake. Eyewitnesses of the incident remembered the name of the lucky guy Bai, and this is the one that everyone was talking about, although he does not seem to look like the one who was already described. Suddenly appearing behind the backs of all the faces present, the same bearded man asked to look at the guy, mentioning the modern talented youth. Bai Wu happily looked at the mysterious man and recognized him as a master who had finally appeared. A smiling man with tousled hair and a white mustache and beard stepped forward, much to the surprise of the crowd. Equally astonished, Lao Wang couldn't believe that the master was here, not understanding the reason why he was here. Only Bai Wu remained unperturbed, as if everything was going exactly as he had hoped before. While people were connecting the master's visit with something serious, suspecting Bai Wu was here, Wu Hongtai greeted the visiting elder. Bai Wu, clasping his hands, also greeted the master politely, having been looking for him for a long time, and Lao Wang looked at his companion with surprise. Flashing a snow-white smile, the elder asked the young man in surprise, "Do they know each other?" "There is no one in this area who doesn't know about the master," as Bai Wu said. "Only a friend of the guy almost made a mistake, but they managed to help him, fortunately." The old man continued to smile, but his eyes were cold, as if the master didn't trust the young man's words. Looking in the direction of the terrified Lao Wang, the elder became interested in the unfortunate merchant, asking about his mistake. The terrified Wang could no longer believe what he was hearing, because the master had always treated him like a fool. After stopping smiling and becoming more serious, the elder let out a sigh without stopping looking at the fat man. Turning towards Bai Wu, the old man asked for the young talent's name, to which the latter replied in the affirmative. Regaining his good-natured appearance, the man praised the guy for defeating Wu Hongtai and is ready to see how Bai can handle him on his own. Without directly backing down, Bai Wu only tried to say that there was no way he would dare to face such a significant opponent. Bursting out laughing, the man praised the dashing young man, but since the old ones also need a warm-up, he suggested that the guy still play. A moment later, the system confirmed that Mr. Wu was the mysterious master that the guy was looking for. Understanding the importance and strength of the old man, Bai Wu was going to perform well for the sake of gaining this master's support. Since the elder personally asked, the guy did not dare to refuse, because perhaps it's fate, asking about the master's desire. In response, the old man laughed merrily, praising the young man for such a move, realizing that he was not a mistake at all. Suddenly frowning, Mr. Wu seemed to stare hard at Bai Wu as he made a wish. The old man took out the banknotes and studied the guys, who obviously did not expect such a move from him. When Lao Wang and his companion saw the banknotes, they stared at the money with wide eyes, not understanding anything. Unable to contain his own emotions, the unfortunate Lao Wang shouted, suggesting that this was some trick from Mr. Wu. Angry for the first time that day, the old man was struck by the merchant's thoughts about the alleged cunning of a member of such a family, considering him forgotten. Immediately calming down, Lao Wan still couldn't understand the reason behind the appearance of these banknotes. Handing Bai Wu a 100-yuan note, Old Man Wu demanded to purchase the most valuable item within 1 hour. Hearing the condition that the winner would be the one who bought the most valuable item, Bai Wu only scratched his head awkwardly. Nevertheless, accepting the agreement, the young man prepared to enter into another confrontation for him. Bai Wu and Mr. Wu walked forward resolutely, while the master himself looked at the opponent searchingly, and everyone else continued to be surprised. Anticipating a decent game, one of the eyewitnesses hoped to see the battle of the masters on this amazing day. The next witness of the bet, due to the small amount of 100 yuan, pointed out that it was possible to buy something for such money only in cheap online stores. A third witness, asking for a friend's opinion on the likely winner, found out about his bet on the master, but also noted the strength of the buy. Walking beside Bai Wu, Wang suggested that Bai Wu look at the azure dragon blade Qinglong Yan Yue used earlier by Guan Yuan himself. Further, Merchant Lao liked the portrait, which he perceived as an original work of Tang Bo Hu. No less astonished, he stared at the expensive-looking porcelain vessel, recognizing it as the 8th treasure from the Ru roasting furnace. Bai Wu remained silent during the conversation of his companion, straining all the convolutions of his own brain to get a chance to solve the problem from Wu. Unable to stand it, the guy turned to his companion and asked him to be quiet for at least 1 second. With a resentful tone, Lao Wang reminded the boy of wanting to help him acquire the most valuable item for 100 yuan. Wang was pointing out fakes, which Bai Wu thought was why he should keep quiet, which Lao explained by the darkness, which made it impossible for him to see the objects. After reassuring his friend with a smile, the guy gave him a promise to still lead them to the ultimate success. Being in front of the goods in the market, Bai Wu saw information about things after calling the system to show everything possible. Curious bystanders watched as Bai Wu, with his hands in his pockets, and Lao Wang with a certain vase stood in front of the old man and young Master Wu. The guy showed a blue and white vase of recognition imitating the Qing dynasty, although it was a copy, but the skill of its author is priceless, and it cost tens of thousands. Listening to the opponent, Master Wu, noticeably nervous, already admitted his own defeat in the confrontation with the guy. Realizing how difficult this guy was to find such a thing, the master appreciated his ability to find an imitating Qing-era vase. Mr. Wu showed them 2 old books published after the founding of the Republic of China. Calling the master a person who didn't take the children seriously, Wang reported the price for a complete set of books at several thousand yuan. Turning to Bai Wu, Wang burst out laughing and called their performance a beautiful victory over Mr. Wu. According to the master, his opponent today's milk on the lips is not dried, and he allowed such speeches to speak. Startled again, Merchant Lao Wang couldn't take his eyes off the Wu clan elder. Waving his hands, Old Man Wu is indignant about the words about several thousand yuan, because for those who know their business, these books are priceless. As he continued to shout, the master called the tens of thousands of his rivals worthless in comparison to the priceless treasure. Not believing the esteemed Mr. Wu, the antiques dealer Lao Wang doubted his words, calling it all a joke. Bai Wu looked at his elderly opponent with admiration, taking his words as if he didn't want to lose today. Bursting out laughing with the youngsters who still need to learn and learn. Mr. Wu was surprised at the boy's courage to question him. Turning around, the man looked solemnly at the nobly timid people, as if he was looking for support from them. The terrified people immediately started shouting about Mr. Wu's victory in this serious confrontation. Wang spoke viciously about the unwillingness of passers-by to offend the old master, but Bai himself, having calculated everything, did not expect such an act from the master. Crossing his arms and promising to stay fair, Wu wasn't about to forcefully convince Perea of the pricelessness of his treasure today. After claiming a draw as a result of today's battle, Master Wu invited Bai Wu to his home tomorrow, where he would get what he wanted. Hearing these words, the young man clasped his hands and agreed to visit the master's lodging tomorrow. The elderly man continued to look at his outstanding opponent, who was fighting on equal terms, with a smile. Turning quickly, Mr. Wu called for Hong Tai to follow him out in front of the astonished market vendors and Bai Wu and Wang. The young member of the Wu family clasped his hands in a gesture of respect before heading off to pick up his relative. Bai Wu's eyes were calm and clear as he looked at the opponents, admiring the strength of this extraordinary old man. Suddenly looking around, Old Man Wu inquired about the guy's desire to find a rumor monger, adding that he had already dealt with it himself. After walking some distance away, Master Wu informed Hong Tai that Bai Wu was looking for him. The old man, and Che Lao himself, was still out of town. Startled, Lao recalled the master's words about how he had dealt with someone who spread rumors without understanding how he found out. At this time, Bai Wu, thinking about the ancient society, didn't know the exact number of members of the organization, but he was aware of his upward movement. Thinking about the likely events of tomorrow, the young man nevertheless looked forward to them with great impatience. Suddenly, Merchant Lao Wang and Bai Wu himself looked at each other at the same time and thought of an informant who might be spreading rumors. The guy also failed to make a call due to the subscriber's disconnection or being out of the network's coverage area. Astonished, Lao Wang could not understand the reasons for what happened because the subscriber had never turned off the smartphone before. The system confirmed 100% of Bai Wu's speculation about the informant, spreading rumors and hiring someone else. Not understanding why Master Wu would put on such a show today, the young antiques connoisseur didn't know if he could help out in the open. Having decided to forget it, it was useless for Bai Wu to think about it right now, since he needed to learn about Master Wu's new plans. Happily, Lao Wang, recalling Master Wu's invitation to his home, asked his friend if they would go there. With a slightly puzzled tone, Bai clarified that he was the only one invited, causing the unfortunate Lao to be disappointed. Wang put his arm around his companion and reminded him of their friendship, and if one goes somewhere, the other follows, repeating the question about visiting Master Wu. Not considering the elderly gentleman an enemy, Bai Wu called his invitation to visit his home an important matter. Approving of his comrade's words, Lao Wang busily called them the ones who are even on their deathbed together to the end. The next day, when they were outside the gates of Mr. Wu's house, the boys admired the view of the palace, and Wang took pictures of it on camera. Unable to take his eyes off the master's dwelling, Bai Wu said that this was exactly the life he wanted. Lao Wang was about to send the photos he had taken to his friends, telling them about his invitation to Master Wu's estate. Smiling Bai doesn't see any reason to brag about visiting the old man's house if the two of them have a much better cottage in the future. Having agreed with his companion, Wang was fully confident of achieving complete success with him. Shaking hands, happy and optimistic children together, headed for a rich future. Quite unexpectedly, when the guys were mentally bathing in gold, an unknown dog put his paw on their crossed arms. The barking dog caused confusion among the future rich, who do not understand how this happened to them. And then the young man remembered the same dog that had broken into the lottery ticket shop where he had won. A strange feeling came to Bai Wu. It was the same deja vu, but the main and interesting thing was still ahead. With astonished faces, the guys looked at the girl running towards them, asking for forgiveness because she was going to fasten the dog. Now truly surprised, Bai Wu recognized the girl as the owner of the dog he had met in the park. Seeing the guy, the lady herself was puzzled because the guy's face seemed familiar to her, and she had already met him somewhere. After that, closing her eyes, she tried to focus and remember where it was all before. Wang whispered to his companion about the lady and whether they knew each other, and Bai got away with a phrase about how he had met her before. Suddenly, the girl remembered and asked Wu Bai Wu with a smile if it was him standing in front of her, and received an affirmative answer from the guy. After asking the girl about the purpose of the guy's stay near her house, the guys were surprised that this place belongs to her. Vaughn wanted to know who she is to the master. Realizing that the guests were visiting her own grandfather, the lady prepared to escort them to his house. After that, the lady with the dog went to the side of the house, and the guys continued to be behind and watch her with a puzzled expression. Somewhat at a loss, Lao Wan assumed that the girl had a desire to lead them, not knowing if they should be careful now. After confirming that the girl had an open personality, Bai Wu also seemed to know that something was wrong with the current situation. After opening the gate and turning around, the girl once again called for the guests to follow her, and Bai Wu promised to follow Master Wu's granddaughter. The trio made their way to the door of the large manor, walking along the neatly paved path as the boys looked around in awe. Holding the dog by the string, the girl looked ahead in fright and could not find her own grandfather. Speaking to Bai Wu, Wang expressed doubts about the girl's understanding of the family where she was born, because it is stupid to lead strangers directly to the head of the family. Frowning, Bai Wu also wanted to know what was going on, to suspect the girl of trying to lead them into a trap. The lady had asked Oreo the dog to take them to her grandfather's house, and Bai, thinking about it, had not ruled out that she was naturally like that. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of the girl, sternly asking her what she was doing here. Noticeably embarrassed, clearly not expecting to meet him here, the girl greeted her brother Hong Tai dejectedly. Gesturing to the appropriate children, the lady told her brother about the visit of the guests to their grandfather, and she wanted to show them to the old man. Winking at her brother, the girl playfully pointed out to Wu that she didn't know where their grandfather was currently. With a heavy sigh, Wu began to remind his sister of his warnings not to bring just anyone home. Young Master Wu looked at the two boys with great suspicion and said that it was especially bad to avoid strangers without relatives. Hearing these insulting words, Lao Wang became enraged and almost started to scold the landlord, but Bai Wu firmly forbade him to do so. Young Wu glowered at the guests and urged them to follow him, since the master was already waiting for everyone on the terrace. The boys followed Wu Hongtai, and Bai Wu waved to the girl, who was left behind with the dog. For a young connoisseur of antiques, it turned out that he was just imagining everything, and this girl is really pure and innocent. After a short time, they came out on the terrace of the house, where Mr. Wu was lying on a sunbed and enjoying the fresh air. With an extremely polite bow, Wu informed the master of the arrival of Bai Wu and his fellow antique dealer in the pavilion. Without turning back to the guests, the old man gave them a flashcard with information on a group of forgers, offering Bai to prove his skills if he wanted to get it. The guy stared at the flashcard in disbelief, as if he saw some unknown object in front of him. Finally, he dared to ask the elderly Mr. Wu what method he could use to prove all this. Knowing about the boy and the old man, Che Lao, Wu had also heard about the young man's talent, not knowing if it was all true. For Master Wu, everything is simple, so he required Bai Wu to take a look at the treasures in his study and explain their value. If the guy's unusual abilities are recognized, Master Wu will give him this flashcard with important information. Looking at the elderly owner of the big house with a smile, Bai Wu accepted his offer to show off his own talent. After that, Master Wu opened the doors of a large room where all sorts of things and items were stored for the guests. Calling the room his study, the elderly gentleman told the boys about how he had been hoarding all these treasures over the years. Clenching his fists in joy, Bai Wu promised to show his best in this case. Walking past the rows in Master Wu's office, Bai Wu began to look at various antiques. Suddenly, an unusual thing appeared in front of his eyes, which made the young man very nervous. To Lao Wang, who was watching from the side of the antique dealer, his companion seemed very serious when looking at things. Noticing Bai Wu's strange expression, Wang Yi became nervous himself, suspecting something strange was going on. Waving his fan, Wu asked the guy if he hadn't found any valuable items in the house. With no intention of backing down today, Bai Wu declared his willingness to review everything carefully once again. Wang nudged his companion and asked if everything was all right, but Bai Wu was thinking hard. Chuckling, Vaughn considered his companion out of shape and asked for permission to help, as he was aware of the value of almost all the items in the office. Closing his eyes and looking smart, the antique dealer Lao Wang came to the realization that he needed to show off his knowledge now. Clasping his hands solemnly, Lao Wang spoke to the elderly Master Wu in front of the puzzled Bai Wu. Unexpectedly, Bai stopped his friend, asking him not to come here, because this is an extremely serious matter. After that, the guy fell silent, concentrating on the valuable items from Mr. Wu's blood collection. The grinning master appreciated the young guest's silence, saying that it would lead to nothing. Anticipating his own victory, the elderly Mr. Wu suggested that people should not have praised the guy in vain. Seeing the upset expression on his companion's face, Lao Wan once again came up with the need to intervene in the office. Since two heads are better than one, Wang was thinking of saying a few words to Master Wu to appease him, since rich people are so conceited. Noticeably impressed by the bust of the Buddha, Lao Wang described the statue as beautiful because of its origins in the Northern Wei dynasty. After picking up the bust of the Buddha, Wang was struck by how rare and unique it was and considered the item priceless. Master Wu, his eyes still on Bai Wu, chuckled and asked if it was the head they were talking about right now. In Bai Wu's opinion, the bust was fake, and it was well preserved because it was only a few decades old, and the approximate price of the item was 30,000 yuan. The astonished Lao Wang, still holding the statue in his hands, could not believe the words of his friend about its forgery. Even if it was fake, Vaughn didn't approve of Bai Wu's approach of speaking so bluntly, so he made the decision to correct it. Laughing, the merchant reminded him that tigers even miss, and there is no wise man who has never made a mistake. As he continued to look at the rest of Master Wu's collection, Wang noticed things that interested him greatly. Picking up one item, the merchant admitted that he had never seen such a thing before, and it would have taken center stage in the exclusive hall of the museum. With a smile on his face, Wang rejoiced at Master Wu's good fortune to witness such incredible things at home every day. Bai called it a copy of the spring and autumn period candle holder, a fake that was popular 20 years ago and costs 100,000 yuan. The wretched antique dealer had only to be horrified by another fake in his hands. Everyone in the room fell silent, and both Bai Wu and Master Wu looked at poor Lao Wang with gloomy expressions. By allowing for the end, Wang allowed for Mr. Wu's intention to destroy it with his own eyes, determined to fix it quickly. Calling Wu an excellent master of calligraphy and painting, Wang is uneasy, confident in his ability to break through bronze, and not everyone is as gifted as the owner. Lao Wang became nervous and then looked at the parchment with hieroglyphs hanging on the wall, calling it an excerpt from a book. Wang then asked Comrade Bai Wu a bit sarcastically about the impossibility of forging calligraphy. Bowing his head and closing his eyes, the young man quietly called this manuscript a forgery in esteemed Master Wu's office. The astonished Lao Wang, frightened, took these words as a joke, not understanding how a sheet of hieroglyphs could be fake. Noticing that Mr. Wu had suddenly fallen silent and was lost in thought, the nervous Wang quickly covered his mouth with his hand. After that, the merchant whispered to Bai Wu about Master Wu's possible doubts about the boy's abilities. Otherwise, how would they have been faked? After asking his friend if he was wrong, Wang called Master Wu an important person, so it was best not to make him angry. The master might be an old man, but he could easily destroy the guys in Van's mind without breaking a sweat. Pointing out the fake calligraphy last year, Bai mentioned using a fake painting recognition technique, but it would also cost millions to fake. To prove his point, Bai Wu approached one of the vases and called it an imitation of the Ming dynasty. The next beautiful and colorful vase was also described by Bai Wu as a fake of the Qing dynasty. The young man then saw another interesting item, identifying it as a fake jade from the era of state enmity. Master Wu slammed his fan down on the table and rose to his feet with a menacing expression that promised no good to the boys. The unfortunate merchant, Lao Wang, was immediately taken aback and could not find a place in the large study of the owner of the house. Turning towards the elderly gentleman, Bai Wu mentioned the presence of 73 antique items in the room. When Bai Wu coldly called all the items in the study room fake, Van couldn't believe it. It seemed impossible to him. In a threatening voice, the old man said to Bai Wu that his guest really wanted to call him Wu Bufan, that the young man wanted to call him the head of the family in the 17th generation, the one who managed to collect a collection of fakes. Approaching the master from behind, the unfortunate Lao Wang asked Mr. Wu to understand that this was not what his companion meant. Coolly, Master Wu waved his hand, pushing away the terrified Lao Wang, who was trying to stand up for his companion and friend. In a scary voice, the master asked Bai Wu if he was really that confident. With great difficulty, the young man swallowed the lump in his throat and finally, in an almost firm voice, called all the items fake again. Bai Wu and Master Wu, who had no intention of backing down, glared at each other like lightning. Only Wang was lying on the floor unconsciously. For some time, the two opponents continued to stare at each other, with no intention of retreating back. After regaining consciousness, Lao Wang urged Mr. Wu not to get angry, explaining everything that had happened as a simple misunderstanding. After telling Bai Wu about his lack of sleep, Wang explained his friend's bad mood, linking it to an inadequate analysis of the master's collection. After asking Bai Wu in his own mind, how could a great Master Wu have made a collection out of fakes alone? Agreeing with his friend about this, the young man knew about the probability of 7.7%, but whether the system could be wrong. It also allowed for the possibility of obtaining a master's fake today, but Bai Wu didn't know how to do it. A visibly frightened Lao Wang asked his friend to quickly apologize, or they would definitely not leave here alive, but Bai just kept quiet for now. As he glanced at Master Wu, he was already thinking about leaving this house, where he had smashed the owner's treasures to smithereens. The young man looked at the master with obvious suspicion, wanting to know about the cards that the master might be hiding here. Leaning over the young man, Master Wu announced that he was giving him his last chance to date. The old man glared at the guy with a serious subject's gaze, wanting to find out from him whether the treasures were real or not. Summoning all his willpower, antique connoisseur Bai Wu begged Master Wu's forgiveness and resolutely called his items fake. The elderly gentleman immediately became angry upon hearing these words. Bai was also harsh, only the unfortunate Wang thought that they would end here. Now Mr. Wu wants to know if his young guest is ready to take responsibility for these words. Raising his hands in fear, the antique dealer Lao Wang called out to Bai Wu and Master Wu to calm down immediately. Unable to contain his own emotions, the elderly host grabbed poor Wang's arm, causing him to cry out in great pain. After that, the old man looked at the guy, who instantly froze, as if he didn't know what to do in this case. Calling Wang someone who had nothing to do with what Bai Wu himself had said, the young man asked the master not to punish the fat merchant just for coming together. Hearing this, the old man thought for a moment, but then he let go of the unfortunate Wang, who quickly ran away. After agreeing with the guy and giving him an unusual smile, Wu urged Bai Wu not to blame him for something else. Suddenly, the elderly man took up a fighting stance and prepared for the battle that he was going to emerge victorious in. The guy who didn't expect this looked at Master Wu in amazement and started waving his arms. Bai Wu, who didn't have much combat experience, could only try to prevent the old man from hitting him. The young man, who was experiencing wild fear at this terrible moment, thought about the system, not believing that it would make such a strong mistake. Falling to his knees, Bai allowed Mr. Wu's reluctance to help him. Although he was definitely the master that the young man was looking for, his actions were unclear, and the house was also full of fakes. Meanwhile, the nimble antique dealer Lao Wang was sneaking up and calling Bai Wu. Angrily, Wang told the old man not to touch the merchant's brother, or else the merchant would have been responsible for all this. Bai Wu, meanwhile, could only see the master's feet in front of him with a blurred vision, not understanding what was happening and not knowing what Wu was trying to achieve. Again, in a menacing voice, the master asked the guest about his personal opinion about forgeries, whether he would change it or not. Entired Bai Wu's understanding, an original can never become a fake, and a fake item can never be an original, and he can't change that. After looking at the young man sternly, the old man suddenly laughed out loud to the entire room where they were. With great sadness, the unfortunate guy thought about today as such, as if it was his last day of life. Suddenly, another elderly man with a gray beard came into the room and called old man Wu too harsh. The man approached the kneeling Bai Wu and touched his back with a finger. Bai Wu then coughed violently, as if something unusual had brought life back to his body and soul. With surprise, the guy turned around and saw Mr. Che, who said that Master Wu had touched an acupuncture point and blocked the airway. Chuckling, Wu called the guy a cute student of Che's, which the old man approves of, but he's in bad shape, because the master didn't even put in the effort. Che looked at Wu in disbelief, but the latter grinned at his colleague's tense appearance, urging him to relax sometimes. Lao Wang, who continued to worry about his friend, again clarified Bai Wu's condition, but the latter immediately reassured the merchant, saying that everything was fine with him. Unable to stand it, poor Wang sat down on the floor and burst into tears, giving free rein to his emotions because he was so afraid for his faithful comrade. Turning around, Lao Wang saw Old Man Che, Bai Wu himself, and Master Wu watching him with displeasure. The owner of the house looked with a stern look at the fat guest, who was experiencing great stress and fear from such behavior of the master. After that, Mr. Wu suddenly grabbed Lao Wang by the scruff of the neck, which he did not expect at all. It wasn't until Bai decided to ask Mr. Che about him and Master Wu that he heard from the old man about their long-standing acquaintance and a request for Wu to take care of the boy. Since Master Wu was worried about the choice made by Che Lao, he decided to check on the young man. Enthusiastically, Master Wu confirmed the words of his longtime friend by announcing a trip to the ghost market. Bursting out laughing, Wu described himself as a great actor, pointing out the appearance of the guests who looked so scared. Lao Wang was delighted and called the master a cool actor because he was so scared, while Bai Wu and Che were silent. After hearing about Wu's desire to reward him for his tongue-tied behavior, Wang asked what exactly, after learning about 10 million for himself and 50 for Bai. When the merchant heard this ratio, he stopped being happy, not understanding why he was only 10 million and his friend was 5 times more. According to Wu, everyone gets as much as they put in, but if Wang is willing to show off his skills, then the master might change his mind. As Bai Wu watched Master Wu and his companion Lao Wang having a good time, he was mentally rejoicing at the happy end of this test. Mr. Che leaned over to the guy and asked if the guy probably wanted to find out the reason for the presence of some fakes in this place. Responding to the older man's suggestion, Bai told the older man about his own surprise when he appeared in the master's office. Turning to the owner of the house, Che asked him to explain to the guests why there were only fakes in the manor. Master Wu immediately thought about the answer, and Merchant Lao Wang, holding his hands, eagerly waited to find out the reason. Everything is gathered here, not only for the sake of verification, but masters must recognize falsehoods without losing their honor and beliefs, and be vigilant so that the demons of self-interest do not consume them. Each item in the cabinet can be a work of art, but the masters must distinguish them, and Wu himself collects these items to learn their techniques. His next goal is to harden his character, and most importantly, many of the exhibits were created by members of the same gang. It's called Qinggongtang, and it's this fraud group that Bai Wu is looking for. Surprised by Master Wu's study of the enemy's work, Bai allowed for the possibility of dealing with them by knowing the forgers' methods. Casting a glance in the guest's direction, Master Wu praised him good-naturedly, agreeing with his young guest's thoughts. After that, Master Wu explained that his office, where all of them are now, is called the Room of Lies. Understanding the meaning behind collecting fakes, Bai was more concerned about something else when using the system to calculate and whether the Wu family might have a connection to the gang. Not considering the master to be related to the gang, Bai allowed contact with the gang of someone from his family. The system was silent, so we need to find this person. Squeezing his hand, Bai Wu bowed respectfully and asked Master Wu's permission to learn from him. Raising his hand, Mr. Wu asked for no formalities. He likes this child of Mr. Che's. Recalling the existence of Old Man Che's suggestion, Wu would say yes to it, but Bai Wu didn't know about it. Turning his head in the young man's direction, Mr. Che introduced himself and Wu as official representatives of the ancient society. Che would invite the boy to join them as a full member, and Wu would point out Bai Wu's honor and skills, which was why he was a good match for them. Hearing about the membership of the Antique Society, a young connoisseur of antiques was delighted, deciding to accept on this wonderful day. For Bai Wu, becoming a full member of the ancient society didn't sound bad at all. It could help achieve his goals. Wang took his friend's shoulder and asked Bai Wu to calm down, because this was just the beginning, and there were thousands of people in the ancient society. Lao Wang was also a member of this organization, but he did not brag about it, asking a friend about it to convince him that he was right. Frowning, Bai Wu recalled how Wang hadn't bragged about this membership before any more than he did now. Laughing, Che considered Mr. Bai Wu's talent and abilities, so both the old men allowed for the possibility of the boy becoming a core member of society. Wu also considered the guy worthy of more, and suggested that everyone present in his office should quickly catch the gang of forgers. After hearing from the elders about their desire to make Bai Wu a core member of the ancient society, both the boy and his companion cried out in surprise. To Wang, Bai Wu's basic membership in the ancient society seemed like a practical joke, and the lucky one himself wanted to know about new companions. The nervous antique dealer turned to his friend and called the main members of the organization big shots. Even the decisions of the president and vice president of the society will yield to the result of the vote of the main members, which is why they bear this name. According to Lao Wang, being a core member of ancient society means being a leader, but Bai Wu's candidacy caused the antique dealer to have some doubts. With a hint of concern, Bai Wu asked Wang where he got all this information from. Suddenly taking off, the fat antique seller ran towards Master Wu, who was standing in front of him. Pointing out his friend's core membership, Wang asked him to raise his level as well, reminding the master of his rank-and-file status. Instead of directly responding to the person's request, Master Wu suggested that the person continue to develop their own potential. To become a core member, you need to have a huge potential, great abilities, improve and have knowledge in politics, and the higher education institution deals with promotion issues. Master Wu rubbed his hands together and smiled as he offered to convince Merchant Wang of his abilities. A new thought had taken hold of Mr. Wu, so now everything needed to be rethought. Not understanding why Che was blocking them out, Wu asked his colleagues to share their opinion on the need to make a decision together. By calling Bai Wu his brother, Wang had always supported him, and the old men of the ancient society can't separate guys. But since the main members are added as the old ones decrease, Wang wonders who the organization accepted Bai Wu instead. The newcomer went to the place of Lao Sun from the western part of the city. He was bribed by fraudsters and the person committed a number of crimes. The evidence is indisputable. All votes are for expulsion. Being responsible for solving Lao Sun's crimes, Mr. Che was forced to be absent at that time. Calling a colleague soft, Wu would have acted harshly in his place, but Che followed the law, and not all issues can be resolved with his fists. Bai Wu and Lao Wang, who had witnessed this intense conversation between the two elders of the organization, listened to the people in amazement. Clenching his fists, the young antique connoisseur asked Master Wu and Mr. Che where the gang of forgers came from. Hearing such a question from the new core member of the ancient society, the two old men stared at each other with tension. Closing his eyes, Master Wu stated the need for the boy to learn everything about this matter. Mr. Che Lao suggested that everyone present in the office discuss this issue during the tea party. Soon the group moved to the terrace, where they sat comfortably at a square table and began to drink tea. Bursting into laughter, the host offered the guests a drink, telling them how good he was at drinking. After opening the container, Master Wu began to actively empty it, much to the delight of his guest, Lao Wang. For hundreds of years, there was an ancient society, and during all this time, the organization fought against forgeries. All those who spoke out in support of these criminal elements were met with a sad end for such activities. It was a good time for Master Wu to talk about the society's activities with pleasure and warmth in his mind. Bai Wu listened with intense interest and excitement to the master's story as he was actively emptying the drink container. As he lowered the bottle, Mr. Wu reminded him how this glorious time had come to an end, as well as everything good. The elderly master was telling the guests of his big house about how a new face had appeared in the trading arena at that time. This man started selling forgeries, and other forgers followed him. Master Wu gripped the arm of his chair tightly, almost tearing it off in anger at the painful memories he had experienced. Startled by the man's reaction, Lao Wang pointed to the chair from Hai Hong, asking the master to be more careful. Bai Wu, who didn't miss a single word, came to the conclusion that this organization even had a sinister background. Mr. Che, who continued his story, talked about the growing skill of the forgery group during each new year. In the end, even Messrs. Chai and Wu find it extremely difficult to distinguish the fruit of criminals' ignorance from the original item. As Bai Wu listened to the elder of the ancient society story, he thought about how Mr. Che would be sitting right now with the fake nine-dragon vase if the boy wasn't there. Also, the influence of a group of forgers began to penetrate the core of ancient society, and an example of this is the convicted Lao Sun. When Mr. Che allowed even more intruders to appear, Master Wu became very angry. Clenching his fist from strong indignation, the owner of the house insulting about the bandits, he wanted them destroyed. Still angry, Master Wu planned to find out the names of the forgers and eliminate them so that they wouldn't ask for mercy. The terrified merchant Lao Wang begged Mr. Wu to calm down immediately, stopping his anger. The devil himself would be jealous of the master, so in Bai Wu's understanding, it is better to sell the demon's soul than to cross the road to Wu, but he needs to identify the traitor from the master's family. The system did not respond to the guy's interest in a member of the Wu family related to forgers because of an unclear question. Thinking back to how the system wasn't able to answer such questions before, Bai considered stopping asking it. But by continuing to ask the same question and assuming that there was a Wu man under 30 in the gang, Bai didn't get an answer. A little nervous, Bai Wu explained it with far-fetched thoughts, trying to calm down somehow. Due to the unclear content of the question and the impossibility of an answer, Bai Wu released the system and decided to guess everything himself. Clenching his fists, Mr. Che suggested that everyone should unite if all sides were at an impasse. While reminding Bai Wu about becoming a core member, Wu was talking about the risk of danger, so the final decision was up to the guy. Bai was no longer on good terms with the forgers, but if he wasn't, he would have wanted to fight for what he thought was right. Considering this a good opportunity, Bai was also mindful of the system, but if it didn't continue to act like it did a moment ago. Slamming his hand on the table, the young man stood up resolutely in front of the man who was holding a cup of tea. Clasping his hands, Bai Wu thanked them for their trust, promising to do his best for the sake of the common goal by joining the group of companions. With great admiration, Master Wu appreciated the boy's good mood, promising to support him and telling him not to worry. After announcing formalities like voting, Che urged the guy not to worry about it and promised to help him, but most of the time people are on their own. Looking back in disappointment at the smiling face of Master Wu, the unfortunate Lao Wang mentioned voting and thought that the gentleman had taken care of everything. Putting his hand to his chest, Bai asked the elders not to worry and promised to be careful, and he would settle the matter by getting votes for himself. The boss at this time was informed about Lao Sun's dismissal from the society, and Che could try to put someone of his own in his place, but the man knew about this. The boss's business suffered because of forcing everyone to vote for Sung's expulsion, but he will not allow their plans to come true, and the new step will be successful. The sharp-knife boss expressed the hope that he wouldn't have to remember his old skills against opponents in the end. On the wall of the boss's room hung photos of members of the ancient society, and the first villain struck the image of Mr. Che Lao. The self-described Happy Wu offered to sit there until morning, promising fun and wanting to invite the Che family. The older man only smiled modestly in response, preferring to keep quiet, not saying anything. The hospitable Master Wu called for the grandchildren of his esteemed colleague to be invited to his home as he continued to laugh. Having often heard about the skill of the Wu family's personal cuisine, Wang considered himself and his friends lucky because it was like trying a divine peach. Listening to the people talking, Bai Wu realized that this was a good opportunity to check out the rest of the Wu family. The host and his guests were still relaxing at the terrace table when Mr. Che Lao's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the screen of the gadget, the elderly man was noticeably confused, as if he did not expect this notification. While Master Wu continued to drink from the bottle and Bai Wu enjoyed his tea, Che told Xiao Xiao about the delay after learning about it from the message. Still smiling, Master Wu offered to continue the feast without waiting for his old comrade's granddaughter. After promising to wait for Xiao Xiao since there was no hurry, Wu suggested that Bai Wu play a game of guess or pinch. After hearing Wang's words of encouragement regarding the skill demonstration game, Bai didn't mind, but he didn't know about the system's ability to help him. Deciding to start and guess what time Xiao Xiao would arrive, the guy turned to the system, asking if the girl would arrive at 6 in the evening or not. Bai Wu was surprised by Xiao Xiao's zero chance of arriving at their house at 6 in the evening, so the disappointed youth tried again. When asked by a young man about the possibility of a girl coming to them by 7 in the evening, the system also showed a chance of 0%. Wanting to check on Xiao Xiao's ability to arrive at Master Wu's house by 10 o'clock, he failed again. Baffled, Bai Wu even allowed for a certain emergency that would make Xiao Xiao not come to them, considering it life-threatening. The probability of life-threatening was over 76%, and Bai Wu immediately concluded that there was a risk of death. Turning to Master Wu and Master Che, Bai Yi informed them of his calculation that Xiao Xiao might be in grave danger. The boy's words rang out like thunder in the sky and landed on the people at the table like lightning on rocks. Wu, who was shouting, didn't understand why the guy thought this, because the girl was just walking, but they can all go to her now. After asking for silence, the alarmed Mr. Che Lao was about to call his granddaughter on the phone. After falling silent, Bai Wu, his companion Lao Wang, and the master of the house, Master Wu, turned their gazes in the direction of Mr. Che contacting Xiao Xiao. The number was disconnected, so Che thought her granddaughter was busy or on a mission to turn off the phone, but there was a risk of death. Extremely focused, Bai Wu asked the system to indicate Xiao Xiao's current location on the map. Due to the long loading time, the guy started to get nervous, because the life of an innocent person was at stake. Startled by Che Lao's calmness, Master Wu suggested that he go to the meeting after asking someone. Master Wu picked up the phone and started calling someone while his guests sat around the table in silence. According to the owner of the house, Xiao Xiao was engaged in hunting a small-time robber and nothing special with her skills. When Mr. Che Lao got up from the table, he asked everyone to stay here, and he intended to find out what was going on. Suddenly, to the great surprise of the elders, Bai Wu abruptly got to his feet and asked for permission to find the girl. The determined young man had promised to find Xiao Xiao in an address to Master Wu and Master Che. A very nervous Mr. Che urged the young man to be careful while searching for the girl. Without objecting to Bai Wu's intention, the master suggested that he start by looking for an apartment nearby, suggesting Hong Tai go with him. The two young men immediately exchanged glances with each other, but neither of them dared to contradict the head of the Wu family. Clenching his fists, Bai Wu reported to Wu Hong Tai's company to search for Mr. Che's missing granddaughter. After that, the two boys went to the door in front of Lao Wang, who was still standing on the terrace. On the way to the car, Hong Tai announced his intention to get behind the wheel, offering Bai Wu to direct their actions, and Bai Wu was forced to agree with the companion. As Wu approached the car, he noticed his companion's confusion, urging him to get into the SUV for a trip to find Yao Xiao. As Bai Wu opened the car door, he didn't understand Wu Hong Tai's lack of concern, since he was the girl's older brother. Assuming an experienced person in the satellite, the guy counted on a safety net on his part. After asking the system about road safety, Bai Wu saw a positive rate of 100% in front of him. Crossing his arms, the disgruntled young man recalled how well they were having a good time earlier. The car pulled away, driving down the city avenue, and Bai decided to stop thinking about it since it wasn't up to it right now. The city continued to be full of ordinary life. Residents went about their business and everything was as before. A man and a woman dressed in the uniform of the energy service were checking the functionality of an electric shield. At one point, the woman turned her gaze to the left, looking at the door on the top floor. In a low voice, she relayed her arrival through the chip next to her ear, asking where her companion was. Someone told the girl that the window was blocked, as a result of which the person they were looking for would no longer be able to escape. Accepting the answer, the girl asked about the state of affairs of her colleagues, and they were safe because of the absence of enemies. Forced to remind them again, the girl told her companions about the presence of weapons in the killer, urging them to be careful. After the colleagues accepted the warning, the girl and her companion began to carry out the task, climbing the steps to the door. Outside the door, surrounded by antiques, a man on the phone calmed his brother down, asking him to wait for a buyer. In response, the person with whom the man was talking asked to keep an eye out and not screw up, and then hung up. Having stopped communicating, the man with a satisfied look lit a cigarette in his teeth with a lighter. Behind the man, bright sunlight shone through the windows, and he was going to take a shot, picking up a gadget. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and said hello, asking if there were people in the room in connection with the gas check. Lowering the smartphone down, the man looked in the direction of the exit with displeasure, not understanding who it could be. Approaching the door, the person who was in the apartment decided to look through the peephole to find out who would like to get inside. Looking through the peephole, the man saw a pretty girl standing outside the door with a notebook in her hands. Not expecting trouble for himself, the man frowned and still reached for the door handle to open the door. Holding the gun with one hand, the man opened the door with the other, demanding not to knock because he had just woken up. The girl at this time looked at her companion, and he signaled her to calm down, indicating that everything was in order. Even though the door was beginning to open a crack, it was still unknown how the upcoming events in this apartment would turn out. At this time, the car with Bai Wu and Wu Hongtai was heading down the avenue at full speed to search for Xiao Xiao. To the guy's request about the degree of danger to Xiao Xiao's life right now, the system showed more than 80%. A girl appeared behind the half-open door and apologized for the trouble, saying that it was necessary to check the gas pipeline. To the slightly flushed man who kept his eyes on the girl, she seemed very capable. Suddenly, the employee of the municipal service abruptly threw her cap in the direction of the owner of the apartment, causing disorientation. Then the girl struck a strong kick at the man, causing him to roll head over heels across the room. A moment later, the guest was on the floor, not expecting such a treacherous invasion of their territory. Modern technology advised Bai Wu to turn left after 700 meters, then right, and then go straight ahead. The system showed a 100% risk of using weapons, an 89% chance of Che Xiao's death, and a 71% chance of arriving soon. An excited Bai Wu asked Wu Hongtai to stop by the apartment complex they were rapidly approaching. At this time, Xiao, along with his colleague, who was holding handcuffs in his hands, ran at the man in the room. The injured man didn't seem like he was going to back down, smiling viciously at his unexpected enemies. Grabbing the gun, the man prepared to point it at his sudden assailants in order to quickly destroy them. The man's response seemed to delay the girl, who was looking ahead and couldn't move. With a cry, she threw herself at her companion, asking him to be careful and avoid the possible shot of the attacker. Hearing a strange sound, Xiao looked to her left, seeing a man open the window and jump out. After performing the same actions, Xiao rushed out, unwilling to let go of the one she had discovered. Quickly jumping down to the ground, the girl saw her opponent there with a gun in his hands. Turning back, the man glared at his pursuer, preparing to fend off her attack again. The man got to his feet and shot at Xiao, but she deftly dodged the bullet that hit the wall of the house. An SUV suddenly appeared between the two rivals, where Wu Hongtai and Bai Wu were located, taking on a series of shots from the villain. Quickly turning his gaze to the right, Bai Wu looked at Xiao in fear, afraid to see her injured. Stretching out his hand to the car door, the villain began to demand that the driver immediately get out. To the attacker's great surprise, Wu Hongtai opened the door of the SUV so abruptly that it froze in place. Leaving the driver's seat, Wu knocked the villain to the ground and twisted his arms while law enforcement officers ran to help. One of the law enforcement officers took the gunman's gun in order to put it in a special bag. Taking the handcuffs, Xiao approached the fallen criminal to put them on his hands. After handing the bandit over to the police, the girl ordered her subordinates to pick him up and take him away. Bai Wu, who still hadn't left the car, looked at the girl he was going to rescue with a frightened expression on his face. Without turning back to the boys, Xiao was relieved to announce the end of her actions against the villain. Still, when she turned around and saw Wu Hongtai's brother, Xiao smiled and inquired about the purpose of his stay here. Noticing her old acquaintance Bai Wu coming out of the car, the girl fell silent in displeasure, not expecting to meet him here. Looking at the hole in the hood of the car, Bai was mentally amazed that he was still alive, since the villain was firing a real loaded pistol. While the boy marveled at his escape and the bullet holes, Wu Hongtai told the girl about his intention to come and check on her progress. Thanks to Mr. Bai Wu, they were able to arrive on time and avoid the unfortunate consequences of the shooting. Suddenly grabbing the unsuspecting Bai Wu by the arm, Xiao shouted, asking the guy if he understood how dangerous it was. These battles were not what ordinary citizens were supposed to do. At that moment, she heard a request to go upstairs, as the companions had problems, and answered yes. On her way to the challenge, Xiao thanked brother Wu Hongtai and said a humble thank you to Bai Wu with a displeased face. Watching the girl go, the young antique connoisseur was perplexed by her action. Bai Wu, who was rubbing his forehead and looking flustered, would not have come here if he was indifferent to Xiao's life. The guy remembered the episode when the same girl tried to twist his hands behind his back after the attack. When Bai Wu was about to light a cigarette, he didn't even plan on receiving Xiao's gratitude, hoping that nothing else would happen. After lighting a cigarette, Bai Wu closed his eyes in relief and let out a sigh of relief. As he approached the car, Wu Hongtai informed him that it was necessary to go back, hoping for the good condition of his friend. Curious about the solution to the problem, Bai Wu asked the system about the likelihood of a threat to Xiao. The guy's cigarette fell off when he learned that there was zero danger and a 90% risk of the girl's death. With a wild cry, Bai Wu started to run, while Wu Hongtai calmly remained in place, not moving. Finally, Master Wu's relative rushed after his companion, who was running up the stairs to Xiao. The interest didn't stop rising. The bandit was already arrested, and there were a few other people at the top besides Xiao in Bai Wu's mind. As he kept moving forward, he didn't know if there was anyone else up there. When he reached the apartment where the villain was discovered earlier, Bai Wu opened the door and shouted, expecting to see Che Xiao. In front of Bai Wu were Xiao herself and two law enforcement officers who were examining the antique dishes on the table. Waving her hands, the girl did not understand why the guy was so surprised and asked him to quickly move away from here. The frightened Bai was really afraid, as if something might happen to the girl, but he wouldn't threaten her with antiques. Looking at the antique items, the young man thought about who the captured criminal was. According to the guards, the evidence indicated that the bandit had accomplices. Xiao is sure that they left for some time, but the discovered villain had a gun on him, and it was very dangerous for Xiao. While Xiao was ordering the doors to be closed, keeping a close eye on suspicious personnel, and checking everything, Bai still didn't know what was threatening her. Through the earpiece, the girl was informed about the object's receipt of complaints from curious residents and his question whether they finished their work or not. Hearing the mention of curious residents in a certain object, Baiwu immediately thought of a hostage. When the guy thought about the danger of rescuing hostages, the system reported an average of 97% failure. Turning to Xiao again, Baiwu had something extremely important to tell her right now. The risk of failure of a hostage rescue operation was 91 and 84%. Stopping the guy with her hand, the girl through the earpiece asked the guys to go back because of their stay in dangerous territory. To Baiwu's surprise, the girl directed her two subordinates to walk forward from the apartment. The young man who tried to resist would have liked to tell about his experiences, but failed. Grabbing the guy by the shoulder, Xiao sternly demanded to go ahead because he was interfering with her work right now. Suddenly, for the girl herself, Baiwu turned around and demanded to stop because he couldn't leave her at such a moment. Not wanting to ignore Xiao's possible death, the guy pointed out to her that she was too relaxed too early, even if it was none of his business. Xiao could only stare in surprise at the young man who was directly worried about her. Pointing out the girl's search for someone, Bai called the area of her search large, and there are few people, and it is not known where to start. The more he hesitates, the higher the risk of losing control. Inspired by a guy's speech, Xiao asked him to continue giving his personal opinion on her task. Calling himself someone who knows where to start, Bai asked you to trust him, listen to him, and then make the right decision. Hoping that the girl wouldn't send him off, Bai noticed the lady's sullen expression, admitting her lack of faith in her story. When Xiao agreed to listen to him the next moment, Bai was surprised, not expecting it. Asking him to talk about what he wanted, Xiao urged him to take it seriously, since he agreed to help. Besides, she has an emergency today. After evaluating the girl's immediate approach to business, Bai decided that Xiao was a good person to deal with, and you didn't often meet people like her. According to Baiwu, criminals are not capable of holding up anywhere, and one of them has just been caught. Picking up an empty cigarette pack from the floor with a napkin, Baiwu talked about the irresistibility of villains going outside to buy cigarettes. Turning on geolocation on his smartphone, the young man came to the conclusion of the location of a small supermarket to the south of here. Frowning, the girl looked at Baiwu, who shared such details, and agreed to go to the supermarket. Grabbing Baiwu's hand, Xiao ran out of the apartment at high speed, running down the stairs with Wu Hongtai barely keeping up. The girl sent a message to a small supermarket in the south for a search and possible arrest. Surrounded by notifications about a 100% hike for cigarettes and other things, Baiwu shouted into his smartphone about a street in the south where you can get out. But there were a lot of people there. According to the guy, the villain found out about his capture, and the system estimated the probability of a threat to civilians at more than 44%. Having found the target, the guys intended to leave from the east as it seemed that the attacker was preparing to escape. After opening the car door, Xiao asked Baiwu not to worry. There are many people around, so let the bandit run away, wanting the guy to protect the civilians. Instantly, behind the wheel of the SUV, the girl raised her voice and demanded that Baiwu get into the car. Already during the trip, the guy pointed out the need to move from the east. If the villain goes to the supermarket to the south, then they will pass the fork, and there is a commercial area. Bumping slightly against the glass of the window due to the high speed of driving, Bai talked about the presence of two multi-story settlements to the north. 2 guards will check everyone for identification, traffic control will check the drivers, and the villain escaped with a gun. There were 2 passers-by at the fork, the monkey evacuated the residence, and Liu followed the suspects all the time. Finally, the attacker was noticed by the agent. He left the multi-story building and went to the unfinished buildings. Xiao demanded to warn Liu about the presence of weapons in the enemy and asked to withdraw people from there. Arriving at the specified place, the girl opened the car doors a crack and ordered her subordinates to block the exit. After heading towards the bandits' location, Xiao asked the monkey to send someone to outflank the opponent. The unfortunate Baiwu, after getting out of the car, felt unattractive and revived himself with the help of Wu Hongtai. With a wave of his hand, the guy tried to convince Wu of his adequacy and asked him to hurry up to catch up with Xiao, protecting him. As Baiwu continued to recover, Wu Hongtai instantly took off and followed his sister. Sighing heavily, Baiwu glanced out of the corner of his eye in the direction where his companion had been standing a moment ago. Then the guy smiled because the probability of a threat to Xiao was 0%. The worst was over thanks to Master Wu. Suddenly, enjoying the moment, The guy in the head flew a bag of juice, launched by one of the possible bandits. Bai Wu, who was angry, turned his head to see a boy with a stuffed animal trying to climb over a hole in the concrete fence. The bad kid was blatantly sticking out his tongue at Bai Wu, beckoning him with his finger as if he wanted him to follow him to the construction site. After shouting, the young man watched a boy with a toy quickly jump over the fence. Looking at the boy in surprise, the boy couldn't understand why he was moving so fast with the bear. When Bai asked the child to stop, he learned that there was a 95% danger for Xiao and almost the same risk for the boy to become a hostage. Bai Wu, who was feeling extremely emotional, was angry at himself for not being able to do anything. The boy, who stopped to rest maliciously, considered it impossible for the guy to ever catch up with him, calling him garbage. Suddenly, the child saw something ahead of him that caused him a feeling of fear and inner devastation. In front of him, the boy saw a tall man with lifeless eyes and a large pistol in his hands. The criminal looked at the child in front of him with an evil smile, and it was easy to recognize his thoughts. It was at this moment that Xiao Xiao, along with his brother Wu Hongtai, ran to this secluded place where the boy was caught by an intruder. It took Xiao a split second to understand the villain's motives, and the girl was completely horrified. The girl and her brother rushed to the boy in order to save him, but the terrible criminal with a gun was closer to him. Reaching out with his huge hand, the villain almost grabbed the unfortunate child, who was looking at the boy and girl running towards him with a smile. It is not known how Bai Wu, who happened to be here, grabbed the child, thus managing to save him from the bloodthirsty bandit. Everything happened so fast that Bai Wu, who couldn't keep up with the speed, fell down, hitting his head on the hard floor. Bai Wu's eyes were wide open as he stared blankly ahead, and there were only system errors all around. After that, the young man woke up in the car seat and experienced severe pain in the back of his head. Opening the car door, Xiao came up to the guy with a request to wake up as soon as possible, calling him a brave citizen. As if oblivious to the damage, Bai Wu started asking Xiao about the child and the culprit, hoping to catch him. Asking the guy not to worry, Xiao told about the arrest of the bandit's accomplice in subsequent prosecution. Before that, Xiao was forced to replay a shot at the villain, as a result of which he let go of his gun. The final defeat of the enemy was inflicted by Wu Hongtai, knocking down a dangerous repeat offender with a strong blow from the knee. According to the girl, her friend hit his head hard, falling then with the child and then offered to take him to the hospital. At the time of the fall, the young man lost consciousness, and the girl, who was afraid for his health, rushed to his aid while Wu held the boy down. After seeing the unfortunate savior of an innocent child fall, Xiao Xiao assumed Bai Wu would have a concussion. Holding his head, the guy remembered about the fall and the blow, but he no longer felt much pain, and the problem with Xiao was solved, despite the glitch in the system. Xiao Xiao brought him out of his inner world of thoughts and loudly asked him the reason for his silence. Becoming even more convinced of the presence of a concussion in her friend, the girl declared the need to immediately go to the hospital. Leaving Bai Wu, the girl headed towards the driver's door, intending to drive the SUV towards the hospital on her own. The guy assured of his integrity, and there was no need to go to the hospital, but the system could not make a calculation at this time. Only now did Xiao notice that she had taken the boy's hand without noticing it, and was just as embarrassed as he was. Pulling back his hand, the equally embarrassed Bai asked the girl again not to worry. Besides, the matter was over, and he could leave here. Noticing that she didn't care about him, Zhao reminded her to take responsibility for the injured, but she wanted to know about Bai Wu's likely injuries. Only now did Bai Wu think about the possibility of the girl feeling responsible for his attempt to help her. Xiao Xiao, who felt the need to finish, tried to force out these words for the young man. Finally, with difficulty, the girl agreed that Bai saved the situation because he risked his life for the sake of the child, and therefore not so bad. Xiao Xiao expressed her gratitude to the guy for helping her and apologized for her previous bad behavior towards him. With a smile, Bai suggested to put it in the past. After all, he had managed to meet someone who had done so much good, so he didn't hold a grudge. Remembering her brother's words of concern for her, Zhao is glad that they came for her, as otherwise things might have ended much worse, but Master Bai was up to speed. The girl noted Bai Wu's help in catching the suspect, but the confused young man pointed out how she caught the villain. Bai Wu, who was blushing at these words, waved his hands, reminding them of the work they had done together, and in the end, everything ended up like this. Previously, Xiao had the wrong impression of the guy, so it all came out like this, and she even felt a little hurt. Bai Wu didn't agree with this. If she hadn't made a mistake back then, he wouldn't have been able to be where he is now. Unexpectedly for the young man, Xiao Xiao abruptly delivered a strong blow to the back door of the car. Assuming that Bai knew everything, Xiao was now sure of his knowledge regarding the item about her belonging to the Che family that the guy had sold to the old man at a high price. Bai Wu quickly moved to the back seat of the SUV to avoid any unpleasant events. After closing the door, the young man began to convince the girl that he could explain everything correctly. With a darkened face, she kept her eyes on Xiao Xiao's boyfriend while smiling strangely. Suddenly, the girl called it all events from the past, so there is no need to explain anything. Bai helped her family, and that thing still returned to her grandfather. Knowing Xiao's concern for her grandfather and fear of being cheated on, Bai understood her fear and, given the lady's fairness, considered her a reliable expert. Looking at the young man suspiciously, Xiao Xiao didn't understand what he was talking about, and Bai Wu, she seemed arrogant right now. Suddenly, the girl approached the guy with a frightened look, wanting to examine him after receiving an injury. Xiao Xiao then resolutely walked to the door and opened it to sit down next to the surprised Bai Wu. He hadn't expected to see a girl next to him, but she wasn't going to back down. In order to avoid further trouble, Xiao Xiao asked Bai Wu to keep a low profile, but he didn't understand what she was talking about. Not understanding the guy at all, the lady asked him to be careful, given the lack of strength and abilities to protect himself from enemies. Noticing Bai Wu's indifferent expression, Xiao grabbed his shoulders and declared the seriousness of her words in a loud voice. Xiao thought that her help was extremely necessary for Bai Wu himself, not even thinking about what he had done to her grandfather. As the lady talked about the likely problems for Bai Wu due to bad people who couldn't be stopped, he was surprised by the girl's great physical strength. Bai Wu understood all of this, but the fewer people who knew about him, especially his enemies, the better it would be for him. The young man's question about the bandits' resale of antiques caused surprise in Xiao, who ironically perceived Bai Wu as a prophet who knew the secrets of heaven. Grinning, Bai Wu admitted that it wasn't always possible to see all the secrets that were available. According to the girl, one of the attackers has quite a lot of criminal records. She had documents, but she does not know everything. But even what the girl knew about this case, she could not tell her friend just like that. In Bai Wu's mind, Xiao wouldn't have done anything that violated the rules of confidentiality, but it was unlikely that she would have known all the details. The guy was expecting the upcoming meetings of a group of scammers with Master Wu and representatives of the ancient circle. Suddenly, a new thought occurred to the young man, causing him to change the subject with Xiao Xiao. Turning to the girl, the startled Bai Wu informed her of Old Man Che's expectation and all the other news from both of them. Wu Hongtai, who appeared out of nowhere with birds on his shoulders and head, asked the guys not to worry because he had already notified everyone. While Wu was talking about the old people waiting for Xiao and Bai Wu to return, the latter was disappointed to note his presence there. Wanting to know the exact time, Bai allowed for the possibility of catching up with Master Wu and Mr. Che, and could have helped in this. Grabbing the guy by the shoulders, Xiao Xiao still called him today's hero, refusing his services. Deftly stepping into the driver's seat of the SUV, Xiao Xiao demanded that the guy not even try to run away now. After getting behind the wheel of the car, bold Xiao turned her head back, asking brother Wu Hongtai to take a seat in the car. Pressing the gas pedal, the girl started the car and drove at high speed to her home. With a great desire to get to her grandfather's house, Xiao Xiao was determined to arrive on time. Taking a fast start, like a race car, the car went home at high speed. Not expecting such an incredible ride, the unfortunate Bai Wu screamed in fright, trying to hold on to the interior parts with his hands. The family banquet was held in the hall at 2 almost empty tables, at which there were only 7 people. Turning to the purple-haired girl, the man asked about the amount of time during which it is necessary to wait for her sister. Talking about her sister getting caught in a traffic jam on the road, because of which she clearly could be delayed, the girl asked not to worry about brother Chang. The blonde guy asked Chang not to worry, because his sister was always unlucky because of a possible curse in a previous life. Chang demanded not to say such words. Getting up from under the table, the girl happily pointed out to the guys the appearance of their grandfather in the hall. The door opened and Master Wu, Mr. Che, Bai Wu, Xiao Xiao, Lao Wang, and Wu Hongtai entered the hall. Pointing to the side, the master began to tell them about the visit of a distinguished guest, asking his relatives if they knew Che Lao and Xiao Xiao. Placing his hand on the shoulder of the young man next to him, the master would solemnly introduce Bai Wu, or Lord Bai, to them. Calling the guy a good friend and a wonderful young man he had recently met, Wu hoped for a friendship between his family and the guy. Calling for everyone in the hall to sit down, Master Wu motioned Bai Wu to his seat. The elderly master continued to enjoy Bai Wu's arrival in his house, while Lao Hua watched in admiration as the servants brought delicious dishes to the table. Glancing at the newcomer, Chang was sure that Bai Wu would be able to tell them something if he managed to impress their old man. The blonde guy who was looking at Bai Wu with obvious annoyance was not happy about his appearance at the family banquet. Growing increasingly angry, to his sister's amazement, the boy wanted to punish Bai Wu, suspecting him of cheating on his grandfather and hoping to catch the newcomer red-handed. The purple-haired girl smiled and called Bai Wu a good guy, saying that she already knew him. Another young man from the Wu family snidely asked how she knew him, assuming the previous relationship between her sister and Bai Wu. Squeamishly, the girl asked the guy to sit in envy and silence, because with his face, it's probably hard to find a girl. Suddenly, a stern Xiao Xiao appeared over the guys, promising to teach those villains who dared to mock her sister. The delighted girl jumped up from her seat at the table and rushed to hug her beloved sister Che, whom she missed so much. The blonde-haired guy turned towards the girls and glared at Xiao Xiao, who had come to their family banquet. The guest complained about their request to call her Sister Che, while the girl again called her Xiao Xiao. Pointing to an empty seat at the table, one of the guys asked his sister to sit down with them. The guys did not offend anyone and just played around. With a smile, Chung announced their desire to find out what kind of fate such guests were in their house, asking the girl to tell about it. For the evil blonde guy, the people who came didn't look like children from noble families, sarcastically assuming that the old people just picked them up somewhere. To the grinning guy with the lilac hair, this situation seemed eerily strange. While he was wondering how the ignoble Bai could take such a place, his fair-haired relative was laughing. Xiao Xiao saw these nobles as idiots who were worthless without their significant surnames. Putting the glass on the table, Xiao called Bai Wu their guest, whose abilities were recognized by her grandfather, and urged her family to behave decently without causing problems. Taking her sister's hand, Xiao wanted to go for a walk with her, since they hadn't spoken for a long time, to which the girl reciprocated, wanting to tell her a lot. As she walked away, the girl waved her hands to her brothers and gave them a cheeky sign, giggling with delight at how they had been beaten. Alone at the table, Chang and his two angry brothers just stared after their sister in frustration. Master Wu, who was in the neighborhood, asked his new acquaintance Bai Wu to drink more, not being shy about anyone nearby. As he approached them, a fair-haired boy surrounded by his brothers was making a proposal to give a toast to Mr. Bai. Stroking his beard, Master Wu spoke of the need for the brothers to respect Bai Wu, expressing the hope that they would be able to learn a lot from the guest in the future. After reminding Mr. Che about how they hadn't had a drink together in a while, the master wanted to know if he respected him or not. Left alone with the three brothers, Xiao Bai Wu kept his mouth shut as he held the cup of drink in his hands. Chung talked about wanting to learn something from Bai Wu, asking for forgiveness. His brother wanted to get some advice from a guest with knowledge of ancient art. Even though the guest didn't like the three of them, because they wanted to make him look like an idiot, Bai thought it was important to get to know each other first. After telling his grandfather about the purchase of good works of art, Chung doubted their authenticity, wanting to get help from Mr. Bai Wu. When Lao Wan heard about this, he immediately laughed and offered to help him study these art objects. Bai Wu thanked his companion inwardly, but he was well aware of the importance of not embarrassing himself in identifying the authenticity of antiques. Standing up from under the table, Bai Wu expressed his gratitude for the opportunity with a smile, asking Wang to sit down as he would be back soon. Old Man Che looked at Bai Wu searchingly, and Master Wu asked the boy to teach his grandchildren well, as it would be good for them to learn something good. While Chang was letting Bai Wu pass, his two angry brothers were trying to bring the liar, as they called the guest, to light with malicious smiles. A minute later, the four of them were standing at a square table with several pieces of china on it. While telling Mr. Bai Wu about his lack of good knowledge of antiques, Chang asked him to tell him about the origin of the items. The blonde guy, still grinning, was confident in the ease of completing this task for Bai Wu. Since they had decided to pin the guy down, Bai mentally asked them to blame him if they ended up falling into their own trap. In the understanding of the bystander Wu, the youngsters decided to rein in Bai Wu, but the boy had to take care of himself. Determined to solve the next problem of identifying the authenticity of antiques, Bai couldn't do it because of the lack of downloads. Almost for the first time in his career, the young man experienced great fear, not excluding the final breakdown of the system. Under great stress, Bai continued to watch the chart, invisible to Brother Xiao, who was curious about the reason for his silence. Master Wu was also wary, wondering at Bai Wu's silence, remembering how he was always given antiques, allowing for some kind of problem. The blonde man who had joined in the conversation mockingly pointed out such a long tour of the country's objects, accusing the guest of excessive wine consumption. Lao Wang managed to defuse the situation in a timely manner, dissatisfied with the spoken words of the evil man. A red-faced Wang was pointing out Bai Wu's perfect antique identification abilities to the trio, and he couldn't be wrong. In response, the blonde began to wonder about the continued silence of the expert that the gods might have left behind. Leaning closer to the unfortunate young man, the blonde asked about the number of years of things and accused him of trying to deceive the Wu family. After telling the blonde to shut up, Bond talked about his friend's fatigue after going through difficulties, suggesting that the villain should shut up to avoid problems. Master Wu and Master Che Lao continued to observe the situation in which the unfortunate Bai and Wang, who was trying to save him, found themselves. Master Wu, who did not understand anything, allowed his new acquaintance's abilities to decrease due to today's circumstances. Refusing to consider Bai Wu a fraud, the host continued to believe that Bai Wu had outstanding skills. Since Wu thought the brothers were too arrogant, he wanted to teach them a lesson so that they wouldn't dare slander others anymore, and Bai Wu wasn't well yet. Master Wu shouted at the entire hall in indignation, outraged by the act of his careless relatives. Not understanding what had happened to the system, Bai didn't remember it happening before, thinking of a way to get away from the evil guys without being noticed. Forgetting about his own business, his blonde grandson was going to deal with Bai Wu, who didn't want to admit anything in the boy's opinion. At this time, Master Wu approached the children, speaking rudely about them for inadequate communication with the guests. While the grandchildren were horrified by their grandfather's shout, Master Wu himself grabbed Bai Wu by the shoulders with a smile and asked her not to blame the fools for their lack of discipline. Bai Wu didn't have anything to blame the guys for, but the system actually failed, so he couldn't determine the authenticity of the items. Looking at the guy's twisted face, the master thought that maybe it was still bad or Bai was just very angry at his abusers. Wrapping his arm around Bai Wu, Master Wu called the grandchildren idiots who looked like they were being raised by dogs on the streets, demanding to apologize to the guy. Upset, Chang and his brothers only looked at their grandfather and his friend with silly expressions. To the blonde man who was angrier than anyone else, Bai Wu was a real liar. Unable to contain his emotions, Master Wu started yelling at the blonde guy because of his impudent behavior. Bai Wu found this unexpected, but he decided not to interfere for his own good. Still, after intervening in the situation, Bai Wu smilingly referred to his conflict with his brothers as just a normal argument. Calling the inkstones a fake of several years old, the guy talked about their alteration to the inkwells of China. Experts would have appreciated them because of the quality. Bai's porcelain jug belongs to the Yongle era. It has a rich color, fine workmanship, and excellent manufacturing technique, but it was made this year. The astonished blonde admitted that the guest was right, in the understanding of which all people had a different view of things. Fortunately, Master Wu helped the guy, but it took time to reboot the system, which this time almost failed. As he watched the astonished old men and young men react, Bai was glad that everything went smoothly this time, but without the system, it wouldn't have worked out. Knowing that this was not the end, but enjoying the temporary success, Bai was praised by Wu for his sharp eyes and the opportunity to be called a master later. The porcelain vase described by Bai Wu was 100% fake and related to fraudulent groups. There were some who belonged to fraudulent groups among the antique dealers, and the system had previously pointed out such a person in the Wu family, but Bai didn't know him yet. Looking at their grandfather with displeasure, the guys seemed to have a premonition that they might hear something new and terrible about their address from him. After apologizing for his rudeness, Cheng considered Bai Wu worthy of the title of master, and his brother, calling the guy amazing, counted on his help in earning a fortune. Determined not to stay away, the evil blonde had a hard time noticing Bai Wu's good results. When the boys invited the surprised Bai Wu to go out and have a drink with them, Master Wu and Mr. Che watched in silence. When Bai Wu immediately started to refuse, he explained that he didn't want to drink because he didn't want to bother anyone here. Not only did the system fail, but his family was also difficult for him, and there was a traitor among them, so Bai had to leave quickly to avoid meeting him. Not ruling out the possibility that the boys had angered Bai Wu, Master Wu asked Bai Wu not to be so reserved, but to have a drink with him and forget about these little rascals. The cheerful Lao Wang, who joined in the conversation, offered to sit down too, as they supposedly had no need to hurry. Thinking back to the previous moments with Xiao Xiao, Bai Wu was concerned about this situation. He didn't feel safe in case of system failures and could get targeted. To the surprise of those present, Bai pointed out the late hour and offered to sit down next time, but was met with resistance from Master Wu. When Xiao Xiao and her sister returned, they witnessed the old man forcefully grab the guy, asking him to wait for 1 second. When Wu, mentioning Bai and Xiao's long-standing acquaintance, suggested that it was fate, the unfortunate Wang began to cry out in horror. After a moment of calming down, Lao Wan, embarrassed, agreed with Master Wu about the fateful nature of their meeting, eliciting a questioning reaction from his friend. Only now did everyone notice the approach of Sister Xiao, who hurried to address her own grandfather. Master Wu had heard that Bai Ye did not become a married man, so he began to suggest that Bai Ye become part of his family. The man's new statement came as a bolt from the blue to everyone present, and it was Mr. Che who was most surprised. One of the guys in the audience wondered if Master Wu had suddenly decided on such a thing. As Mr. Che approached Wu, he told him about Bai Wu's long-standing acquaintance with his granddaughter, and he blessed the young ones, so the boy would only become a member of the Che family. Terrible Wu doesn't care about the blessing because it won't solve anything, and Bai and the master's granddaughter already had mutual feelings. Unwilling to back down, Old Man Che Lao talked about the love between Bai Wu and his Xiao, being confident about their happy future. The two girls who intervened in the conversation called their words nonsense and pointed out their own youth, not wanting to think about marriage. The master's granddaughter resented her grandfather's intention to marry her off without asking her for this important matter. Bursting into tears, the unfortunate Xiao Xiao couldn't contain her emotions as she turned around and ran back. Bai, who didn't understand what was going on, didn't know how he got involved, and couldn't understand why the elders were suddenly talking about marriage. Looking back out of the corner of his eye, Bai saw Master Wu's displeased Master Che and the host's grandchildren. The one who seemed the most displeased was the blonde guy who now saw Old Man Wu as almost his main enemy. Chang walked over and held the blonde brother's head, pointing at the Old Man Wu who was present. When Bai Wu glanced at the two men, he perceived them as clearly hostile to him, and he assumed that they might be traitors. Laughing, Old Man Wu asked the guy to go along with him and colleague Che Lao for a drink break, leaving everyone else behind. Bai wanted to say goodbye and leave, but he is willing to have a drink with the elders since he is feeling better, secretly rejoicing at the indifference from these people. No matter what, the young man was definitely going to track down that traitor from the Wu family. Bai and Wu pointed to the empty seats at the table and invited everyone else to join them, while Old Man Che stood silently beside them. As he was about to check on everyone in the hall, Bai Wu thought of Gu Li, who was acting strangely, as he might have been the traitor. Bai Wu couldn't believe another system failure. He couldn't rely on his own strength right now. Surprised by the blonde's words, Chang urged him not to involve others in the terrible business. If he wanted to die, then let him do it himself. Surreptitiously approaching the three brothers, Bai coughed, causing all of them to panic and fear. Without taking his eyes off the blonde man, Bai Wu was beginning to perceive that Ka was a rather shrewd person and also quite bold. Having decided to start with him, the smiling guy reminded the guys how he had never managed to drink with them before. Master Wu's blonde grandson continued to scowl at his main opponent. Noting the politeness of the guest and his outstanding skills, Chang asked him to take a glass. Bai considered it justified to worry the guy and talked about friendship after the fight. Bai Wu looked at the disgruntled Gu Li in a peaceful manner, apologizing and asking if he had offended him in any way today. The guest saw the opponent as not being able to hide his thoughts, considering him stupid as a traitor, but with an insistent look, he could burn a hole in Bai Wu. Extending his hand unexpectedly towards Bai Wu, to Chang's surprise, the blonde asked for the details of the guest's introduction to Xiao Xiao. Shaking the young man's hand, Bai couldn't understand the reason why the young man was interested in this particular girl. Raising her hand, the purple-haired Xiao also spoke of interest in such details. The blonde continued to stare at his grandfather's guest, waiting for the information he wanted. As if startled, Bai Wu repeated Che Xiao Xiao's name, but then called it their fate with a smile. One day, a girl wanted to sell something, and Bai Wu bought it, after which they had to deal with a certain bandit. The strong handshake from the blonde guy made Bai Wu's hand turn red, so the unfortunate man thought of his opponent's strong love for the lady. Finally, pulling his hand back with great difficulty, the antique connoisseur called him and Xiao not even friends, but simple acquaintances. Suddenly, the blonde man was very surprised to hear his opponent's confession, almost believing it. Calling the girl hot-tempered and arrogant, making it difficult to communicate with her, Bai confessed to being afraid of her, but for a woman she was strong. Now feeling the blonde man's hostility towards him because of Che Xiao Xiao, Bai remembered Master Wu's words that had made things worse. A slightly relieved guy with lilac hair, laughing, said that men like gentle and cute ladies. Chang smiled and reminded him of how the girl had beaten up his brother because of harassment, and the latter, offended, said that he did not need Romano Conti, where they produce wine. Bai Wu, who had witnessed the entire conversation, didn't understand what the brothers were talking about. Knowing about his brother's purchase of a yacht last week, Chong asked about his car, which was still out of the country. My brother didn't see the point of a car if there were speed limits and fines were issued for increasing it, even though it was possible to drive on a racetrack. Turning his attention to Bai Wu, his brother asked him about his attitude towards racing, suggesting that they go to these competitions together. The man standing behind him, pointing out his brother's perpetual carousal, was displeased with his desire to seduce Master Bai, promising to block the map in return. After learning about the constant fun of the guys, one of whom did not look like a bandit, whose money depended on the elders, Bai began to look for an enemy among the elders. But the seniors discussed meetings, golf, acquisitions, charity, and voting, which Bai Wu didn't like. When the young man was among the older generation, a woman who had previously heard about the guy's ability to guess suddenly approached him. Bai was almost knocked unconscious by the ladies talking about the new necklace for the young, the incident near Zhan's house, where everything almost came to a fight. Collapsing on a chair from fatigue, the young man was disappointed because of the lack of useful information, since the rich people only talked about money. Ruefully raising his head up, the guy came to understand about the large amount of wasted time and the inability to find the traitor. Wu asked if Master Bai felt bad, but he didn't understand why the old man called him that, so the young man asked him to call him by his first name. Because of the system's failure, the traitor who was part of the Wu family couldn't be found, but Master Wu could find a way. In an interview with Master Wu and Mr. Che Lao, Bai asked them about their thoughts on what the guy had said earlier in the day about the scam group and themselves. The failed conversation was interrupted by Master Wu's grandson coming over to announce Miss and Uncle's visit. Everyone present looked towards the new guests. Bai Wu Yi didn't think that there might be other relatives. A young man in a classic suit and a girl in an elegant red dress entered the hall, asking for forgiveness from the host and guests. The ladies prettily attributed their lateness to traffic jams, while the guy behind her scowled at the assembled people. Keeping his eyes on the newcomers, this guy didn't look like a decent citizen. Astonished by the system's 88% reading of his uncle's betrayal, Bai Wu didn't understand at all. Xiao Wu happily approached the girl who was her sister and had been on the road for so long. Surrounding her, her brothers praised her for her good employees and beautiful appearance, and she came straight to the final. While everyone was gathered around the lovely sister, Uncle Wu stood proudly on the sidelines without taking part in the general conversation. Only one master, Bai Wu, paid attention to being ignored by all the other people of his relative. Due to the gaps in the system, it was necessary for a connoisseur of antiques to deal with the uncle of the Wu family himself. When the young man asked about the new arrivals, Master Wu referred to them as his granddaughter Wu Ruyu and grandson Su Jie. Walking up to her grandfather and holding his shoulders, Wu Ruyu expressed her regret for being late, asking her relative not to get mad at her. Turning to the purple-haired brother, Bai wanted to find out the reason for his sister's husband's gloomy mood, suggesting that he ask him about it. Calling him trash, the blonde couldn't have supported himself if Su hadn't become a part of their family, and Bai realized that Su was a son-in-law. Taking Bai Wu's shoulders in a peaceful manner, the smiling brother asked him not to worry about this uncle. Calling the guest not a simple person who somehow convinced his sister, the brother knew about his good education and uselessness at the same time. Looking at Sujai out of the corner of his eye, the young master didn't understand how an accomplice of a dangerous group could be useless. 88% of him was a bad person, and whether he was a minor thief or a much bigger one, he could also be Dao Long. Uncle Sujia was on the sidelines, frowning at everyone present as he adjusted the ring on his finger. Patting Bai Wu on the shoulder, his brother called him young and promising, who needed to know about many of Wu Xiao's previous dates if the old man was willing to marry her off as a master. Unexpectedly, Bai Wu coughed in full view of everyone as his brother continued to tap him on the shoulder. For the first time, the young man caught Wu Ruyu's attention as she carefully examined a stranger. In Bai Wu's opinion, there might have been a mistake. He didn't think Master Wu would have said something like that seriously. While Bai was thinking about his uncle who wasn't taken seriously, wanting to find a way to be sure of his thoughts, a woman's hand rested on his shoulder. Turning around in fright, the young master saw the beautiful Wu Ruyu, the granddaughter of the master of the house, in front of him. The girl looked at the guy with a kind look and then closed her eyes. It was as if she was beginning to feel embarrassed. Calling him her grandfather's esteemed guest, the lady held out her hand to the guy, expecting to see some old man as a guest, and it turned out to be a young man. When he thought of the possibility that it might be harder to deal with her than the more stupid and cute Wu Xiao Xiao, he immediately roused himself. Waving his hand cheerfully, Bai Wu seemed to disagree with the girl's words, calling her much more gorgeous than him. It seemed to the guy that if his uncle had some problems, then his wife should have been aware of it. The cute talking boy and girl didn't notice Suji's angry face, who didn't like it. With a determined stride, the man was heading towards the still unsuspecting Bai Wu and Wu Ruyu. As soon as he tried to take the girl's hand, she instantly rejected his claims, casting a stern look at the man. As if she wasn't paying attention to Suji, the girl turned her attention back to Mr. Bai Wu and inquired about his occupation. Calling himself someone who didn't have a job as such and mentioning antiques classes, the guy asked the same question to Miss Wu, considering her successful. Noticing Uncle Wu's angry face, Bai thought about Su's misunderstanding of the situation. The guys themselves might not be on the best of terms. For Master Wu, a lady was no match for Bai Wu, who had real talent, and Mrs. Life was a fairy tale. Su Jai, who was standing there with a scowl on his face, took it as absurd for the Wu family to be praising some crook. If the couple got along, then Lady Wu might not know about her husband's affairs, so Bai wanted to confirm it and asked if he was a member of the Antique Society. After initially looking at the guy with disapproval, Mr. Wu could not call himself a member of the society, but he knew some of their business and liked old things. To the surprise Bai Wu, he seemed businesslike. The master remembered Miss Wu's words about Su's financial training, so he could be the head of a large company. In response, when Suje smiled for the first time that evening, he described himself as an ordinary office worker. Bai Lady Wu's husband seemed to be an expert in antiques or part of the elite, but Su was called an office worker, and he was no match for a revered master at a young age. The grinning Bai Wu was always told us by Master Wu and Che, and Su, as a family member, would still be successful, but his income was clearly not enough to satisfy Lady Wu. With an innocent smile, the young man apologized to the person who had forgotten that the breadwinner of the family was Mrs. Wu. Tugging on his wedding ring, Suji talked about trying to give his best to his wife as much as possible and from the bottom of his heart. Bai Wu frowned as he viciously assessed his opponent's persistent behavior, resenting another system breakdown in his heart. In the next second, with a smile, the young master remembered how money was not the most important thing in people's lives. The two men picked up their glasses and started offering drinks to each other with cheerful faces. Suji seemed a master to be an excellent actor, so he wasn't surprised by the ability to deceive Mr. Che and his old comrade Wu. As soon as the system problems were resolved, Bai was going to rip the mask off the villain, but he couldn't sit around and wait for it to be restored. When asked by Wang about the flow of his friend's thoughts and the fear that he might have been drinking too much, Bai wondered how so much water could have got into the merchant. Suddenly remembering something important, Bai Wu reminded meat betrayer Wang of his ability to gather information. Putting his arm around his friend's head, the young master asked him to help with one person he needed. Suji appeared again, frowning and fiddling with the wedding ring on his finger. After the feast was over, Master Wu would put his arm around Bai Wu and go outside with him, accompanied by the rest of the family banquet participants. Pointing out that it was a late time when driving was also problematic, Master W. Wu made an offer for Bai Wu to stay at his house for the night. Admiring the manor master's good hospitality, Bai Wu couldn't possibly bother him so much, so he called a taxi in advance. Looking around warily, Bai was careful with his family's uncle, thinking of a way to check on the suspicious person again. Right now, the young master's main task was to fix a system error that made him unable to act actively. Upon returning home, the young man took a shower in the bathroom after a busy day. After finishing his water treatment, Bai Wu returned to his cozy studio to relax. As he drank the water from the bottle, Bai Wu kept thinking about the system that kept silent for how long he didn't ask, considering it a big hassle. This was also his fault. Bai wanted to make a fortune by relying on the system alone, but he didn't know that now either. The system was unavailable, and Bai thought about what to do, allowing the option to turn it off and then on again. Seeing another rejection, Bai began to shout, angrily recalling the lack of instructions that were not attached to the technology. Out of sheer frustration, the young man lay down on the bed, angry at the still non-working system. Suddenly, virtual notifications appeared in front of him, providing an explanation for a complex problem. Jumping to his feet, the young man realized with horror that the amount of energy needed to function was insufficient. Another message indicated that a large amount of energy was needed for the operation of a vital part of the user. The young master looked in surprise at the sign with the image of the brain, where a separate field was highlighted. Bai Wu's mind immediately began to conjure up images of the previous day, when Xiao Xiao had asked how badly he had hit his head while rescuing the boy. Thinking about the severity of the injury, Bai assumed the system's ability to determine the probability and heal wounds. There was a lack of energy due to Bai Wu's recovery, but this is strange. Since everything was normal before, this is not the first injury for the guy. During the flow of thoughts, there was a system update, and the technology apologized for the inconvenience, which the guy had to agree with. Bai Wu felt defenseless due to the inability to get answers to his questions. This was confirmed by the system. Remembering the young people who might have been his parents, the young man felt the end of his own dreams. The unfortunate man now had a lot of problems, especially with a group of scammers. Trying to find something good in all this, Bai Wu kept in mind the system on which his connections and capabilities depended. Thinking about how soon it would end without the system working, Bai Wu didn't know if he would have been able to return to his old life or not. Putting the bad thoughts aside, Bai Wu resolutely thought about the need to find the right solution urgently. After tapping on the virtual display, Bai Wu wanted to know what he should do to replenish his energy. Perceiving energy as something like electricity, a connoisseur of antiques did not know where else to get it from, having suddenly received instructions. Even though the system was based on metaphysical calculations, it was similar to a search option. And when Bai received the technology, he didn't think about its origin. The young man stared in amazement at the digital field with various symbols on it. The energy replenishment instructions published by the system included an automatic repair option, external energy collection, and host energy extraction. After studying the information, Bai Wu was surprised to be able to solve the problem in just 3 seconds by harvesting energy from the host. Thinking about the choice of the third item, Bai could not understand the meaning of extracting energy from the host, that is, himself. Not understanding what kind of energy it was possible to extract from a person, Bai Wu didn't know about the type of energy needed for the system. Before him were incomprehensible sentences and meanings, the essence of which he could not yet understand. Crossing his arms, the young man considered all this too risky, because technology could take his only life. Quite unexpectedly for the young man, a lot of notifications with different signs appeared. The messages sent by the system to its user turned out to be so creepy that they made Bai Wu run to the wall. A new window notified him that there was no threat to the owner's life due to the power drain, but Bai didn't know how this would affect him. The system couldn't estimate accurately. The probability of success could be changed, and it seemed impossible for Bai Wu to exchange his luck. With the second option, Bai could collect energy for the system, travel through mountains and rivers, and defeat ancient mythical creatures. The young man clearly remembered that his own body was not used to such adventures. Although all these restrictions were embarrassing for Bai Wu, it was the best option for him at the moment. Just sitting and waiting was not the norm for Bai Wu, and the system could change the choice to the second or third option offered in the future. Having taken a cigarette and lit it with a lighter, the guy came to the conclusion that it was necessary to take risks in this matter. After informing the system about the choice of option A, the young man asked to notify him if an external energy appeared nearby. It might depend on the situation, but Bai could switch at any time, but for now it was best to go with the very first option. After all, Bai Wu still had an enemy as a rogue group which he couldn't forget. It was as if a picture appeared before the guy's eyes, in which a mysterious man stood against the background of bright light, solving his evil deeds. The attack, the defense of the retreat that so many people were preparing for, and Bai Wu couldn't let down Master Wu and Master Che Lao, who had become his companions. Bai was sprawled on the sofa, wrapped up in his own thoughts about the uncertain future and the difficult present. Holding the flashcard in his hands, the guy recalled Lao Wang, who was ordered to get information about Mr. Wu's information. A couple of days later, Bai Wu found out that there were 2 folders on the map with super secret information, so he didn't understand what the villains would do next. As the phone rang in his hands, Bai heard Lao Wang with his important news finding some information. Wang told a friend who wanted to know the details urgently about the underground bank associated with him, asking him to come to the address. Allowing for the possibility of their disclosure by a group of scammers, the young man decided to use a disguise. It was a bright sunny day outside, and the tall buildings of the big city almost reached up into the blue sky. Bai Wu and Lao Wang, who had put on stylish suits and slightly changed their own appearance, were standing in front of the reception area where the woman was. When asked by a friend about the new data, Wang replied about the rumors regarding the receipt of large sums of money in this bank and the ancient society. It could be connected with those people. In a whisper, the antique dealer informed his friend that it was impossible to be rash, so he called him here. Bai Wu was currently in awe as he watched Lao Wang show his own reliability. While offering to pretend to be potential investors, Wang talked about the next step, which was to follow the bandits' trail. Then in a normal tone, Lao asked his friend to leave the ability to learn secrets for later because she asked for a lot of energy. They need to work somehow themselves. Realizing the low volume of his own energy, Bai Wu asked the system about the possible connection of the bank with a group of scammers. After seeing the download, Bai came to the conclusion that the normal operation of the technology was unrealistic now, so he could only rely on himself. In the office, a bank employee told 2 guests about their best project of a company that is proven by the market and brings a stable income. After presenting a detailed plan to potential investors, the man asked with a smile if they had any questions. Bai Wu didn't think the company was reliable in asset management, but he didn't see the connection with the goal he needed. Suddenly, to the young man's great surprise, Lao Wang agreed to invest 10 million at once without any problem. Unable to contain his own emotions and save the situation, Bai hit his friend on the back of the head. Maliciously looking at the unfortunate merchant guy reminded the lack of the right to talk, because the owner here is he. While poor Lao Wang rubbed his head, his partner was telling the banker in a matter-of-fact tone that he needed to consult with a consultant. The man would sit up with a smile and agree to wait outside until the two companions had talked business together. Bai Wu's glasses reflected the departure of a financial institution employee in the direction of the door. After all that the banker had said, Bai, who had not noticed any clues, asked Wang if he was sure that the bank was connected to the scammers. Lowering his glasses, the guy reminded his friend and decided to give the bank as much as 10 million so easily. When asked by Bai about the subsequent events, Wang replied about finding the evidence they needed. While Bai Wu was looking reproachfully at his companion, the latter turned away with a frustrated feeling. When he asked Wang if he had cheated, Bai received a firm denial from the merchant. Trying to turn the unfortunate merchant around, Bai Wu reminded him of the benefits he had done for the merchant. Greatly frightened by his comrade's reaction, an agitated Wang asked him not to worry. After talking about his search for clues, Lao was unable to find the answers to the questions, but he learned about the investment in the Bank of People from their ancient society. Afterward, Wang thought about the possibility of making money from it as well, but he was afraid of being cheated, so he decided to call Bai Wu. Abruptly rising from his seat, Bai shouted and demanded that his friend set priorities, accusing him of being greedy. Reminding him of the decision to earn money together, Bai pointed out an attempt to deceive Wang by outsiders, take his money, and run away so that he could not pay for a place in the cemetery. Wang disagreed with his friend and told him about several of his friends who had made a profit on their investment in the bank. Knowing his place, Lao had made a lot of money with Bai Wu over the past time, but he didn't know what their future would be like. The antique dealer bowed his head and spoke sadly of his desire to be always ready for the future. Bai Wu couldn't explain a few things to a fool like Lao Wang at the moment, but he asked him to remember one thing. Leaning forward, the young man promised to take care of his friend's future. Adjusting his glasses, the young man asked Wang to stop talking nonsense and follow him further. After leaving the office where the business conversation had taken place, Bai Wu and Wang walked out into the corridor where the banker was looking at them in surprise. With a smile on his face, the employee of the financial institution asked if his client was leaving or not. The instantly stern Bai is surprised by the alleged ban on leaving here, and according to Wang, his brother did not find the bank reliable. With a smile, the banker asked him to believe him, and pointed out the main shareholder and the boss, who were powerful people, and in the ancient circle, they were big people. Hearing the mention of the ancient society, Bai immediately asked about it, and the unsuspecting man instantly confirmed it. Thinking of an influential underground bank investor from the antique circle, Bai thought of Wang finding the bank forger, not knowing how that was possible. Smiling, Bai regretted that the banker didn't say this earlier. After all, he really liked this famous and influential circle. With a sly tilt of his head, Bai asked for references to meet the bank's powerful boss. Taking out the black card, Bai promised to hand over to the bank, if it is reliable, the monthly income of the Lao Tzu Foundation in the amount of up to 5 billion. After bowing, the employee of the institution asked Mr. Investor to go along with his partner. Opening the doors to the new auditorium, the bank's customers saw a masked man greeting them, who was the owner of this place. After shaking hands with Bai Wu, the man asked him to call him Mr. Z, offering to sit down and talk. The head of the institution sat down at the wooden table, while Bai Wu took the chair opposite. Lao Wang remained on his feet. Bai Wu smiled matter-of-factly, while Mr. Z looked at his new client searchingly and remained silent. Bai Wu suddenly understood, as he noticed Mr. turning over the ring on his finger. Crossing his arms, Bai Wu instantly recognized the person sitting across from him as the Wu family uncle he had met at the banquet. Without taking his eyes off Mr. Z, the young man came to the conclusion that he was right about this person. Thinking back to Uncle Wu's actions at the family banquet, Bai thought about the number of guises this man had. Breaking the silence, Mr. Z folded his hands and smiled as he asked for the name of his next client. A client named Hay was selling coal, but he left it, and when he heard about Mr. Z as an important figure in the antique circle, he decided to develop in this direction. Seeing nothing complicated in this, the head of the bank pointed out the importance of connections, opportunities, and capital, but he could bring the interested client up to speed. Putting on an innocent face, Bai Wu rejoiced at Mr. Z's words and asked him to tell him about the case. When pouring tea for potential investors, Mr. called it a very lucrative business. Speaking about the considerable risks, the man also asked people not to doubt the professionalism of the institution's employees. Having decided to pretend to be an amateur for a heartfelt conversation with Mr. Bai didn't understand about professionalism and wanted to know how to make money. After telling him about his poor knowledge of antiques and lack of understanding of making a good living there, Bai asked for help in this area, but to Mr. his words seemed like a joke. Calling them businessmen, the head of the place is ready to help the client earn money. All operations are specified, so the client has nothing to worry about. All of a sudden, the customer loudly accused Mr. of intending to use him to make hapless. Hey, start investing in idle talk, trying to convince the client of a misinterpretation of their words. Mr. reported a trade secret, and that was a difficult question. Folding his hands, Mr. Z urged the potential investor not to doubt the capabilities and authority of the institution's employees. Pretending that Bai was offended by Mr.'s alleged doubts, he pointed out the need for the head of the place to see the client's abilities. Deliberately turning away, Bai Wu, under the guise of Hei's client, announced his intention to invest in a new business, specifying only the amount. Without taking his eyes off the investor, Mr. Z didn't know who was in front of him, assuming a local rich man or someone else. Rising to his feet, dissatisfied with the waste of time on empty conversation, Hei didn't understand how antiques made a profit, thinking to find another company. Noticing the boss' cool display of arrogance, Vaughn didn't think of intervening, but he wasn't sure what to do now. Turning towards Lao, Bai Wu recalled his words about the existence of a more reliable company, asking him to take him there. Getting to his feet with concern, Mr. Z urged the influential competitor N to worry, since they were a private company. Mr. began to tell the departing guests about the recent appearance of a lot of forgers, urging them to be very careful. After stopping because of Mr.'s warning, Bai heard about a large antique business that needed Mr. Hei's funds. The guy was very interested in the opportunity to receive dividends in accordance with the investment, as promised by Mr. Z. Without taking his eyes off the client, the head of the institution again confirmed his words, noting the attentiveness of the person. Seeing the banker's continued caution, Bai rejoiced in his own use, because they talk about big business and lack of funds. As Bai Wu analyzed the situation, he became more and more convinced of the bank's direct attitude towards fraudsters. Just thinking about it, Bai saw a virtual notification to the system in front of him, confirming his guess 100%. Holding up a finger, the disgruntled customer told the banker how impressed he was with investor Hei. Bai Wu and his companion Lao Wang pushed open the doors of the office where they were holding a conversation and stepped out into the corridor. As Mr. Z watched them go, he saw the client as a local rich man and thought of people still asking questions about their investments. As Bai Wu walked through the corridors of the building in the company of his loyal companion, he was thinking about restoring the system. After seeing the download notification, Bai decided to pretend it wasn't there, but he was going to deal with the problem. After meeting Mr. Z, the two young men were driving back in a large white SUV. Nervously driving the car, Lao Wang spoke to Bai Wu, who was waving his hand and studying the information on his smartphone. At this very moment, a connoisseur of antiques called Mr. Che Lao for an urgent conversation. Picking up the phone, the young man identified himself and asked the elder about the major events that had taken place in ancient society recently. Bai wanted to know about things that require a lot of investment, and Lao remembered a family that sells rare foreign items that people want to buy. After hearing about the auction of antique items and large sums of money, Bai Wu hung up the phone and immediately understood everything. His testimony converged. Lao Wang, who had been silent all this time, continued to watch the road, slightly nervous, and did not ask any questions. Admitting that scammers could forge foreign antiques, Bai compared their skill to printing money for themselves. Recalling the episodes of his meetings with the uncle of the Wu family and Mr. Z, the guy came to the conclusion that it was necessary to deprive the villains of money and bankrupt the bank. The children continued to drive at high speed in a white car along the city road, hurrying to return home. Reflecting on the current situation, the guy did not have an understanding of the fight against underground banks, which was his problem. Carefully, they used funds, short-term sales, money transfers, and special financial capital. Glancing to the side, Bai thought about closing the bank, but it was just a simple room. Due to the lack of necessary evidence, Bai Wu couldn't act recklessly in such a case. There was a serious fraud organization behind the bank, and the uncle of the Wu family, aka Mr. Z, was one of the first persons there. Vaughn noticed the malice of a comrade who needed to deal with the bandits in one blow to avoid further trouble. Hiding the smartphone in his pants pocket, Bai Wu sighed and prepared to discuss all this with Mr. Che and Master Wu, who were able to find the right solution. Taking out the gadget again, the young man frantically pressed the necessary combinations on it. All of a sudden, a notification came in about the guy's inability to solve problems without the help of the system and external people, which Bai didn't understand. Not understanding why the technology wasn't being rebooted, Bai Wu couldn't understand the reason for her complaints. To the surprise of the young man, he was required to choose the right option right now due to his incapacity without the system. The system looked down on the guy, which he didn't like very much, so the antiques connoisseur was going to prove the opposite to her. Even without relying on the system or other people, the young man was confident in his own abilities to destroy the underground bank. As he was about to explain himself for today, Wang explained his honest reluctance to deceive his comrade. With a wave of his hand, Bai Wu acquitted Wang, without whom he would not have found out about the Wu family uncle's ownership of an underground bank. What he heard was a real shock to the unfortunate antiques dealer, who almost lost control. Startled, Lao Wang could not believe that the owner of the bank was the uncle of the Wu family. Bai was surprised that his friend was only now beginning to realize all this, and that the bank was run by real scammers. The antiques dealer, who was in a state of shock, couldn't have known about this earlier. Wang's mind was filled with sudden thoughts as he realized that Uncle Wu was the owner of the bank, and that the bank was run by fraudsters. With the smile of a suddenly enlightened person, Lao Wang called Uncle Wu a representative of a fraudulent organization. The cheerful merchant confidently said that only a fat genius like him would be able to find the secret. Bai, who was indifferent to his friend's conclusions, asked him to be careful when driving. After responding to Master Bai Wu's request, the driver of the SUV asked him to relax while continuing on the road. Becoming more serious, Lao Wan suggested that his companion had already guessed this earlier. Answering positively, the guy who was in the passenger seat spoke about the ability to perfectly analyze information. When Vaughn inquired about their next move, he intended to contact Master Wu and eliminate all the scammers in one go. But Bai Wu didn't have the necessary proof. If they tried to blindly strangle the snake, it would escape, so a more reliable method was needed. Startled by thoughts of the bank's likely destruction, Wang pointed out the presence of his friends' money there. By allowing his teammates funds to be lost in the event of something terrible happening to the bank, Wang wanted to warn them so that they could withdraw their money in a timely manner. Suddenly, Bai Wu had an incredible thought that would almost completely help him solve a difficult problem. Turning to the merchant, Bai, delighted, asked him to repeat the words he had said a moment ago. Explaining his own behavior, Vaughn wasn't after money, but considering himself loyal, he couldn't just watch his friends risk going bankrupt. The merchant looked in surprise at his companion, who did not accuse him of anything, and called him his blessing, begging him not to worry. All of a sudden, Bai Wu started to smile maliciously because of a funny idea that popped up in his head. The following events began to unfold in the large Wu family mansion. Standing at the table, Uncle Wu told the master about the company's good business, asking for further actions. In a stern tone, the elderly head of the family demanded that the young man straighten his back and speak directly. After following the master's orders, the guy began to report on the straight stance with a smile. Sighing heavily, Master Wu was very dissatisfied with his relative's actions, looking at him with a heavy gaze. To his grandfather's words about the need to hurry, his anger at the sight of the guy, and his unwillingness to get involved in the company's affairs if something happened to it, the young man briefly agreed. After listening to all these harsh moralizing of an elderly relative, the young man was only going to take his leave and leave. Soon, his black car was speeding along one of the city's highways. Being in the passenger seat in the car, the guy reported to his master about the decree for subordinates to transfer half of the amount to his account. Regarding the remaining part of the money, the young man talked about its receipt when he himself would have received it. The boss who was talking to the guy praised the guy for a job well done, admiring the right choice he made by entrusting the bank to him. After completing the operation, the boss promised the subordinate to give him a high position in the organization. When the guy, pleasantly surprised by the news, expressed his gratitude, the boss hung up. Having lit a cigar, the malefactor reflected on one problem that had long been of concern to him. Having stopped communicating, the guy thought about the intention of the boss to give him a high post in the company. Thinking back to what his boss had said about the new job, Uncle Wu seemed to be weighing the pros and cons of the offer. In fact, the ambitious and evil guy wanted to get the position of the boss himself, which is now occupied by him. With the entire organization completely under his control, the guy would be able to make them pay, and the Wu family would also become his property. The guy who wanted to control the scammers and the Wu family wanted to capture the light and dark, and everyone in the ancient world would respect him. After so many years of being humiliated, the guy was finally going to see the fruits of his success. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Uncle Wu had to quickly answer the incoming call. During the conversation, the subordinate informed the boss about the incident at the bank, asking him to return immediately. Thinking back to the incident at the bank, Mr. Z didn't yet see the relationship with the recent customer He, who was actually Bai Wu. For many years, the guy humiliated himself in front of his family and, hiding his claws, waited for this moment, wanting to see the whole world and ancient society in his hands. A subordinate nearby was handing Meister Z the face mask he'd worn to meet investor He and his partner earlier. Remembering his bosses Bai Wu, Masters Wu, and Chelao, Mr. Z saw them all as stepping stones in his path. Once on the 28th floor, the young man thought with a smile that there was no reason to be afraid of anything right now. Near the bank's cash register, many people demanded to resolve the issue and were going to take back their money, asking employees to hurry up. One of the clients angrily demanded to return her money immediately, and the man, not understanding the words of the cashiers, showed his contract with the bank. With a smile, the cashiers asked people to be patient, waiting for the boss of the company, and assured that the money was completely safe because there was nothing to worry about. Looking up, seeing the boss through the crowd, the cashier was very happy, feeling supported. The customers near the cash register parted with astonished faces, letting the bank manager pass ahead, to the delight of the cashiers. With an important tone, Mr. Z reminded that the company had no experience in restricting anyone, so people could withdraw money if they wanted. Casting a cold glance at people, the banker spoke about the unwillingness to bear responsibility for losses, and under the contract, people could only receive the principal amount. After that, there was a split second of silence as customers and bank employees looked at each other. While some did not understand what to do, others continued to demand money back, and still others regretted investing in the bank. Unable to contain his emotions, Mr. Z's subordinate, indignant about the regrets, pointed out the bank's strong financial resources and reliable reputation. As part of the response, people started talking about the rumors that were circulating, which immediately interested the masked man. Assuming the probability of someone's desire to harm the bank, its head mentally rejoiced at how he found out everything in time. Waving his hands, Mr. Z's assistant asked people not to worry. Otherwise, they wouldn't be standing in front of customers as representatives of the bank. A man in the crowd was unsure of the banker's words and talked about his family savings, while his neighbor still demanded to return the money. Holding up his hand, Mr. Z asked people to go through the formal procedures, promising to add them to the company's blacklist after that. The young banker crossed his arms as if unconcerned and asked if there were any other people willing to withdraw money from their accounts. After Mr. Mask's speech, the customers of his establishment suddenly fell silent and buried their heads in their books, asking for time to think again. With a smile, Mr. thought about those who spread rumors, alarmed his people, and now retreated, and right now. While staying away, Uncle Wu was hoping to delay the customers by using such a bluff and was thinking of calming them down now. When contacting the assistant, Mr. reminded them of the people he was looking for. The assistant reminded them, and those faces were already there. Nondescript men entered the hall, calling the owner of the bank a talented guy, where it is safe to invest, wanting to invest several tens of millions. The assistant turned to the chief with a smile and whispered the arrival of the same people he had mentioned a moment ago. Masked Mr. Z also began to cheer quietly, welcoming the arrival of people just in time. Turning quickly to their guests, the banker and his assistant greeted Messrs. Chang and Zhou, whom they had been waiting for. Introducing the guests to clients, Mr. called them the most influential people in Beijing who had specially visited the bank for investment. One of the people in the crowd who suddenly shouted recognized Wang Ergu and Li Huzi, who had come to the bank. Other clients of the institution also recognized the people, and the first person wondered when these villains managed to become the big bosses of Beijing. Grabbing the man with the goatee, the bank customer began to shake him, reminding him of the 300 yen debt and resenting the millions he had, asking about Mingbi. Mr. Z, who continued to stand at the side, only smiled maliciously as he witnessed this scene. One of the customers snatched a black suitcase from the hands of a fellow suffering guest, while the other was still held by the collar of his shirt. Opening the suitcase, the evil man threw it on the floor because of the presence of only old things there, hoping to see money there. Turning to Mr. Z and calling him boss, the man with the beard pointed out with regret and fear that the people had seen through them and the performance hadn't worked out. Not feeling guilty, the two guests quickly began to run back, much to Mr. Z's disappointment. The rapidly failing bank chief had no choice but to watch his actors escape. Outraged by people sent by the banker, customers suspected that there were problems. Otherwise, he would not have needed to do this. Turning to the customers, a very nervous Mr. asked them to calm down because of the misunderstanding that had occurred, denying acquaintance with the runaways. Not believing the banker's last words, angry people pointed out his expression about the long-standing expectation of those two scammers. Left alone with the indignant crowd, the bankers listened to their comments about the unreliability of the company, where it is too dangerous to leave your money. The masked man and his colleague were forced to run away in a panic from incredibly angry customers demanding their money back. At the speed of light, the scammers jumped out into the corridor from the hall with the cash register, closed the doors, and decided to catch their breath. Turning to the assistant, Mr. Z pointed angrily at the two actors, asking if they were really the ones he had found or not. Lowering his head, the frightened man told the boss how he had discovered the two men thanks to his friends. Calling the bank's reputation ruined and predicting disastrous results, Mr. was going to give up all the money and calm down after everything that had happened. The assistant informed the boss, who was walking towards the door, that half of the funds had already been transferred, and the remaining amount might not be enough for the rest. Feeling extremely angry, Mr. Z began to throw things from the table because everything was in vain. With hatred on his face, the guy asked the assistant to find out who was behind the incident, wanting to destroy this anonymous enemy later. The assistant turned sharply to the side in a panic. It was like hearing something terrifying for the two of them. Approaching the boss, the nervous assistant inquired about the potential desire of the boss to use the back entrance in case of approaching danger. Looking back, Mr. Z began waving his arms as if there were people nearby, telling them not to push and not to panic. Frowning, the man came to the understanding of the need to quickly resolve the issue, otherwise waiting for the end of everything. In a fit of nervousness, Mr. Z fiddled with the ring on his finger again, thinking about the urgent need to take the risk. In a conversation with Xiaolu, Mr. demanded all the capital from his work account, but the latter pointed out the risks associated with Mr. Wu. In an angry voice over the phone, Mr. Z ordered to carry out the order, promising to take special care of everything on his own. After a difficult conversation, Uncle Wu cut off the connection and slowly began to recover. Finally, a tired banker, not letting go of the gadget from his own hands. He tilted his head back and exhaled heavily. Hearing a familiar melody, Uncle Wu glanced at his smartphone when he saw an incoming call from Wu Ruyu. When the girl asked where he was at the moment, the guy reported his employment, asking what happened to his lady. When the master heard the girl's plaintive suggestion about something bad in the guy, he demanded not to worry his head because everything was fine with him. Whatever happened, he was supposed to share it with his family at the request of his beloved, but the master hung up on other matters. Leaving the device, a disgruntled Master Z was indignant at the behavior of Wu Ruyu, who was not clear what she was doing if she could call him. The guy dropped his smartphone on the floor in horror when Master Wu suddenly opened the door with a strong kick and entered the room. Turning his gaze to the right, Suji was terrified to death when he saw his own grandfather standing there. Fiercely mentioning how he also listened to the guy's phone conversation, the grandfather, wanting to talk about it later, wanted to know what was going on. Getting to his feet with great difficulty, the young man stared at the old man and his companions with almost insane eyes. Experiencing extreme stress, Master Z, aware of all the negativity of the situation, allowed his disclosure. Sitting back in his chair, Old Man Wu began to talk about his surprise at some of the children's duplicitous behavior. In a raised tone, the elderly man began to demand that Su name those who stole their family's money, not forgetting to mention the organization. Even more angry, Master Wu was sure of the bank's connection to the fraud group, demanding an explanation from the guy. Uncle Wu, who remained silent, considered the urgent need to shift the blame to someone else. Suddenly remembering Bai Wu, the villain decided to name him and kill two birds with one stone. After taking a deep breath, the young man nervously asked his grandfather to listen carefully. After all, this wasn't what Master Wu thought it was. After hearing the boy mention Bai Wu and his ownership of the bank, the master was curious about the reason why Sujie was the one running it. Since joining the family, the guy let her down and decided to somehow make her family happy, and Bai forced him to take responsibility for the bank. After starting work, the same situation suddenly occurred, and Su was so excited that he almost compensated the family with money. Gesturing wildly, the boy admitted his own guilt to his grandfather, but attributed his problems to Bai Wu. Almost crying, the young man suddenly realized that Bai Wu was jealous of his wife and was therefore trying to get rid of the unfortunate man. Falling artistically to his knees, the villain, with a hand on his heart, begged his grandfather to believe that the guy was just taken advantage of. The alarmed Master Wu, almost in a state of shock from hearing the words, asked the guy about his confidence whether exactly Bai is such a person. Taking advantage of the moment, Suji started calling the innocent Bai Wu a hypocrite, who was actually a devious and cunning person. Crossing his arms, Master Wu demanded that the relative provide him with evidence of Bai Wu's deception. The attacker was ready to prove the guilt of his opponent and return some justice. Frowning, the sly man mentally hoped that this problem had been solved. Suddenly, a certain stylishly dressed guy from Master Wu's back asked Mr. Z the reason for being on his lap. Bai Wu, who was being followed by Lao Wanwei, was happy to see Mr. Z again, who was very busy today. Master Wu's relative was surprised to see a recent customer of his bank, Mr. He, standing in front of him. Taking off his glasses, Bai Wu, with a snow-white smile, wondered how this person couldn't recognize him now. Understanding what was going on, the startled attacker, pointing his finger at the opponent, almost said his name. After Bai decided to explain the situation, he heard about the accusations in his own direction, so he went to the house where Master Wu and his family lived. The dumbfounded villain kept his eyes on the confident Bai Wu, not understanding how the guy managed to reveal it. Right now, Bai wanted to know if the villain was thinking of doing everything without problems. And Mr. Z just now saw in the opponent the one who arranged everything in the bank. Giving Wang a hug, Bai explained about the request for a friend to spread rumors so that customers would start taking back their money. The jovial Wang pointed out his wide-ranging connections and influence that made them succeed. Pointing his finger at Mr. Wang accused the scammers of spreading rumors about him, keeping in mind the rule of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Talking about Mr. Z's two visitors today, Bai Wu mentioned replacing them with his own people. Now that it didn't seem surprising to the intruder that these two people were revealing themselves like this, he realized that Bai had set him up. A connoisseur of antiques found out about the transfer of money from bank accounts to fraudulent organizations and to organize auctions of fake antiques. While showing the flashcard to everyone present, Bai, who was in a cheerful mood, pointed out the contents of the evidence in it. The terrified Mr. Z couldn't help but stare at the flashcard in the hands of his hated opponent. Bai had anticipated Mr.'s desire to cash in on the Wu family's bank account, whose head had been monitoring the con man's people in advance. Presenting a picture featuring 3 family members, Bai was talking about Master Wu, clearly hearing his relative's phone conversation. Having come here first with the last hope, the master wanted to give the guy a chance to confess so that he would get on the right track. But to the great regret of a very angry elderly man, his young relative let him down a lot. Getting to his feet, the master reminded them in a stern tone that the Wu family had accepted a guy into their ranks, and he had spat in their faces. Without taking his eyes off the disappointed relative, the old man wanted to tell about the most unforgivable thing for him and other close people. Grabbing a startled Mr. Z by the collar of his shirt, Master Wu blamed him for swearing an oath to a group of crooks. Looking at the old man with a hateful look, the guy called him the one who knew better than anyone else why the guy was doing this. Bai Wu, who was thinking about what he heard, was thinking about something that had happened that made Mr. Z do just that. Unable to contain his angry emotions, the young man shouted, accusing the master that he was the one who made the unfortunate Sujie like this. Startled, Master Wu asked the young man if he really meant to say that it was his fault. Without giving up on his position, Sujie continued to blame the old man for making sore worse. The still shouting Sujie, who worked at the bank under the nickname Mr. Z, considered himself someone who had changed for the worse because of the old man. Bai Wu and Lao Wang, who were left behind to witness this scene, they became visibly nervous as Master Wu abruptly began to clench his strong fists. When Wang asked his friend about what was going on, he heard from him a personal misunderstanding and concluded that not everything is so simple. Losing his composure, Master Wu harshly accused a relative of wanting to bite the hand that fed him all the time. Throwing Sujie hard to the side, Mr. Wu demanded that Sujie admit what he had done wrong for the boy. Rising to his feet, Sujie reminded the old man of his constant looks down on the boy when he joined the Wu family. When the young man regained consciousness, he reminded the old master of his eternal displeasure, no matter what the young man did. Su, who was shouting, accused the old man of seeing the guy as incapable of anything and as if he didn't know how to run a company. Because old man Wu had underestimated Sujie, Sujie had become his enemy and was now willing to help those who would destroy him out of hatred. After venting out all of his hatred to the fullest, the guy was about to show off all of his evil abilities to the old man. Pointing his finger at the elderly man, Mr. Z wanted to prove to them that the master wasn't right about his young relative. Without letting up on the verbal attack, the guy wondered, why did he become like this? And what does Master Wu have to do with it? As Vaughn thought about large families where things were always so confusing, his companion came to understand Uncle Wu's transformation into such a person. Sighing heavily, Master Wu looked down tiredly, realizing what had always plagued his relative. The unfortunate man, as if experiencing severe mental and physical torment, took hold of the arm of the chair. With the help of an assistant, the old man sat down again with great difficulty, collecting his thoughts. Raising his hand in the air, Master Wu ordered everyone to leave the room, except for Bai Wu, who was behind him. Lao Wang was also among those leaving, exchanging glances with his fellow antique connoisseur. After everyone left, Wu started talking about Rui and Xiao Xiao leaving their father early, so he couldn't pass on the family business to the young girls. Calling Rui too soft and Xiao Xiao too hot-tempered, the old man was sure that it would be difficult for them to run a business when they were suddenly heiresses. Listening carefully to the old man, Bai Wu and Sujie remained silent in a puzzled manner, not daring to interrupt their host. When the boy became part of the family, the old man tested his abilities and, even if they were not strong, Su had a character, and with proper development, he could become the heir. When he recalled Master Wu's harsh treatment of him after entering the family, his uncle was also constantly picky. Speaking of not being able to forge an old blade without sharpening it, Master Wu motivated the guy to get better. Much to Master Wu's regret, the guy failed to understand his efforts, crashed into the first barrier, and headed down a slippery path. Suddenly, the old man's complete lack of hatred for himself became clear to the enlightened guy. With an incredible amount of surprise, the uncle heard that if his grandfather had hated him, the latter would not have put him in charge of the family's largest firm. Master Wu asked the question that if he hated the young man, he wouldn't have allowed him to marry Wu Rui. At that moment, it was like a bolt of lightning shot through the unfortunate guy who just now remembered his beloved Rui. Suddenly, in the midst of an epiphany, he began to realize how wrong he had been all along, and how much of it was all his own fault. Falling to his knees, exhausted mentally, Uncle Wu recognized himself as an idiot, considering himself a smart person before. With a sympathetic look on his face, Bai Wu felt very sorry for this guy. In the old man's mind, the Wu family would not be able to forgive Sujie again, so Sujie should cut off all ties with the fraud group. The master himself would like to continue to comply with the law and expel the guilty person from the family and then put him on trial. Bowing to the eldest in the family, the guy, continuing to admit his guilt, I was ready to accept any punishment. Due to the Wu family's unwillingness to let someone like him back in, the Lord demanded that the guy divorce Rui for the sake of reputation. Sun Jie, who was still on his knees, said that he didn't want to involve Rui in this, so he agreed to divorce. Wu Rui, who was wearing a red dress, rushed out of the suddenly opened door, asking her husband in fright not to do this. Both of the men in the hall were stunned by the appearance of the girl, and Su directly asked about the reasons for her visit. Recalling instructions to wait in the car, the startled Master Wu asked his granddaughter if she had overheard their conversation. Bai Wu could only stare in amazement at what was happening in the room between the relatives. As Wu Rui closed her husband's eyes in front of her grandfather, she reminded him of how she had listened to the old man since she was a child, but there would never be a divorce. The agitated girl informed Dell in a firm voice about her unwillingness to divorce her current spouse. Taking the girl's hand, the unfortunate Sujie asked her to come to her senses, because it would be better for the lady to live without such a spouse. Weeping, the poor girl continued to call him her husband, with whom she intended to continue to be both in sorrow and in joy. Since they had exchanged vows, they would stay together no matter what, and if the guy left the Wu family, then Rui would do the same. Her husband had been treated unfairly in the family, and she hadn't seen it all, and it was all her fault, so she should leave. After hearing all these words, Sujie let out a tear and wanted to hug the woman he loved. Telling his wife about his own wrong, the young man wanted to move forward, but constantly made mistakes, considering himself guilty. As he watched the sad family scene, Bai Wu knew that this only concerned the Wu family, so it was better for him to leave. Thinking of his opponent as he left the room, Bai saw him as someone who was fighting for fame and fortune, but didn't appreciate those around him, so he lost. While encouraging him to become the best version of himself for the sake of his loved ones, Bai thought of Su Jie as someone who had not finished so badly. The underground bank may have closed down, but Bai Wu's claims against the forgers only increased, and things could only get worse in the future. The boss sitting at his desk heard on the phone about the closure of the bank and the lack of funds for the auction. Having stopped communicating, the leader of the group remained silent, holding a pile of white sheets of paper in his hands. While studying the application form for the Bai Wu Ancient Society Elder candidate, the boss realized how much he had underestimated this guy. With a storm of indignation, the man threw aside the table with papers, pouring out hatred. He wanted to destroy Bai Wu. Someone was watching with binoculars through the open window of the room where Bai Wu was on the phone outside a small bar. The guy was praised for his early discovery of the underground bank. Otherwise, the forgers would have raised a huge amount at the auction. To Mr. Che Lao, who was with Master Wu, talking to the young man, the consequences would have been terrible. Almost snatching the smartphone out of his friend's hands, Wu thanked the guy who had destroyed the underground bank in one fell swoop, calling it a great job. Rubbing the back of his head, the cheerful Bai Wu rejoiced at the good conclusion of this matter. While urging the guy not to be coy, Old Man Wu pointed out the bad consequences without stopping the Bai organization. Frowning, the elderly master didn't understand how his family was capable of allowing such a thing to happen. Becoming more serious, Bai Wu immediately thought of Mrs. Wu Rui, who had recently heard the cases for not forcing them to divorce. It was with regret that Master Wu allowed his beloved granddaughter to give up her share of the inheritance rather than his missing spouse. The boy was very surprised when the old man told him that he was ready to accept any choice made by his granddaughter. Wanting to end the unpleasant conversation, Master Wu told him about his old friends, returned to the city a few days later, asking Bai to come too. The boy immediately began to suspect the involvement of these friends in ancient society, which meant that Master Wu wanted to help the boy expand his influence. Considering this as a sign of gratitude for the bank, the young man decided to thank these people more by finding forgers. After hearing the master's promise to announce the arrival of guests, Bai smilingly announced how he would definitely be in touch. Knowing about the fall of the fraudulent bank, the guy was aware of its employees who wished him bad. When the guy thought about the risk of death at the hands of villains, the system immediately notified him of the high probability of such a scenario. After snatching the smartphone out of Master Wu's hands, Mr. Che Lao was going to talk to the talented young man himself. Almost startled by the abrupt change in conversation, Bai Wu also talked about the great events ahead. While addressing the boy, Che Lao reminded him of the upcoming elder elections that he had mentioned earlier. Just now, remembering this event, the guy agreed with the elderly gentleman and the election of the main members of the organization. Che and Wu had officially appointed Bai Wu as core members, and now they only expected him to confirm them. When mentioning people with their candidates, Che referred to them as knowledgeable, and Bai, with great talent, could raise doubts among other elders. Mindful of his inferior connections and influence, Bai had the votes of Che and Wu, but he could lose if he failed to convince the others. He wouldn't really have anything to be afraid of with the system, but it didn't have enough energy, which made Bai seem weak to everyone. By detecting scammers by infiltrating their organization, the guy would get both a membership and kill two birds with one stone. Among the chosen could be accomplices of fraudsters, but for now Che and Lao couldn't say for sure, but they promised to find them while Bai was still there. At the call of his seniors that it was impossible to lose, Bai Wu was determined to fight again. Reminding him of Bai Wu's strength, Wu was displeased with his companion's doubts, and the latter, demanding to let him go, pointed to the discussion of business. Clutching his head, he couldn't let his elders down when they trusted him too much. By drinking the water, Bai was going to clear the ancient circle of villains. If he could hide from the scourge, then he might be able to get rid of them. But a group of scammers were going to destroy an innocent guy, but even without the system, he is able to find them. The system showed more than 89% of the risk of a threat from scammers and receiving 95% for leaving Hangzhou. The sudden notification from the system greatly frightened the young man because there was so little energy in it. Since Bai Wu didn't have time to finish the phone call, a question about energy came out of the speaker. After talking into the phone about the lack of energy, the guy began to seriously think about fighting monsters to replenish his energy reserves. After seeing the recommendation to leave the bad place, Bai already knew about the danger, but running away would not solve the problem, because sooner or later they would run into each other anyway. While the young man was pondering, old man Che Lao ended the conversation, not wanting to distract the young man any further. Unwilling to stop the conversation, Bai Wu panicked and asked the elder to wait for an extension of the important conversation. He wanted to talk to the gentleman about the scammers who had infiltrated them, and without the system, Bai Wu badly needed the support of the esteemed masters Wu and Che. After telling him that there were several ideas that needed to be discussed about the confirmation, the guy was going to come to Che Lao. After quickly walking outside and getting into the car, Bai Wu Yi didn't notice anyone following him from the other side of the avenue. A young man watched the car start abruptly, using binoculars for monitoring. The unknown person was grinning, as if some terrible danger was waiting for Bai Wu ahead. A connoisseur of antiques and future elder of the ancient society was driving along a busy city road. There was a cargo truck in front, so Bai Wu stepped on the gas pedal to pass it and get ahead. Performing the maneuver, the guy began to overtake the truck, the driver of which was not visible because of the darkened window of the door. Unexpectedly, the truck driver started performing strange actions towards Bai Wu's SUV that was passing nearby. The cargo transport seemed to be approaching the young man's car, which continued to follow its own line. Bai Wu looked questioningly in the direction of the truck, not understanding what was happening on the roadway. Suddenly, the truck slammed its left side into the SUV, much to Bai Wu's astonishment. The huge truck was only a short distance away from Bai Wu himself, who was screaming in fear for the entire area. Without understanding anything, Bai Wu still managed to perform a maneuver and try to ride forward, escaping death. The truck driver, who was continuing his pernicious business, hit the hood of an SUV at full speed. In the driver's seat, an airbag flew out in front of Bai Wu, saving the young man's life. As a result of the incident, the truck crashed into a fence on the road, with Bai Wu's SUV nearly flipping over. When Bai Wu stepped outside, he was happy, he was alive, and his whole life flashed before his eyes at such a terrible moment. On the roadway, he saw the driver crouching down next to the hood of the truck, patting the dust off his jacket. The guy told the police about the accident at the intersection, and by Manhwa, where a concrete mixer collided with a car, there were no fatalities. Doubting the randomness of the incident, Bai Wu didn't rule out his own death. In front of the guy's eyes was the same truck driver with bruises on his sad face. A sudden thought struck the young man, explaining the terrible incident that had occurred on the city road. Previously, the system had already warned him about the high risk of danger from scammers, and now everything could be rigged under the guise of an accident. After viewing the surveillance cameras, the police declared Bai Wu innocent, allowing him to leave when the truck driver took full responsibility. Looking back, the guy saw the driver of the concrete mixer, who seemed to him a decent person. A nearby police officer was informed by Bai Wu that he was leaving, because the rest would be taken care of by the people from the insurance company. As Bai continued to think about the accident, he began to suspect a problem with the truck if it wasn't the driver. Looking at the other side of the road, the guy saw people watching what was happening. Suddenly, Bai Wu felt as if an invisible enemy who wanted to kill him was standing in the middle of the crowd on the sidewalk. The young man resolutely began to cross the busy roadway to get out of sight. Looking around suspiciously, Bai Wu understood the need to leave this dangerous place quickly. With his hands in his pockets, the guy walked into a deserted and quiet alley, leaving the busy part of the metropolis behind. Ahead was a quiet street with no traffic, not counting bicycles and few or no pedestrians. Suddenly, some dishes broke on the asphalt in front of the guy himself, causing the unfortunate young man to have a panic attack in horror. Raising his head up, Bai shouted an angry reminder of the presence of people on the sidewalk below. Immediately, a terrible thought appeared in the guy's head about another attempt by unknown enemies to destroy him out of the blue. Bai didn't see the young mother looking out of the window, scolding the kid for throwing the dishes down. Suddenly, a man on a motorcycle appeared on a narrow, quiet street, driving straight at Bai Wu at full speed. With eyes full of fear, the unfortunate Bai looked at the approaching calamity, afraid of the unexpected attack of the enemies. It took a split second for the guy to jump out of the way and save his life. Giving vent to his emotions, Bai cursed and looked at the motorcyclist out of the corner of his eye, suspecting that he was the killer sent by the crooks. Instead of attacking again, the rider began to complain after Bai Wu ran away about his careless gait. After running a certain distance, Bai Wu arrived at a large building where people were walking and started looking around. Hoping for safety in crowded places, the guy decided to catch his breath after the difficult events that happened to him today. The thought of schizophrenia flashed through the boy's mind because it was unlikely that all these people wanted a complete stranger to die. Trying to make sense of what had happened, Bai thought it was just a coincidence that there were a lot of these strange cases. Whatever it was, he was protected by God, but Bai Wu wanted to get to Master Chelao as soon as possible. It was in the home of an ancient society elder and an antiques expert that a young man could feel completely safe. It would be harder to defend yourself in crowded streets, and if you got out of the crowd, the guy could be killed in an alley by obviously armed bandits. After learning about the presence of a large shopping center in its own subway, Bai calmed down, because with weapons, villains will not be allowed there. With an understanding of this relative safety, Bai Wu walked resolutely towards the escalator. Going to go ahead, the guy passed a woman with a purse, and at the bottom a certain young man was descending with a gadget in his hands. Suddenly, the woman pushed Bai Wu down, and with a wild cry, he almost started to fall down, risking injury. With intense hatred, the young man looked back at the woman, perceiving her as a murderer. Grabbing the lady with his hands, Bai seemed to accidentally push her back without expecting it, and the woman fell to the floor in front of the escalator. Scared out of his wits, the guy now felt like it was all an accident, so he started apologizing, regretting what had happened. The smiling woman thought she was guilty. She had a bad ankle, and thanks to Bai Wu, she didn't fall down. When the system began to capture the energy, the guy did not understand where it suddenly began to come from. Bai Wu stared at the smiling woman who grabbed his hand and thanked him for saving the frightened lady. The young man was cheerfully modest, calling the woman too polite, knowing about the need to save himself. Not wanting to listen to the guy, the lady wanted to thank him by inviting him to dinner and dragging him along, much to Bai Wu's dismay. The guy thought about the need to eat. Besides, the restaurant is a crowded place where it is unlikely that something terrible could happen. The embarrassed young man was also forced to admit the presence of great physical strength in the new acquaintance. Bai Wu and the women from the shopping mall were being watched from the side as they entered the restaurant by the same person who had watched the guy get into the car. Laughing maliciously, the man rejoiced at the long-awaited capture, as it seemed to him, of a young man. From his pocket, The villain took out a miniature transparent container with a suspicious powder of a red hue. The waitress of the restaurant brought Bai Wu and his new friend dishes of food and a bottle to the table. A nearby street villain, covering his face with a menu, knew that the poison was invisible until it entered the victim's mouth. When the ignorant Bai brought a cut-off piece of steak to his mouth, the villain strongly hoped to eat the poisoned meat. The meat turned out to be on the guy's teeth, and the bandit hoped for his death in 3 hours, when no one would be able to find out the cause of death of the unfortunate guest of the restaurant. To the intruder's sudden surprise, Bai Wu spat the piece of meat back out indignantly without swallowing it. The young man only watched the woman across from him, who was eating steak slices with ease. Raising her head, the lady did not understand what was happening with the guy, suggesting that such a thin, poor guy rather eat restaurant food. The sweetly smiling Bai didn't understand the presence of such a strong taste of soda, suspecting the chef's mistake with the seasoning. Still covering his face, the villain saw Bai spit out the meat, allowing the guy to find something extra in the food. While drinking water, the restaurant guest could not get away from the strange taste of take with soda. Obviously, the chef could have flown in from another planet. A terrible thought shot through the young man like an arrow fired by an enemy, and he almost felt even worse. Coughing violently, Bai Wu realized that he had been poisoned by unknown individuals. Standing up from her seat, the woman linked the cough to a quick meal, causing Bai to choke on it, patting him on the back. The malefactor who had put poison in the dish of the unfortunate guy was exulting, not taking his eyes off the suffering young man. When Bai saw the notification about 100% poisoning of the steak, but not himself, he realized that he had managed to survive thanks to the mistake of the enemy trying to kill him. Surreptitiously looking around, the guy tried to figure out if the same killer was here or not. As Bai continued to look around the restaurant, he noticed a man sitting in the front with his face covered by the menu. After confirming his direct attitude to the assassination attempt, Bai pretended that nothing terrible had happened. If the guy didn't like the dish, the woman was ready to order another one for him. But Bai didn't see the need. The steak was fine. For Bai, this was an attempted murder, and it wasn't safe to stay in the crowd. He might drag an innocent person into it. The villain, who continued to hide his face behind the menu, laughed and hoped that Bai Wu would soon die because of the poison. After finishing their meal at the restaurant table, Bai Wu and his new acquaintance went outside, where they began to say goodbye in front of the criminal standing nearby. A connoisseur of antiques, with his hands in his pants pockets, went about his business, and the villain continued to watch him from the sidelines. The astonished intruder didn't understand how this guy was still alive after taking such a large dose of poison. While eating the snack on a stick with great displeasure, the person was counting on Bai Wu dying from a heart attack. In the eerie lair of the killer, among various bottles and containers, there was the very poison intended for an innocent guy. The villain's accomplice, yawning, did not understand who could have torn the label off the bottle, which he barely recognized. During the pursuit, the killer began to suspect an unscrupulous seller of deception and now decided to rely on himself only. To the attacker, Bai Wu was a person in good physical condition, even after trying to poison a survivor. When the villain got close to Bai Wu, he wanted to push him in front of the busy roadway, but the young man abruptly sat down to adjust his shoes. The bandit failed to poison the young antique dealer, so he tried to push the unfortunate man under the car for a fatal outcome, but this did not work out. Remembering the boss's precept about Bai Wu's death from an accident, the villain didn't understand the complexity of the process, thinking to bring the guy to a deserted place for killing. Thinking about the options for reprisals against the poor young man, the criminal glanced at the city map. Bai Wu was currently walking briskly along the avenue, eager to get away from the pursuit of the failed poisoner. Having covered a sufficient distance, the patient looked back, but there were only ordinary passers-by behind, and fishermen were fishing below. Letting out a sigh of relief, smiling Bai sincerely hoped that he had managed to leave the intruder behind. Suddenly, a man who fell into the water in front of Bai Wu loudly shouted for someone to save him, pulling him out of the dangerous elements. In this man, the astonished young man recognized his would-be killer, who himself was in trouble. Thanks to a sharp look, the guy saw how the man turned maliciously in his direction and smiled maliciously, as if plotting something terrible. It became clear to him that this was the villain's pretense of wanting to be saved by Bai Wu, and then taking the opportunity to sink his savior. As he kept his eyes on the culprit, Bai Wu came to the conclusion that it was necessary to leave this place as soon as possible. Suddenly, the bandit in the water had a cramp in his leg, which he did not expect at all, and experienced incredible fear from this. The villain who tried to kill Bai Wu began to drown for real, shouting at the whole area and begging to be saved, pointing to his cramped leg. A connoisseur of antiques watching the intruder saw the genuine fear of his abuser, who was drowning for real. Startled, the fishermen jumped to their feet and begged someone to save the drowning man as soon as possible, but everyone around them just stood there in silence. Clenching his fists, Bai questioned the system about the villain's pretense or sincerity, not knowing whether to watch or try to save him. The system was just loading up, and the unfortunate failed poisoner was rapidly beginning to sink under the water of the lake. As everyone continued to watch, Bai abruptly took off to rush to the aid of his own recent enemy. After demanding that the crowd of people disperse, Bai quickly approached the lake with a long stick in his hands to save the person. Bai Wu was instantly in the water and threw a pole towards the drowning man, shouting for the man to grab onto it quickly. The guy could not afford to think about whether it was a criminal or not, even if it was a matter of life and death, but he had to save the unfortunate man. Several witnesses of the incident who were on the shore, they grabbed a pole for joint assistance in rescuing the injured guy. While the villain was spitting out water on the shore, Bai heard from eyewitnesses praising his intelligence, courage, and ingenuity, without which the unfortunate man would have died. Exhaling heavily, Bai Wu suddenly saw the notification, deducing that the system had received some power. Chilled by the sudden thought, the young man made a mistake about feeding the necessary energy from this villain. The notification reported 100% falsification, and the truthfulness of the fact that a person was drowning reaches 98%. The poisoner might have faked falling into the lake in hopes of killing Bai Wu, but then his leg got cramped, so he thought the villain was stupid, making mistakes when poisoning others. As he watched the villain leave, Bai continued to perceive the one who was so stupid, but still managed to escape. Now, the young antiques connoisseur wanted to see how he could catch the same intruder. Using his smartphone, Bai contacted Wang and asked him to come to the specified location as soon as possible, urging him not to hang up the phone and listen to the rest. Without letting go of the phone, the guy looked in the mirror on the street and saw the reflection of the man who tried to poison him in the restaurant today. Bai Wu already understood the desire of the offender, who was not going to give up. The guy wanted to see the bandit follow him. Being aside, the malefactor looked at the opponent passing by shop with clothes. When the villain asked about the price of the bra, the salesman said that he was willing to give $30 for each pair and 2 pairs for $50. All of a sudden, the man was forced to stop talking and become quiet because Bai Wu was walking by his side, talking on the phone. The villain started to get nervous after hearing Bai Wu's words about the suspected attempted murder, begging to get the unfortunate man out of here faster. Sighing, the bandit rejoiced at Bai Wu's sense of danger, but thanks to the villain's intelligence, he never realized that it was coming from him. For an intruder hiding a knife in the inside pocket of his shirt, Bai was a very cunning guy. But now the bandit is forced to act for the sake of implementing the task of eliminating the antique connoisseur. Calling Bai Wu a man who owed him money on the whole street, the criminal was outraged by the guy's attempt to escape from the scene. Making the decision to pretend to be a collector, the villain hoped to protect himself in this way before the dangers. Without paying attention to strangers, the bandit began to run to Bai Wu on the city street. For the sake of his own salvation, the unfortunate young man turned the corner of the building, trying to escape from the fraudster. It was only at the last moment that Bai Wu noticed a high brick wall in front of him, but there was already a bandit behind him, quickly catching up with the guy. Feeling very stressed and afraid, Bai turned to face his pursuer, telling him not to approach. Leaning against a brick wall, the guy did not understand when he managed to owe money, because they were not even acquaintances. The villain demanded not to pretend. He must kill the guy on the orders of someone else, since Bai went against the one who should not have been. Seeing how the criminal pulled out a knife, the frightened young man specified the amount received by the killer for the attack. With huge eyes filled with wild fear, Bai promised the man that he would pay 3 times as much as the person who ordered the crime. Holding the knife in his hand, the attacker thought about the offer, realizing that this amount would be enough for him for the rest of his life. The bandit was already howling to demand 5 times as much from the cornered young man because the victim was very afraid of him. As if he had read the villain's mind, Bai was willing to give him 5 times as much, begging only to be set free. Looking at the guy with satisfaction, the man recognized Bai Wu as a rich coward who agreed to part with a lot of money for the sake of personal freedom. At the same time, the attacker, if the guy was allowed to leave, could become a victim of the gang himself because its representatives are stronger than he is. Thinking of the possibility of first luring Bai Wu out of money and then killing him, the villain laughed coolly. Reminding the guy of his promise to pay, the villain asked him to transfer 500,000 yuan from his phone, promising to release the unfortunate man later. Bai Wu didn't have that much money in his mobile account, so he asked the bandit to walk to the house where Bai could pay in cash. Continuing to hold the knife, the angry attacker ordered the guy not to move. Considering Bai Wu to be a liar and not believing a single word he said, the bandit was now demanding to hand over the money, not noticing what was happening behind his back. With a smile, the young antique connoisseur promised to pay his pursuer in full right away. From the brick wall, the faithful Lao Wang with a bag in his hands jumped down on the bandit, who had begun to suspect something at the last moment. A moment later, the antique dealer deftly covered the culprit with a bag to Bai Wu's loud delight. Cursing and not understanding who caught him, the villain did not see Lao Wang standing next to him, angry with a strong club in his hands. In Vaughn's mind, the villain had asked for his own punishment, and a minute later the killer was screaming in pain from the blows with the baton. No one else saw the execution, so Bai Wu watched the act of retribution indifferently with a cigarette between his teeth. A tired Lao Wang looked indignantly at the downed and beaten criminal, calling him too heavy a scoundrel. For a true confession, Bai is ready not to punish the bandit, but even to give some money. But the latter, considering himself a professional, did not betray the employer. Knowing about the million yuan reward for a murder, Bai asked the moral assassin about the reasons why he only received 10% of the amount. Thinking back to Mr. Dao and his $100,000 fee, the bandit marveled at the $1 million figure, not understanding how Bai knew about how much the hitman was being paid. Bai Wu's guess was correct when he heard the Dao minister's name, and this person was indeed hired by a gang of forgers. As he answered the phone, he was asked why he was still not in the right place, and Vaughn was viciously demanding that the bandit be quiet. When Mr. Bai called, he was told about the problems that had appeared, and the old man should have instructed Hong Tai to pick him up earlier. Bai didn't demand it anymore, as he had already dealt with everything on his own, asking the master not to worry about him. It was already too late to visit the elderly gentleman today, so the antique connoisseur suggested that he come to see him tomorrow morning. If the boy was fine, then Che asked him to go home and take care of himself, and tomorrow Lao would send someone to pick him up. Police officers were already approaching them, Bai asking Wang to deal with everything, and the latter urged his friend to take care of himself. The system that received a bit of power estimated the risk of possible danger at 90% or more, but Bai didn't want to see these stupid notes. Bai Wu walked through the evening city and felt tired. After all, he had managed to escape with great difficulty today. Entering the residential complex, the young man entered the elevator and chose the 9th level. With so much trouble, Bai hoped for no contact with the bandits, allowing for the risk of running into them sooner or later. As he opened the apartment door with his keys, Bai thought about the randomness of all the troubles he had encountered today. But they could have been traps prepared by the forgers to catch the guy off guard. They wanted to kill the guy, once and for all, if he let down his guard. A couple of days before these events, the boss in a protective uniform and a cigar was talking to someone on the phone. In the course of the conversation, the boss noted a certain strange guy whom he personally underestimated. Speaking about the need to plan everything, the boss hoped for success in eliminating the opponent by killers. Otherwise, he asked to wait until the victim lost his vigilance. The increasingly angry leader of the gang of bandits ordered to kill the enemy of the gang. Bai Wu at that time, turning on the light in his room, thought about the stupidity of the sent assassin, doubting his professionalism. Or this bandit was the weakest of them. But then, according to the guy, the gang of forgers could send someone else. With wild fear, Bai reacted to the system's notification that he was in grave danger. At that moment, to his right, the unfortunate antique dealer saw a criminal running in his direction with a dagger. Without taking his eyes off the next mercenary, the young man was already resigned to the probable collapse, hoping too late for a miracle of salvation. The system notified of a serious danger to the owner, activating the protection mode, and the bandit's knife hit the strong armor. The reflection of the attacker's blow with his armor was so strong that Bai barely managed to stay on his feet. To the astonished antique dealer, the reason for blocking the villain's attack was extremely unclear. Not intending to retreat, the attacker went on to the guy who was lucky, thanks to the rescue of the phone. Gathering all his strength, the assassin sent by him once again launched an attack on the young man who was trying to escape. It made Bai Wu feel doubly awful to be notified that the system was running out of energy, so it couldn't protect the host. The smug killer chased the young man with a knife in his hands, mentally hoping for a quick victory. Grabbing an iron ashtray filled with cigarette butts, the angry Bai Wu turned toward the villain to strike at him. Suddenly, the killer, not hiding his sense of superiority, grinned and grabbed the ashtray with his hands. The bandit was looking at the guy who was cornered on the bed and seemed to have suffered a complete defeat in an unequal confrontation. Holding a can of gas and a lighter in his hands, Bai spoke to the killer, who wanted to do everything very quietly and unnoticed by everyone. Putting the ashtray on the bench, the criminal thought for a second, agreed with his opponent today. Even if the villain made a big fuss, he would still be able to kill the guy before he left, so Bai Wu should take his word for it. The system continued to remind them of the lack of energy and the inability to protect the host, whose probability of death increased, but developed a new plan. If Bai had learned of the system upgrade offer, he would have done so in the event of transferring a weapon to restore it countless times. Considering it better for the guy to stop resisting, the attacker asked him to look to the left. Casting a glance in the direction the culprit requested, the youth saw Xiao Xiao bound and unconscious. Not understanding why she was here, Bai wanted to commit arson and stop the bandit and then escape, but that plan wouldn't work since there was Xiao Xiao now. If Bai Wu continued to fight, the killer didn't mind it, but asked him to think about the girl who came in the morning and entered the house thanks to the villain. When asked by the evil Bai Wu about the girl's condition, the bandit explained how he drugged her to avoid problems, as he had nothing bad against the lady from the Wu family. Even if she died because of a guy, the villain couldn't imagine what kind of measures her grandfather would take against Bai Wu, but it would only benefit the killer. Thinking about combining with the system to fix it, Bai didn't know how it would affect him or whether this update would save the situation. Considering it right for the opponent not to shout, the killer suggested that he put pepper spray in place because the guy would not harm the bandit but would burn himself. As soon as Bai decided to set fire to the gas canister, the criminal immediately grabbed the unconscious Xiao by the hair and presented her with a dagger. The terrified Bai Wu demanded that the criminal stop and not touch the innocent captive. Asking the enemy if he thought well, the attacker demanded to throw out the gas cylinder and just accept it all. Without taking his eyes off the girl, Bai was only thinking about activating the last plan because he had no other choice. At the same time, the young man threw a gas cylinder and a lighter on the floor, just as his opponent wanted. After announcing his intention to use Plan C, Bai saw the beginning of its activation by the system, drawing energy from the host and combining it. The increase in the system's energy volume started at 1% and gradually increased to a higher level. Speaking to the killer about the possibility of killing Bai Wu, the guy himself asked to let Xiao Xiao go because it is very important for him. A connoisseur of antique items asked the opponent for a few minutes, explaining that it was necessary to say goodbye to his girlfriend. Having given this permission, the scent killer demanded that the guy put his hands behind his head and fall on his knees, not wanting to see the deception on his part. After following the instructions, Bai Wu mentally urged the system to work faster, since he couldn't play for so long. While the technology was being restored, Bai reminded the unfortunate girl of their first meeting in the park. Suddenly, the guy reminded the girl who woke up how she appeared out of nowhere and crashed into him. The criminal watched with a grin as his rival tried to explain himself to the poor girl. Bai Wu, who was very nervous, needed to endure all this in order to carry out his plan. Hearing his captives talk about love affairs, the intruder closed his eyes in disgust, not wanting to see them. Turning indignantly in the guy's direction, the villain couldn't wait any longer, hoping for the end of his conversation with the girl from the Wu family. When Bai Wu asked about the time to download, given the killer's impatience, the technology notified him of the imminent completion of the process. The guy begged the villain to give him time, because previously Master Wu did not allow lovers to meet, considering Bai Wu poor, and he did a lot to gain the old man's recognition. The angry Bai acted like a matrilocal son-in-law, which buried itself by saying such nonsense, urging the system to hurry up. Raising his leg to hit an innocent guy, the villain cursed because he did not care about the previous relationship of the girl and his enemy. Pinning the unfortunate antique dealer to the floor, the criminal raised his sharp dagger over him, promising the guy and his girlfriend love in the next life already. The terrified Bai grabbed the criminal's arm with both hands, trying to fight off the knife attack. The grinning villain asked the guy to stop resisting, as he would still not succeed. The point of the enemy's dagger was getting closer and closer to the face of the unfortunate young antique dealer, who seemed as if nothing could help him. Suddenly, the system recovered after the update process was completed, and the procedure for empowering the host started. Bai Wu was beginning to transform into a different person. His fear left him, and something sublime took over his soul and body. Cold-blooded Bai forcefully pulled the criminal's dagger away from him with increased strength, glaring at him. Just a moment ago, the mercenary who had been anticipating victory was infuriated by the unexpected resistance of his opponent. Dropping the dagger from his hands, the killer viciously did not understand where the guy got so much strength. Bai Wu wasted no time in throwing a sudden punch at the assassin, causing the assassin to be temporarily disoriented. So that the bandit would not come to his senses, Bai Wu would kick him to the corner of the room from where the villain had appeared. The culprit hit the wall of the room with a wild cry, suffering a crushing defeat in the confrontation with Bai Wu. Falling to the floor, the mercenary still couldn't believe what had happened, and Bai stood over him with a hateful look on his face, sighing heavily. After knocking the opponent down, the unfortunate Bai, being very exhausted, sighed from great fatigue. Unable to stay on his feet, the young man fell down, finding himself next to his beloved Xiao Xiao, who was unconscious. The medical sensors were showing various indicators when Bai Wu finally opened his eyes with difficulty. He saw Xiao Xiao standing in front of him, happy to see him wake up, and Lao Wang standing behind him. A moment later, Che and Wu entered the medical room, where Bai Wu was sleeping on a cot connected to the machines, and Xiao Xiao and Wang were standing next to him. Che rejoiced at the awakening of the boy who had lain there for 3 days, and Master Wu quoted the doctor's words about Bai Wu's overwork, but promised him a recovery. As he took off his mask, Bai Wu marveled at such a long period of unconsciousness, attributing it to the effects of using the system. After patting the guy on the back, Wu praised him for his ability to deal with the killer alone, calling the guy a good one. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao would have died then. Bai Wu, reminded of the innocent girl's confirmation of danger, wanted to tell her more about the killer, but couldn't. Due to Che's concern about Bai Wu, the old man asked Hong Tai to follow the antique dealer, and Wu saw all the mess in his friend's apartment when he arrived there. Blaming his own carelessness, Che didn't expect to see a professional hitman, but the loss of Hawal's intermediary has caused damage to the gang, causing them to use new traps. Pointing out the enmity between them and the forgers who were able to use insidious means, Bai suggested that Che and Wu should end it for good. Master Wu paused, intrigued by his friend's suggestion, and Mr. Che asked him to explain the plan. In Bai Wu's understanding, the test had a high degree of importance, so a bunch of forgers would do anything to displace the opponents. Talking about capturing all the rats in the antique circle, Bai was pointing out a chance to take over the initiative to eliminate the gang, and even though it was dangerous, he was eager to try. After hearing the young man's question about the evaluation of his proposal, Master Wu expressed similar thoughts, but he didn't have a good opportunity earlier, and the old man couldn't disagree with Bai Wu. Che wanted to get rid of the traitors, but he didn't know how the head of the society and others would react to a large-scale case, and to eliminate the gang, he had to enlist the support of other societies. After thanking him for supporting his plan, even if it was a bit harsh, Bai asked the masters to discuss it later, intending to prepare for the test. First of all, Mr. Che urged Bai Wu to have a good rest, and after that, how he will be discharged, and it would be necessary to discuss everything down to the smallest detail. On the threshold of the ward, Wu, calling Che's behavior cowardly, did not understand how this could have occurred to a comrade, but Lao suggested that we discuss it later. When all the visitors finally left the medical ward, Bai Wu managed to let out a sigh of relief. When he recalled the past events, the guy understood how he had barely managed to escape from the assassin. Before Bai Wu's eyes were the intruder who had tried to poison him, and the killer who had attacked him in the antique dealer's own apartment. In his mind, the young man frowned and begged his enemies to be patient, and soon he would make them pay for everything. After that, Bai Wu decided to turn to the system that was already stable, asking it to load faster. Suddenly, like a digital laser, Bai Wu's eyes flashed in surprise. Bai looked questioningly at the notification about using a portion of the energy to forcibly strengthen the owner, with the effect of this on the download speed. Updating to the second version, Bai perceived as a mockery of him, because the system stopped working at the most crucial moment. In response to the notification that it was impossible to do this to him, Bai asked the system not to be rude to him, explaining his 3-day sleep and pointing out the resource withdrawn from him. The system called it the owner's decision and didn't take responsibility for it, but Bai did it for the sake of fixing it. It took energy that wasn't important for his health. The owner of the technology had no chance of winning due to the difference in strength, but it mentally stimulated him to supply energy, the level of which is related to the health of the owner. Frequent reminders of the system about the weakness of the guy caused him almost hysteria and confusion about the rudeness of the technology. Bai Wu, who was thinking about it, came to the conclusion that he had experienced the feeling of an extra power surge earlier during the battle with the killer. The high tide might have been considered a last-ditch effort, but he could only work for a limited time, and then the guy slept for 3 days in the hospital. But such help helped Bai Wu turn the situation to his advantage, for which he was grateful to the system, which was always ready to support the owner. Bai wanted to train more so that the tide would be stronger and last longer if the youth's strength increased, but the system objected to this idea. After the offer to transfer the subscription to the gym to another person, if nothing happens, the guy shouted from the continued bullying. When the system reported the possibility of a second version with a new owner friend, due to its friendlier interface, Bai became interested. After learning about the system's creation of several retreat panes after analytics and receiving this data, I became interested in the source of its energy at that time. Changing someone's skills might provide the system with energy, but Bai wouldn't understand if she explained that he needed to do more of the right things. Angry after doing more of the right things, Bai wanted to calm down. He was very annoyed with the way technology was communicating. Bai Wu was greatly surprised when the system pointed out the expenditure of his luck to restore the technology, requiring him to rely on it with great respect. Rubbing his forehead, the guy thanked the system for the reminder, taking her words as a sign of lack of luck in business. After facing the troubles of the past few days, it didn't matter to Bai Wu. If there were others, the loss could become a profit. The upgrade would also bring benefits. After the update was completed and the second version was ready for use, the guy was preparing to show the forgers all his abilities. His men were kneeling by the boss, and he was confirming another defeat, although they had previously hired a professional assassin. The leader of the gang knew the killer well. He had never lost before, so it is not known how he screwed up this time. The man in the suit who was talking to the boss demanded that the PA be suspended for a while because Bai Wu wouldn't be able to do anything before the test. From the speaker of the smartphone, the words of a man in a suit were heard about the imminent start of the test and his good preparation for it. Turning around, the man promised to personally deal with the enemy this time and bring it to the gang after the plan was completed. Bai Wu picked up the smartphone on the table and inquired about the end of the meeting with Mr. Che. The old man officially informed the boy on behalf of the Antiquarian Society's Board of Acceptance of Bai Wu's application to become a candidate in the test within 2 days. While Bai was puzzled about Che's official tone, the man asked him to prepare, and the guy would be given a written statement with the rules of the test. After promising to do his best, Bai saw a notice that the rule change was not in his favor, and all the members of the jury were isolated to prevent data leaks, reminding the public of recommendations made by them. Wu and Che, the master, asked the guy not to let them down and do his best during the testing. After listening to the elder of the ancient society's instruction, Bai Wu calmly urged the old man not to doubt him. Che's official tone meant that Bai Wu was in a public place, and his words meant that he was fulfilling his requests and that all the members of the public were present. In an address to Wu Hongtai, who was standing nearby, the patient cheerfully announced his time to shine. In a serious tone, the young man, agreeing with his friend, urged him to fight, believing in his final success. In the meeting room of the Antiquarian Society, all 12 members of its board were gathered at a table, and one chair was empty. Mr. Che Lao informed everyone present about the transfer of information to Bai Wu, asking for the thoughts of his colleagues on this matter. With a wave of his hand, the vice president of the Antique Society, Li Dafeng, accepted all of this with a smile. Turning to Che Lao, the cheerful Li Dafeng reminded his colleague of his competence in this matter, while the others were not doubting anything. Master Wu, who was sitting with his arms crossed, was offering to end the meeting at this point if there were no objections from his colleagues. Getting back on his feet, the main member of the Kain Yuta Society, speaking about the completed meeting, asked people not to be so serious. Yuta took his companion's hands and said it was rare to get together, and besides, their wives weren't here. Leaving the building of the ancient society, its members offered to drink and enjoy the chance to have a great time. An hour ago, President Sang Taihei could not allow anyone to deceive the public by reviewing the questionnaire of the young man proposed by Messrs. Wu and Chai. Core member He Jiango saw Bai Wu as a young man with high potential, 5 years younger than Invisible, when he joined the main cast. When He Jiango's colleagues heard the name, they immediately became alarmed, and Master Wu urged him to stop, not understanding why he remembered the Invisible Man. The balding man was expressing hope that Master Wu and Mr. Che would not allow their candidate to make it to the main team so easily. An insistent member of the society also inquired about the guy's possible graduation from university without taking into account his abilities and qualifications. After these words, Master Wu cursed in a heated mood, and Mr. Che Lao urged the bald colleague not to worry about such moments. Che said he was responsible for Bai Wu because he was recommended, and Caney could check out the candidate if he wanted to. According to Li Dafeng, then a colleague would be able to find out what the young man is worth because they should give way to young people. For a bald member of the ancient society, having to personally check out a novice was absolutely a waste of time. Wu described the likely defeat of a member of the society as humiliating, suggesting that his candidate and Bai Wu should be brought together, identifying the most talented of them. Calling his candidate a famous collector who could easily defeat Bai Wu, the bald man asked for other candidates recommended for the tournament. Sun Taihai mentioned the inconvenience for a new young candidate to get here, suggesting that his colleagues discuss the additional stage of the election. By agreeing with the chapter, the core member Shikaidi reminded 1 or 2 people of the chance to reach this stage, and the winner would be the one with the highest number of points. An insistent colleague asked to take into account the experience and advantages. The strengths of candidates are important, as well as skills, society will disgrace itself by taking a random person. Core member Zhao Jinggang rejoiced at the young and talented people, but the winner must have all the necessary qualities. As Master Wu listened to all his colleagues in the ancient society, he became more and more angry. Li Dafeng asked them to stop arguing, even though their opinions had a right to exist, but he asked the scientists to listen to his opinion as well. Calling the objective manifestation a test of a person's personal skills, for Dafenga the result depends on the merits of the votes, and the final result was proposed to be determined in 2 stages. In Wu's opinion, this is unfair to Bai Wu. The old people themselves promised to make way for the young, but no one would vote for him in this case. A bald scientist is ready to vote for the person they like. Considering it a good idea, the winner should get the highest score, having received more than half of the votes. For Master Wu, this is a stupid idea. If you follow the ideas of a colleague, then the society will not get results from the by-election, and it is not clear what it is trying to achieve. Master Wu, who had jumped up in anger, was being held back by his colleagues because of his desire to talk and his strong desire to find out the meaning of what Dafeng had said. One of the participants in the meeting of the ancient society tried to calm everyone present in connection with the scandal that broke out. Knowing that there was a presidential candidate, Chai Lao remembered the absence of the head of the society in the election, but now he was back in the process. In Chai's mind, Caney might be acting against Bai Wu, so it was not impossible for him to join the gang, and Mr. President must be aware of this. While Master Wu and his bald colleague were arguing on the sidelines, an angry Li Dafeng fiercely demanded to stop arguing. The vice president urged to monitor their behavior because everyone occupied an important place in society and behaved inappropriately to their position. Closing his eyes in a solemn tone, President Sang Taihei briefly agreed with his deputy. Addressing the president, Li Dafeng asked him to say something because he was not able to take control of the difficult situation. The chief could see the point of Caney's words, but the extra stage of the election was important to society, and his people would rather leave the seat vacant than give it to a random person. With the president's words, Li Dafeng and the other participants in the important meeting immediately began to agree. The enraged Master Wu was rebuked by his comrade Chai Lao in order to avoid further scandals and conflicts. Li Dafeng called the chief's opinion really important, clarifying about the departure of the head, Sha and Shan abroad for training next week. According to the man, only the president was able to keep the situation under control, but the head did not understand his subordinate. By offering an early test, Dafeng pointed out a chance for all of them to participate. He would be calm about holding, and the winner himself would receive the recognition of all the members. The president of the ancient society looked at the subordinate with approval, approving his proposal, considering it meaningful. Doubtful Master Wu did not believe that Bai Wu could get more than half of the votes with all the participants participating, and Che also agreed. Looking at the elders of the ancient society, Zhao Jingeng and his companion urged them to be right in this difficult matter. Mr. Chai Lao remembered exactly what people were talking about right now, and just earlier, candidate Bai Wu. On the street, many people were converging on the building where the members of the ancient society were meeting, planning to get rid of the traitors. Bai Wu was determined to pass the test, regardless of the difficulty level. While on the street, the young man turned around to see Vice President Li Dafeng getting out of the car. When some passers-by asked about a tall man in a suit, others answered by calling him the vice president. A man in the front row winked at the man in a suit accompanying the vice president. While some people greeted Li Dafeng in admiration, an accomplice from the crowd passed a piece of paper to the escort. Bai watched the procession as one of the audience members talked about the vice president as the top China appraiser, while the other wanted to consider Dafeng. Bai Wu glared at the vice president who was walking in front of him, and he was sure that the vice president was a traitor to society. All the young man's suspicions about this man with the arrogant look were confirmed 100%. Bai, not expecting to recognize the vice president as a traitor, found the target by logging into the game. Today, he was very lucky. When he arrived at the building where the ancient society was meeting, he saw Li Dafeng accompanying him. Looking at the guest with a smile, the man assumed that he was the same unknown young man. A happy-to-meet man was shaking hands with a reciprocating Bai Wu in a cozy room with soft sofas and flowers. Bai Wu thought of this man as the candidate of the forgery gang, thinking of the second member who clearly hadn't arrived yet. Suddenly, the doors of the room opened, and on the threshold of the guys saw a laughing old man who was very sorry about something. Stroking his gray beard, the man, without ceasing to laugh, strongly apologized to the guys for having to wait for him. To Bai Wu, who didn't understand where the society had found such an elderly old man, he seemed more like a serious expert. The scientists had learned about the president's invitation to Mr. Jet in the remote test, and they had heard about the old man's possible desire to take the president's place if Sang Tae-hee hadn't been in office. During the discussion of age, Sang Tae-hee disagreed with his colleagues about the seniority of Jet by a couple of years because the old man was 2 years younger than the president. On the test, candidates were required to inspect antiques. The winner must get the highest score, half of the votes with equal points. The best will be the one who spent less time. Bai had no doubts about getting the highest score, but the core members would hardly vote for him, and the traitors might cheat. After the start of the competition was announced, Bai Wu, Old Man Jet, and the man he had greeted in the previous room entered the hall. Approaching the ancient vase, the trio fixed their eyes on it. The old man immediately answered positively, while the others looked closely. For the grinning Bai Wu, solving problems was not difficult thanks to upgrading the system to the second version. In the process of passing the test, all 3 participants wandered around the hall, studying various antiques. While Old Man Jet and the third candidate to join the antique circle were looking at the porcelain items, Bai was walking towards the performance rooms. The young man was already opening the door of the room, intending to enter it, when his opponents looked at the ancient vase. They stared in great astonishment at Bai Wu, who didn't say the answers out loud due to the need to maintain the correct bar. Caney called the current generation self-confident. Zhao Jinggang did not believe in the seriousness of Bai Wu's quick victory. His colleagues were amazed at the guy's ability to do everything in a few minutes. In a stern tone, Master Wu demanded that his colleagues keep their voices down because of the candidate's preparation for the speech. Addressing the jury, Bai Wu introduced himself and described the first antique item as a golden elephant bowl from the Xuande era of the Ming Dynasty. This series was first produced during the 3rd year of Xuande, and it has a noticeable gloss, well-preserved, and luster. Bai Wu estimated the current market value of the ancient item to be between 17 and 20 million. The other item, a jade figurine, was a fake, created 10 years ago and made by a master working in the Yangzhou style. The quality of the work is excellent. A $30 million ceramic 3-color glaze-covered piece from the Zhongguan era was released in several copies. Amazed at what they heard, the elders of the ancient society, looking at the documents, recognized the correctness of the young man. Master Wu and Mr. Che Lao looked at him with happy eyes as they complimented him on his excellent work. A very nervous, bald member of the society was listening to Bai Wu's report on the Wuzong era, antique number 9. Not understanding how such a thing could have happened, the old man was beginning to assume that Bai Wu was prematurely familiar with the topic of testing. Much to the persistent old man's anger, the organization's president called Bai Wu a definitely talented young man. Sang Tae-hee praised the guy for not making mistakes in the story about antiques, but the quick work made the old man suspicious. Bai Wu, he thought, was strange. Celebrating Bai Wu's youth, He Jianguo marveled at the boy's extensive knowledge of antiques, which was very rare. Pointing out that there were no mistakes in the candidate, he considered the exact year and price of the guy, promising Shakaidi was interested in the birthplace of the smart guy. Even for Vice President Li Dafeng, who was startled by what he had just heard, it was all too cool. Glancing at the screen where the performance was being broadcast, he heard Bai Wu's words about finishing the evaluation of the 10 exhibits. After the suggestion to go to the restroom to wait for other participants, the guy considered himself the best, correctly telling about all things while spending less time. This was all possible thanks to the system, a complete, new and improved version of which would be Bai Wu's only true solution. The guy was upset by such a boast of technology, and she pointed out that there was no need for him to strain his brain to answer questions. Thinking about the extent of the system's crudeness, Bai heard her demand to be smarter, but that wasn't what she thought it was. In the room, Bai could watch the second candidate speak about a rune-type exhibit from the Yongzheng era, the Qing dynasty. After evaluating the opponent's literacy, Bai saw an error in calculating the Ru kiln type, which imitated the Song dynasty style, and the color referred to Yaozhou kiln, but the person said otherwise. Bai didn't understand how the opponent answered questions and made mistakes, because given his age and experience, he shouldn't have shown himself like this. When the guy looked at his opponent on the screen, the system notified about 100% preparation of the person before the competition. In Bai Wu's mind, the thought of cheating the opponent and studying the topic in advance of the competition suddenly popped up. Bai didn't know how this could be, since the jury members had been isolated long before the test and had no contact with the participants. After showing the scene of a man from the crowd passing the paper into the hands of the male accompanying the vice president, the system called Bai Wu stupid and Kane inconsiderate. A young connoisseur of antiques instantly understood everything after getting acquainted with this picture. Bai Wu was now interested in obtaining evidence of his rival's fraud. The system couldn't provide them because of the man's destruction of the paper, and this was a meanness for Bai Wu, who who was also unable to prove a connection to the vice president's scam. After finishing his speech, the second candidate for a seat in the Antique Society opened the doors to the lounge where Bai Wu was already staying. His opponent was greeted with a benevolent smile as he glared at Bai Wu. When the two of them were watching Old Jet, Bai could see that his opponent was trying to outdo him, but it didn't work out at all. Bai Wu Yi noticed the opponent's lack of manners as he began to think about the person who was the last in the race of the competition. Bai estimated this contestant's chances of winning as 0 due to a lot of time spent, even if he would have scored a similar number of points. Bai Wu, who was planning to meet with all the members of the jury to find out the traitors, was being watched by a security camera at this time. Noticing this, the young man was about to succeed in implementing the plan discussed earlier with Mr. Che Lao. When Bai Wu said that the jury wouldn't recognize him on the test, which the traitors would take advantage of, Che promised to be with them and then act against these people. When they thought they were the winners, Bai would persuade them to hold a new election, and so the jury wouldn't suspect Master Wu and his companion. But according to the changed rules of the test, the candidates in the jury could not meet. This is necessary to prevent cheating. In this, Bai and his friends miscalculated. After 10 o'clock, all the candidates finished the test and the jury was going to announce the results. The first candidate for membership in the Ancient Society, Bai Wu, correctly answered 10 questions in 16 minutes. The second applicant, Mr. Wu, gave the correct answers to 9 questions in 28 minutes. The third candidate, Mr. Jie, took 43 minutes to answer 10 questions correctly. After the announcement of the final results, everyone present in the hall vigorously discussed the results of the event. Calling Bai Wu Mr., he was praised for his excellent performance, noting that he had a lot of knowledge about antiques already at a young age. Among the 10 items, some were fake, some were real, but Mr. Bai Wu gave the smallest details, answering questions without hesitation, which was rare. Calling Bai Wu's performance impeccable, Shakaidi and his colleagues had been in the public eye for a long time, but they had never met such an erudite young man. When talking about learning from the elders in the family, Bai took everything as a jury plan, where they would praise him and then try to fail him. Regretting the missed opportunity to ask questions, Shakaidi asked the winner for permission to do so. Immediately agreeing, Bai Wu only wanted this. It was the most ideal scenario for him right now. While talking about the famous Qing Dynasty imitating Song furnace, officially owned by the former and rumored to be the imp furnace of the Northern Song Dynasty, Kaidi asked Bai Wu's opinion. Taking the question as historical, Bai thought of the jury member as considering the guy uneducated, allowing for a different goal, and it was even. The boy regarded this question as specially prepared for him, and the traitors clearly did not want him to rest now. Considering Bai Wu to be able to tell the difference between a genuine item and a fake item, the jury doubted his knowledge of history, what to do after the test, and if the votes would be even. While thinking about the question, Bai Wu ignored the second candidate who was laughing maliciously from the competition opponent's silence. As he continued to address the person in a mocking tone, the man suggested that Bai was unable to answer due to the severity of the question. If Baldy Caney and Vice President Li Dafeng were chuckling with glee, Master Wu and Mr. Che Lao were empathizing with their junior comrade. For the second candidate, it was strange for Bai Wu to remain silent for so long after quickly learning about all the forgeries in the antiques from Mina's shop. Indignant at the suspicion of fraud, Bai perceived the opponent as a fraudster himself, but trying to blame everything on the opponent. Mr. Wu didn't think so. He called the guy the one who surpassed himself on the test, considering the age and level of education. Turning to the third test participant, Mr. Ji, the man asked for his opinion on what was happening. Ignorant of Bai Wu's fraud, the old man didn't understand how Bai Wu had managed to take a close look at all the antiques in such a short amount of time. Competitors began to take down the guy at the slightest chance. He will provide more such chances to find out their new reaction. As if a little nervous, Bai began to answer the question, explaining about the official furnace of the Northern Song Dynasty. Surprised by the boy's stutter, angry Wu reminded him of the way he talked without hesitation, but that was all the boy needed right now. The president of the Ancient Society, stroking his beard, could not believe that the young man did not know the correct answer. Bald Cane pointed out the strong difference between Bai Wu's answer and the previous description of antiques, causing a new outpouring of aggression from Master Wu. The spiteful person reminded Mr. Che of the right to inspect the society's items and materials, and Bai Wu was recommended by Wu and Lao, so they should understand what the colleague was driving at. With his usual kind smile, Li Dafeng asked his colleague to stop talking like that, because he trusted Mr. Che, and he wouldn't cheat. Rising to his feet, an enraged Master Wu called his colleague deluded, pointing at him. Waving off his colleague, Che suggested that he conduct an investigation, but he was not the only one who had the right to inspect everything. To attract attention, Bai coughed, and Sang Tai-hee called for everyone to be quiet due to the need to listen to the candidate. Turning to the young man, the president of the Ancient Society asked him to continue his speech. According to Bai Wu, the official kiln appeared during the Tang Dynasty as a gift to the emperor, and Song porcelain, then such furnaces were considered to be created in Bianliang and Linan, opened by the authorities. Bai Wu recalled Gu Wenjian's Fushuan novel about the Northern Song Dynasty in the Xuanzhen years. Following the system's prompts, Bai Wu had been treating the rune as an official one since the Northern Song Dynasty. Bai Wu's words about the lack of an official furnace in the Northern Song Dynasty came out of the blue. Vice President Li Dafeng and his colleagues looked at the young candidate in amazement, not expecting anything like this. Qiu Lao was the educated one, and Master Wu clenched his fist triumphantly, calling his younger comrade a good boy. The president of the Ancient Society, San Tai-hee, also seemed touched, admiring the guy's answer. Bai couldn't let the old man bully him while possessing the system, and they shouldn't have taken things so simply. With his arms crossed, Bai Wu solemnly marked this as his answer to the question, apologizing for the need for the men to wait for him. The guy was interested in the further course of the representatives of the Ancient Society, who were silently watching him. Breaking the silence, Master Wu spoke to the critic who had spoken out against Bai Wu, wanting to hear what he had to say about everything that had happened. Forced to admit that the boy's answers were correct, Bald Caney apologized to Mr. Che for slandering the young man. Understanding how everything was going to fail, Che Lao felt joy at Bai Wu's intelligence, which had knowledge of an important period of history. Sha Kaidi, who was adjusting his glasses, was impressed by the guy's answer, considering it very good. Turning to the candidates for a place in the society, Li Dafeng allowed them to go for a temporary rest after the competition. Bai Wu sat down on a soft sofa with his competitors and eagerly waited for the result of the elders discussing the competition. Li Dafeng suggested that we return to the discussion at this time. Forgetting about the differences, Kane recognized the correct answers, not understanding why Bai thought so long. To the spiteful representative of the Ancient Society, candidate Bai Wu's nervousness during the test seemed strange. Master Wu, while urging them to forget about it, spoke of the need to discuss everything on the merits, suspecting his colleagues of opposing Bai Wu. Knowing about the special time delay for calculating traders, Che pointed out that there was no evidence to suspect the guy, which is why his colleagues blamed the candidate so much. Li Dafeng demanded silence and an end to the argument, appealing to the wise Mr. Che, urging him not to quarrel over small things. Calling Bai Wu ambiguous and shocking to them, Li offered to test him again, and when he passed the test, he would become the winner. According to Dafeng, in a new test, Bai would prove himself and the public would stop considering him a crook, asking for the president's opinion. Drawing attention to his second-in-command, Sang Tai had called the young man really unusual. Considering Bai Wu to be an amazing guy, the president decided to get his colleagues' opinion on the guy's latest checkup after getting Che Lao's approval. Confident that the candidate himself would agree to take the new test, San Tai-hee talked about its details. Bai Wu stared at the dark screen, not knowing anything about the elders' Qi-As decision, and allowed his pretense to be revealed to the traders on the last question. According to the system's report, they didn't notice it. Bai isn't such a bad actor, but the villain still thought the situation was under control, so he suspected they had a backup plan. With a smirk, Bai praised the villains who wanted to get rid of him for their thoughtful work on him. Due to Sang Tahe's agreement, Li Dafeng suggested that everyone take an item to check Bai Wu's authenticity, so he could not learn anything about things in advance, but show his true abilities. Calling this method a demonstration of the impossibility of cheating, the vice president asked Sang Tahe's opinion on his initiative. After being silent for a while and closing his eyes, Che Lao then agreed to do all this, but with some comments. When they could choose an antique, Che would suggest asking Bai Wu here to verify the authenticity of the items in front of them, and then no one would doubt the test's integrity. The evil Caney doubted his colleagues' support for the proposal, and Hijango agreed with Che Lao. Mr. Che was mentally rejoicing at the realization of what Bai Wu had asked, and now it was up to him alone. Soon Bai Wu, accompanied by his competitors, found himself in a room with 2 rows of porcelain items laid out on a table. Li Dafeng attributed the new test to the importance of choosing a new member of the Ancient Society, urging Bai Wu to show his knowledge and prove himself. The smiling young man promised the vice president of the organization to take this test very seriously. With the guy's seriousness about the test, he wanted the old people to admit defeat, as he had prepared something for them, and it doesn't matter if he was lucky or cheated, Bai can't help now. Thinking about the need to check out the antiques before looking for traders, Bai looked at the antiques brought to him. As he approached the table with various antique items, System notifications began to appear in front of the young man's eyes. The young man's eyes opened wide in surprise, because all the objects in front of them were completely fake or partially fake. For Bai Wu's suggestion that a group of forgers had created forgeries, the system indicated a confidence level of more than 83%. After hearing Li Dafeng's invitation to start taking the test, Bai only assumed one item that wasn't created by the bandit group. In Bai Wu's opinion, everyone except the traders thought that the antiques were genuine, but the system called him a fool for wasting his time thinking like that. Bai Wu, who was frowning, guessed that the honest members of society had no understanding of the fake nature of antiques. Li Dafeng, who was outwardly smiling sweetly at the guy, was mentally critical of Bai Wu, who dared to go against the vice president. Li Dafeng stared coldly at the young candidate, who had a lot of hatred, arrogance, and malice in him. Thinking back on Bai Wu's performance today, Dafeng knew about his ability to respond, and telling him about the authenticity of the antiques wouldn't cause him any trouble. As long as Bai Wu talked about fake items that were considered authentic by others, everyone would see him as a crook and not believe him. Since each of the jury members could choose a different subject, Li Dafeng thought it was right to show his most precious antiques. The president of the San Taihei Antique Society, agreeing with the deputy, reminded Tom about the newly acquired antiques. Li Dafeng turned to the side and stared at Bai Wu, who was standing there, thoughtfully thinking about something else. The grinning vice president mentally waited for the start, hoping for the guy's mistake about their antiques, which would offend the old people and lose the chance to prove the truth. As Bai Wu kept his eyes fixed on the grinning opponent, he suspected that the other party was already mentally solving a problem with him. Even if this antique was proven to be a fake, the old people might resent Bai Wu and lose their votes. Even if Bai Wu thought it was all mean, he still hoped for such a development. After the notifications about partial forgeries appeared, a young candidate for joining the society had an idea. All the jury members present in the hall were looking at Bai Wu intently as he pondered about the antique items. Finally, Bai Wu, in an address to the elders of the ancient society, pointed out the presence of 4 truly authentic antiques. The guy talked about a ceramic pot with an enameled lotus from the Kangxi period of the He-Qing dynasty and a box with a pink gardenia from the Guangxi period of the Qing dynasty. He pointed to the bronze and gold Wuliang Buddha statue of the Ming dynasty's Wangel period and a ceramic pot from the Song dynasty's Zhong furnace. Master Wu and Master Che Lao stood there, their faces full of admiration, while Xia Kaido briefly confirmed Bai Wu's words. An embittered Caney, despite the success of the guy, was sure that it was impossible to tell the candidate about his subject. After that, Bai Wu would move on to the remaining 2 antique items on the table in front of him. These 2 items were very interesting to him. They were half genuine and half fake. Hearing these words made Li Dafeng angry, while Yang Go, who was standing behind him, looked like he was afraid, and Sang Taihei didn't understand what Bai was talking about. Picking up the teapot, Bai explained about its assembly from celadon with carved flowers of the 5 dynasties, where the lid, bottom, and handle were authentic. Thanks to the help of the system, the guy found out about the fake shell of the item, which itself was a modern fake, and the real parts were added recently. One of the representatives of the jury of the ancient society reacted with approval to the verdict of the young man. When Bai picked up the Tang Dynasty Buddha statue, the evil Cain began to rejoice, expecting to see the guy's crushing defeat. Specifying, Bai considered the exact time of creation of the statue to be in the middle of the Tang Dynasty and the early years of the Huan Dynasty, the middle of the Ming Dynasty under modern restoration. The startled bald old man didn't understand how the young man knew about such unusual details. Bai called antiques a valuable treasure inherited by people from their ancestors, where a lot of historical and cultural information is stored. Thanks to the restoration, people can show the characteristic features of each dynasty. The sculpture itself was created in the Tang era, but it was updated many times. While wondering about the purpose of the Buddha statue being here, Bai replied by admitting that it was necessary for someone to restore it. Looking at Bai Wu with approval, the president of the San Taihei Antique Society not only noted his knowledge of antique appraisals, the young man's opponents, including Vice President Li Dafeng and others, were viciously silent, waiting for the outcome of events. Bai Wu, who was looking forward to his victory, looked at the elders with a modest smile and was about to start. Implement the plan. In front of all the assembled jury members, Bai Wu spread his hands and talked about the remaining 5 subjects. He Jiangguo, who couldn't contain his emotions, shouted after hearing about the fake things from the guy, marveling at Bai Wu's audacity to call things fake. In a cool tone, without taking his eyes off the elder of the ancient society, Bai Wu once again called all 5 items fakes. Raising his hand, Vice President Li Dafeng urged Mr. Bai Wu to stop making such terrible jokes right now. Referring to these items as the jury members' own collection, Li Dafeng asked the guy to provide proof that they were fake. An enraged Kane demanded that Bai Wu show irrefutable evidence. Otherwise, all the words of the young man would be empty space. Accepting the elders' request, stern Bai picked up a vase to confirm his own words about the fake things. In front of the members of the public, Bai Wu held the vase and remained silent, as if gathering his thoughts. Dafeng knew about the only evidence inside the porcelain, and it was impossible to prove it without breaking it. Bai broke the dragon vat, and it was unknown if he would have repeated it now. The vice president stared at the guy across from him, certain that it was impossible to break the statue by doing so. Suddenly, to the consternation of the elders present, Bai Wu abruptly released the statue and it shattered, falling to the floor. The startled Caney called Bai Wu crazy, and Li Dafeng couldn't believe what had happened, not expecting to see such confidence in the guy. An angry He Jianguo, waving his arms, shouted at Bai Wu, accusing him of breaking his antiques. Under extreme stress, he demanded help and persistently called security. Upon hearing the screams, security personnel immediately opened the doors and entered the room where the candidate was being tested. Bai Wu, who didn't expect to see any guards here, anxiously asked the system about making mistakes here. She asked the visibly nervous young antique dealer not to worry because he could still rely on her. Wondering how Bai Wu had smashed the antique, the president of the ancient society, Sentaihe, considered it a bold move, anticipating new interesting events. Wu, who jumped up from his seat, tried to stop the attack on the guy who was not allowed to be touched, and an angry Hai reminded his colleague about the antiques that the guy had broken. To Bai Wu's surprise, the guards began grabbing his arms for further neutralization. Reminding people about their desire to get proof of the fake items, the guy promised to provide everything they need. Master Wu was trying to protect a junior comrade who had promised the elders who didn't trust him a tenfold compensation if he was wrong. Aware of the system's inability to make mistakes, the exhausted Bai Wu continued to think of himself as the right person. Allowing them to get into trouble, an angry Li Dafeng called Bai Wu too rash of a guy. The vice president, while reminding Bai Wu of breaking things without permission, accused him of having no respect for the jury, which He Jianguo agreed with, but Wu objected, telling them to keep quiet. Xu Kaidi did not consider this act to be worthy of a young man. Lao assumed that the broken object was a forgery item, just like the dragon pattern vat. Remembering the delivery of this item to He Jianguo, Che suspected him of being a traitor from the forgery group. Bai Wu didn't expect to see himself being captured by the guards, mentally getting angry at the elders for not giving him a chance to prove anything. Suddenly, Master Wu grabbed Bai Wu, who was not expecting this, and rudely demanded that the guards move away from the young man. After strongly scolding Master Wu, an enraged Caney began to accuse his colleague of being crazy because of his continued attempts to protect Bai Wu. Accepting the challenge, the martial artist did not consider himself to be crazy, because in this case, the villain could not talk like this to his longtime colleague. Criticizing people for not giving Bai Wu a few minutes to give evidence, Wu was willing to pay compensation if the guy made a mistake, calling such wise old people children. Sang Taihe called Master Wu a brave man in a low tone and agreed to give the guy who broke the porcelain a few minutes to prove the forgeries. The president of the ancient society even allowed the astonished evil subordinates to turn Bai Wu over to the police if he ended up being wrong. Looking respectfully at Mr. Organization Chairman, Bai didn't expect to receive any help from him at such an important moment. Li Dafeng, who tried to object, was instantly rejected by San Taihe, which was very bad for the deputy because the head of the society took the side of Bai Wu. With a sigh of relief, Bai Wu began to explain about the existence of fake antiques from ancient times. Mentioning the groups of forgers producing increasingly flawless fakes, Bai didn't want to see the elders cheated, so he apologized without wanting to offend them. After asking Mr. He about the considerable amount of money paid for the broken china, Bai received a positive response from him. Accepting his answer, Bai Wu promised to tell the elders of the Antique Society about how he found out about the fake antique items. The young man knelt down in front of the pieces of broken porcelain to pick up one of them. Holding a fragment of an antique item with a QR code on a small plate, Bai Wu asked everyone present to look at it. Vice President Li Dafeng and He Jianguo, who were shouting the loudest, couldn't believe what they were seeing. Shakedo didn't understand why the QR code appeared in the porcelain item and didn't know how it ended up inside when making the item. The person who performed such a forgery with perfect details was considered by Bai Wu to be a master of his craft, but it was the elders who should know who could do such a thing. While everything was going as planned by the young man, he admired the updated version of the system. President Sang Taihe, who was still admiring Bai Wu's actions, asked him how he found out. Bai could immediately recognize the fake antiques created by this master. And right now, he was also lucky enough to recognize his fake work. While chuckling softly, Sang Taihei still found the candidate he liked to join the society to be an amazing person. Bai Wu himself realized that it was impossible to convince the chairman of the ancient society so easily. The guy found this vain craftsman funny when he hit a QR code inside each item, which indicated that he was an eccentric person. Each product had a QR code, so you could only find out about a fake by breaking it. And this information came as a shock to the jury members. Baldy Kane maliciously argued about Bai Wu's luck and advised him not to do so since success wasn't infinite. After thanking him for the reminder, Bai promised to pay everything back to the penny in case of making a mistake, although now he was right. The loss of fortune and fame might not be a big problem, as if people found out about the production and sale of fakes by the society. The president of the San Taihei organization reacted to the young man's words with a smile again. With his head lowered, Bai Wu, knowing that people weren't saints, reported everyone's shortcomings. But the producers and sellers of fake antiques were worse than villains for Bai Wu, calling for them to be found, no matter what the situation of society was. Paying attention to Li Dafeng, the guy could see his calmness, which means that the person was not directly engaged in creating fakes. After a question about the involvement of the deputy president in this process, the system confirmed the latter by 83% and a little more. Li Dafeng and He Jianguo were horrified when San Taihei suddenly got to his feet and called Bai Wu's words a disgrace to the ancient society. Hoping for confidence in the young candidate from all the members of the jury, the president considered it superfluous to break up the rest of the subjects, asking others about it. Without understanding who was protected by the chairman, Bai Wu or someone, DPKU Guo, the guy decided to observe the head of the ancient society. Taihei urged his colleagues to check the items, and if they were not sure of their authenticity, he asked them to check with experts and not trade without making sure of their authenticity. Otherwise, they would face punishment. After listening to the president's instruction with difficulty, his deputy Li Dafeng remained silent, not saying a single word. Good-naturedly, the deputy head of the organization, folding his hands, asked Bai Wu to check one of the things he had. The young man, who didn't trust this person, couldn't understand the reason for such a courtesy in his direction. Still smiling, Li Dafeng, who considered himself a porcelain expert, was wrong when studying a new antique item. He Jianguo instantly chimed in, agreeing with the vice president, because people tend to make mistakes. Recalling many antique dynasties, Xia Kaido admitted the possibility of getting mistakes even from experienced experts due to ignorance of the details, which he agreed with. To Bai Wu, all these elderly people seemed like they were trying to disown any trouble to justify themselves. Li Dafeng tried to talk to Bai Wu further by putting his hand on the young man's shoulder to make it more convincing. Speaking of the mention of the president, Dafeng went back to talking about the item that he wasn't sure about, asking Mr. Bai Wu to confirm its authenticity. Bai Wu looked at his opponent with a peaceful smile, and Li Dafeng returned the boy's gaze with the same good-natured expression. Laughing, Bai saw the man's words as a joke, promising to make sure to visit him in his spare time. Mentally being wary of the vice president, the guy was mindful of his attempts to always be neutral and goad other people. According to the jury members, Bai thought that Dafeng had nothing to do with the fake items they bought, and he was supposedly unlucky like them. Pointing to his watch, the vice chairman talked about the lateness of the hour, suggesting that his colleagues in the ancient society hurry up. Mr. Bai Wu was reminded by Li Dafeng about the existence of the latest antiques, which would obviously be very easy for the guy to check out. Seeing the person's behavior as sly, Bai was still going to look at the mysterious item. After the guy began to look at a certain vase, the system notified him about the absolute fake of the item. Carefully examining the antique vase, the young antique dealer asked the system about the flaws of this strange thing. As a result of the analysis of an antique item, a notification about the absence of a trace element also appeared. The system confirmed Bai Wu's idea of creating a fake by other forgers, and there was absolutely no QR code in it. After learning about the perfection of the technology of creating a fake, Bai was shocked. The material of the product was slightly different, but it was impossible to prove it without the necessary tests. The nervous guy initially expected to get a much easier task from his opponent and critic. From the new notification of the system about the ownership of this item to Mr. Chairman, the guy was even more horrified by it. Remembering the repeated support from the good San Taihei, Bai was afraid of losing his favor if he was defeated. As if good-naturedly calling Bai Wu's appearance bad, Li Dafeng asked him to study the subject better, be more serious, and take his time. Not trusting the friendly tone of the enemy, Bai Wu tried to concentrate on his work, realizing the folly of smashing a new item when he couldn't prove anything by doing so. Bai Wu had to ask the system about the ability to check the composition of the material only with the help of special equipment. When Bai learned that it was impossible to check without damage, he thought about asking for permission from the president because the damage would be minor and the item would remain almost in order. By specifically creating a Bai Wu vase and testing it, he learned that Defeng understood that it was easy for a candidate to perform it, so he could fake the results of the work. Considering this a hopeless situation, as well as assuming the presence of a figurehead from Defeng in the role of an inspector who forged the results, Bai received a refutation of this. Offended by the virtual blow from the system for their stupidity, Bai didn't understand the enemy's plans against him, but technology required thinking. Offended by the system's unwillingness to help him with a serious opponent at last, Bai Wu was going to deal with the problem on his own. Looking at the vase, the guy remembered that it belonged to Mr. President, and the only proof of its falsity was the composition of the material. Bai Wu seemed like the Mr. President of the Antique Society was testing it and not deliberately creating difficulties, not understanding why he was given a perfect fake. Looking at Sang Taihei out of the corner of his eye, Bai didn't know what words the president would say to him if the item was proven to be fake. Assuming the elderly gentleman didn't know about the fake item, he didn't really believe it, since Taihei was the chairman of the organization. As he continued to think about the vase's material, Bai was sure that Deputy Taihei would come out against him and call him wrong, but he didn't know what to do next. Li Defeng was the one who carried the vase belonging to the chairman, so the villain could easily do something with it. At the suggestion of a young antique dealer about the likely substitution of the original Defeng with a fake product, the system was only silent. With a tilt of his head and a subtle smile, Bai Wu was about to quickly solve the task in front of him. Looking back at San Taihei, the boy repeated the question about the vase belonging to the chairman of the Antique Society, trying not to make a mistake. The president looked at the young man in surprise, and Deputy Li Defeng was also confused by what he heard. Bai Wu leaned close to Sang Taihei's ear and whispered something to the organization's Mr. President. In a low voice, the young man reported to the head of the society about the substitution of the antique item offered by him. Clearly not expecting to hear such a bold statement about his subject, Sang Taihei stared at Bai Wu in amazement. The vice president of the ancient society, who hadn't heard anything, was watching the scene angrily, wanting to know everything. Spreading out his hands, Li Defeng expressed his lack of understanding of the situation, suggesting that Bai Wu tell the people in the audience. Raising his hand as if to stop the second in command, Sang Taihei demanded that he not interrupt now. With a snap of his fingers, the president of the Antique Society would walk away, asking Bai Wu to follow him. Once in another room, the young candidate and the elderly head of the organization were sitting on upholstered furniture for a conversation. For the first few moments, Bai Wu and Sang Taihei stared at each other in silence, as if they were trying to find out what was going on in each other's minds. The president of the ancient society then asked the young man to tell him everything about the case. If Bai Wu understood everything correctly, then the Celadon vase of Mr. Chairman from the Yue furnace of the Tang dynasty was related to the vice president. Recognizing this fact, Sang Taihei talked about the joint purchase of the item with Li Defeng, but then he gave it to the boss. Bai Wu urged the old man to tell him everything in full detail so that he could verify his own guesses. Rubbing his gray beard, the president of the ancient society began to share the details with the boy. As Sang Taihei finished his narration, he sipped his tea, and Bai Wu, as a sign of strong respect for the man, clasped his hands and thanked him for the story. Having reminded the guy of his words about the vase in the hall being replaced with a fake one, the head of the society wanted to hear proof of this. Bai Wu fell silent, tilting his head down, resting his chin on his fingers as he pondered an answer for the old man. With a sudden smile, Bai assumed San Taihei would perceive him as a bit of a strange guy. He reminded Bai Yi of his forgery detection methods, so he was interested in San Taihei's opinion of himself, since the old man might think of him as a fraud. With a smile, the president of the ancient society asked the guy to tell him more about himself, because this was almost how he perceived Bai Wu. After promising to talk later about his method of recognizing the authenticity of objects, Bai initially wanted to share information about the old man's vase. The outside of the vase is fake, but Bai couldn't prove it, but it was created by the wrong forgers who made the previous fakes, so there is no QR code in it. The only proof was the composition of the material from which the vase is made, and it can be checked with the help of special equipment. Calling the verification the cause of damage to the vase, San Taihei assumed the presence of Bai Wu's rhinestone due to the old man's refusal to perform it. But the guy didn't really care because there were other certain factors. Bai Wu was much more concerned about the theft of the Antique Society president's vase by the intruders. Believing that the president had a genuine vase, Bai considered the one that had been substituted to be a fake. And if he had said so in front of everyone, San wouldn't have believed the guy. The others certainly wouldn't. Stroking his gray beard, the chairman of the society did not agree with this. No one would oppose the young candidate with his investigation. If San had agreed with the jury to check the vase, they would have replaced the fake one with the original one, and the last one would have been damaged, and Bai would still have been wrong. To clarify, San Taihei asked the guy if he meant the vice president and his closest people. It didn't seem like an accident to Bai Wu that the vice chairman and the head of the Antique Society saw the same vase. The vice president specialized specifically in porcelain products. Seeing such a treasure, he would never give away this item just like that. Perhaps behind Sang Taihei's back, Li Dafeng wouldn't have tried to buy the vase, but in the old man's absence, he would have clearly offered a higher price than the one he claimed to be. In Bai Wu's opinion, the vice president could certainly have acquired a perfect fake of this vase before meeting Chairman Sang Taihei. That's why Dafeng gave Mr. President a real vase designed for his next plan, and it all happened right now. Knowing that Dafeng could open any department of the society with as many people as he wanted, Bai excluded appraisers and lab technicians. The vice chairman had set it up as if San Taihei had done it. Replacing the examiner, Dafeng was willing to do anything against Bai Wu. Accusing the deputy of planning the case for a long time, which the president should have known about, Bai had no proof of this and wanted to finish the test, not wanting to pass the traitors now. After seeing the system congratulate him on raising his intelligence level, Bai thought about admitting that he was right about the villains. With regret in his voice, San Taihei called himself guilty for what had happened and for neglecting the management of the Antique Society. Without taking his eyes off the organization's president, Bai Wu noticed his depressed state of mind. Turning to the guy, the unhappy old man was interested in what they should do next, having such problems. Considering it important to avoid a trap, Bai did not think about breaking the vase, but he would not allow it to be checked. But he wanted to find the original one and not prove the fake of the existing one. Looking at the young man with approval, Sang Taihei perceived him as too smart and kind of a guy. After realizing everything, the old man asked Bai Wu to hurry up and find the real vase, suggesting that they go and catch the traitors. The young man looked contentedly at the president, with whom he shared the same aspiration. As Bai Wu continued to talk to the head of the Antique Society, he mentioned the original vase again. Mr. Wu, who is Bai Wu's second competitor, was in the break room, holding the lid of a small box. Feeling very nervous, the man looked towards the opening door of the auditorium, where President Sang Taihei and Bai Wu were standing. Soon, the head of the organization and a young candidate for membership with a vase in their hands appeared on the threshold of the room to find out everything. Shakaidi didn't understand why the boy was holding the exact same vase. He Jiangguo was equally shocked by what he saw. Li Dafeng, who had witnessed the two people's return, couldn't tell if this was the vase he had hidden earlier. Approaching the table where the jury members were sitting during the testing, Bai Wu placed a vase on its surface. About to give his long-awaited answer on the vase, the guy called it an authentic celadon from the Yue furnace of the late Tang dynasty. Pointing his finger at a similar-looking vase on the other side of the table, Bai Wu called it a fake. Bai pulled out a vase from the box and stared at it, while Mr. Wu, his second competitor, was pinned down on the floor by a policeman. A jubilant Bai Wu rejoiced at the discovery of his opponent, but regretted not being able to catch him right now. The president of the San Taihei Antique Society called Bai Wu quite promising, and a young man at that, for whom checking out antiques was a small matter. Suspecting Taihei of planning this, He Jiangguo marveled at such a good fake, not noticing the difference, as did his companion next to him. Unlike Master Wu, who called Bai Wu excellent, Che doubted what he saw, assuming that something had happened to the vase, but the boy clearly managed it here as well. Li Dafeng, who was in full view of everyone, also had to cheerfully take down the incredible Bai Wu to avoid arousing suspicion. Bai found the original vase, but Dafeng mentally ruled out the boy's understanding of creating an evil deed by the deputy. But the young man could be plotting something against Li, as he believed. That employee refused to give the name of the person who provided him with the vase, but he admitted to swapping the item on his own because he disliked Bai Wu. After admitting to giving Bai Wu irrefutable evidence about the replacement of the vase, San Taihei offered to deal with it after the test results were announced. By promising to do everything the president would order, Bai assumed the risk of excuses from Li Dafeng about taking revenge on the guy after being publicly exposed. Bai wouldn't be able to prove Dafeng's connection to the forgers, and it would also embarrass the chairman and the Antiquarian Society, so he didn't do all this now. Pointing to the vice president's many years in office, Bai suggested that his colleagues might want to know the number of his associates in the community. Putting his hand on Bai Wu's shoulder, Sang Taihei was glad for the boy's calmness at this moment. He deserved what he would have received. After announcing that candidate Bai Wu had completed the supplementary test, the president of the Ancient Society offered to vote. Xia Kaido, the vice chairman, and some other members of the jury were confident in giving Sang Taihei a vote for Bai Wu. Agreeing to vote, Zhao Jing'an called for the support of a promising newcomer, with which his comrades also agreed. Calling Bai Wu's skills incredible, Li Dafeng considered them strange at the same time. Xia Kaido was happy about the integrity of his antiques, and Zhao was going to be more polite to Bai. At the end of the test, Chairman Sang Taihei officially declared Bai Wu a core member of the Ancient Society. Having previously told everyone how Bai deserved it, Master Wu had suggested that everyone celebrate, wanting everyone to know how amazing the guy was. For the triumphant himself, becoming the main representative of Ancient Society was just a step on his way. As he shook hands with the guy, He Jianguo asked him to make sure to visit him to check out the antique items. Another member of the society, who was even willing to come to Bai Wu's place with them, asked to look at the antiques, and his friend demanded to analyze his things first. The vice president, who was angry at Bai Wu, was admitting today's crushing defeat to the newcomer, intending to create a backup plan just in case. Li Dafeng clapped his hands and pretended to be happy about the boys joining the Ancient Society, just like his companion, much to Bald Cain's indignation. Looking closely at the fourth personages of the society, including Vice President Li Dafeng, Bai recognized them as traitors. The smiling young man recalled his promise to catch them all because there was no escaping the guy. Master Wu patted the happy man on the shoulder with representatives of the Ancient Society, asking him if he was in a good mood, and suggested that they go out and have a drink. While congratulating Sang Taihei on choosing an extremely talented young man, the old man who participated in the test hoped that he didn't need to help him anymore. If necessary, the president of the society promised to call the old man, who would not even think about refusing later. The third contestant didn't answer, but looked away with a tired expression. Turning to his second-in-command, Sang Taihei urged him to go with him and talk, asking him to stay with them in Bai Wu. After agreeing to his boss's request, Li Dafeng asked for a few minutes to deal with something. The president of the organization and its new member agreed to wait for their high-ranking colleague without any problem. After receiving the agreement, Li Dafeng turned around and headed to the other side of the room, with Bai Wu and Sang Taihei watching. Chuckling inwardly, the young man thought it was the right decision for the vice chairman to hurry back to them. When he left, Li Dafeng allowed his colleagues to know about the substitution of the real vase, but if they didn't know, he still needed to leave the meeting quickly. Bai Wu seemed like the vice president understood everything, so he inquired about the head of the organization's future actions. After looking at the guy with a kind smile, Sang Taihei asked him to guess the boss's thoughts on this matter. In Bai Wu's mind, there was a thought of Mr. Chairman's intention to put an end to everything right now or in the near future. The system estimated the desire to do everything now at almost 32%, and in the future at more than 46%, so Bai allowed for the third scenario. After asking the guy to be calm, Sang Taihei knew that there were many people with supernatural powers in the world, but he wouldn't pass on Bai Wu's secret to anyone. From the corner of his eye, the president of the Ancient Society looked at Che Lao, who was standing next to him, and asked if he would agree on this matter. The old man's response was a good-natured smile, and Bai admired the chairman's knowledge of almost everything, not considering himself his equal. Thinking the newcomer was too modest, Taihei would open the door of the building, and Bai would regret not talking to him earlier, because then he wouldn't have had so many problems. With a worried tone, Bai Wu suggested that Mr. Chairman might have been suspicious of his deputy long before today. Sang Taihei asked his junior colleague to sit down first as they approached the sofa and table. Knowing that someone from the Antique Society had forged it, Taihei couldn't find any proof without thinking of seeing it inside, so he gave Bai Wu a chance to check the authenticity. Unsurprised by the old man's faith in him, Bai knew of Sang Kaiha's suspicions of traitors, and he had started his plan before the extra test, using the boy as bait. Smiling, Bai Wu described himself in front of Sang Kaihei as someone who couldn't hold a candle when it came to checking out antiques. According to the chairman of the Antique Society, Bai Wu should understand that forgery was a major problem for the antique dealer. And the more famous an antiques dealer is, the greater the chance of being charged with fraud. Deputy Che believed that he was involved in a group of forgers, and if everyone found out, it would be a blow to the public's reputation, and Li Dafeng used his post to sell fakes. When asking Sun Taihei about Li Dafeng's future with the society's president, Che Lao suggested that he secretly catch the vice chairman. In a good-natured tone, Sang Tai-hee asked his colleague to take his time due to the need to observe Li Lefeng to gather more evidence. Taking the smartphone in his hands, the head of the organization was going to see where his deputy ran, and thanks to this, find out the number of traitors in ancient society. Bai Wunu would start talking about traitors to the organization, while Sang Tai-hee would send out a certain notification. The chairman who had trusted the guy was now asking him to trust him, which was why they talked to each other privately, and Bai Wu was accepted into the society. Chalao, who was present at this conversation, only silently reacted to such words of his superior. In addition to the deputy, Bai suspected 3 other people from the main members of the ancient society of being traitors, and he was sure of that. Among the main members of the organization, Che saw half of the people of Li Defeng, who almost turned the ancient society into a gang of forgers. Lowering his head, San Tai no longer considered Defeng as his second-in-command from today on. Suggesting that Bai Wu take the place of his predecessor, Tai He called himself and his colleagues old people without the same energy as the guy, because it's time for the young to take over. Chela stared wide-eyed at Bai Wu, who was sitting across from him. Bai Wu, who hadn't expected such an offer, intended to become a core member of the ancient society after passing the test, without thinking about higher things. At the same time, whether such an elevation would be too much for the guy, and Bai Wu was very afraid of that. With his arms crossed, Mr. Che Lao tried to convince Bai Wu that he could handle the new position perfectly. Coughing, Bai described collecting and studying antiques as an integral part of his life, and he wasn't the kind of fanatic who could run a society. The guy reminded about the distrust of individual members of the organization and his youth when there is something to learn, thanking the head, but refusing the position. After appreciating the guy's responsibility, San Tai-hee recognized that he was right in his intention to study, and working in such a position would be an impossible task for him. Good-naturedly suggesting to forget about it, the society's president urged Bai Wu to remember his core membership in the antique dealers organization. Thinking about the new head check, even though he was telling the truth, Bai promised to do his best if needed for San Tai-hee or the society. The president also allowed him to contact him in case of need to get help for Bai Wu, wanting to help with many things. Hearing this, the guy immediately began to ask the head of the organization for a small favor, and he was ready to listen to his colleague. Having been at odds with the forgers for a long time, Bai wanted to get help fighting the gang, whether for his own sake or the society's. Supporting the young man, Che Lao informed the president about several attempts by malefactors to disqualify him. Now the ancient society was involved, and Bai Wu had a plan, but he needed help to take out the entire gang of forgers in one go. Laughing, the old man promised to help the young man, calling him very ambitious. Suddenly bursting into the room with a bottle in his hands, Master Wu was disappointed by the lack of colleagues who were supposed to be enjoying a drink with him. A slightly reddened man told about the runaway vice president who was afraid to drink with him. The astonished Mr. Che Lao reacted with indignation to the news of the villain's escape from their organization. For Bai Wu and Che, who had turned to each other, this was the most perfect development involving a bunch of traitors. While standing near the building's exit, the man was telephoning his boss about Li Defeng's departure from the Antique Society. Bai Wu, Che Lao, and the organization's president, San Tai-hee, pondered the situation while Master Wu emptied the wine bottle. Since the vice chairman is guilty, he would have run away after hearing about his suspected address from Bai Wu and Sang Tai-hee, but the prosecutors don't have any solid evidence. If the company exposed Li Defeng now, other core members would suspect the president of wanting to get rid of the deputy in order to put their own man. Mr. Che was thinking carefully, and Ba, even if he could provide irrefutable evidence, would have caused a stir by making enemies. When Master Wu found out about Li Defeng's betrayal, he was indignant at his lack of foresight because the opponent even looked angry. Suddenly, the master shouted, suggesting that the colleagues present in the hall should go after the traitor. Master Wu, who was heading for the exit, was suddenly stopped by Sang Tai-hee's demand to remain calm. If Li Defeng had definitely escaped, then the president thought he was guilty, so the head would tell the core members about it later after hearing their opinion. Tai-hee wanted to track down all the traitors at once, and Li Defeng's escape could be used as an excuse to subdue his associates, but Bai couldn't just let him escape. Calling Mr. President prudent, the smiling Bai Wu wanted to express his own plans for the escaped Li Defeng. Assuming that the younger comrade was unwilling to accept the villain's escape so easily, the chairman was sure that Bai Wu had some sort of plan. Admitting that Tai-hee was right, Bai assured of Defeng's intention to notify the forgers about the escape, and he escaped in confusion, so he would ask for help from the gang. The system fully confirmed that Defeng had asked for help, and the chance of connecting with a gang was just over 78%, which made Bai Wu happy. While traveling at high speed on the city road, the vice president of the Antique Society was reporting on the passing of the test by a guy named Bai Wu. Talking on the phone, the vice president of the Ancient Society called the guy just incredible, which they all underestimated. When asked by the person on the other end of the phone about exposing Li Dafeng, the vice chairman himself said no. The attacker did everything unnoticed, and the opponents have no evidence against him, and the person with a cigar is interested in the location of the Dafenga. The vice chairman went as far away as possible and asked to transfer 10 million rubles to him just in case, not forgetting to make a fake passport. While agreeing, Li Dafeng's companion asked him for a place where they could meet. While pouring Bai Wu's tea, the president of the Antique Society asked about the guy's desire to catch Li Dafeng in the hot seat. Sun Tai-hee called his junior colleague in the organization a very ambitious guy at this point. This wasn't just about the society and Bai Wu. The bandits were harming the entire antique organization, so eliminating them was the only solution. Agreeing with the young man, the president of the society, surrounded by Che Lao and Master Wu, asked him to share his own plan. Calling for the team to split up, Bai Wu suggested that one part of him go check on Li Dafeng's accounts, and the other part catch the traitor himself. Doubtful about the possibility of learning anything from the accounts of the villain, the president of the Ancient Society was also interested in catching the traitor. Surrounded by the system's virtual notifications, Bai Wu was completely confident about these matters. After talking to the elders, Bai Wu drove out of the society building at high speed, pressing the gas pedal. With a determined look, the guy asked the system to work and show him the route that the vice chairman was going to take. The chance of Dafeng's direction exceeded 73%, and due to the villain's overflow, the probability of catching him reached 93%. Suddenly, the probability of finding the vice head of the society dropped to 51%, although it should increase as you get closer to the bandit. At this time, Li Dafeng was stuck in traffic jams and therefore risked being late by as much as 10 minutes. Turning to the other side of the road, the vice president of the society left the place, but the comrade promised to wait for him. The system that was analyzing the situation reported to Bai Wu about the target's route change, changing the probability of catching Dafeng to just over 22%. After seeing the risk of a car crash involving Dafeng at 83% and death at more than 61%, Bai hoped it wouldn't have happened. As he drove down the road at high speed, Dafeng reported his arrival without noticing the truck coming around the corner. Looking straight ahead, the vice president didn't seem to notice the big car heading straight for him. A split second later, a huge truck at breakneck speed crashed into a passenger car, instantly knocking out its windows. The vice chairman of the Ancient Society was sitting unconscious in the driver's seat, in a pile of iron that had been a car a moment ago. With the last of his strength, Li Dafeng, who had almost lost his life, barely asked his comrade how he dared to do this to him. Lowering the smartphone down, the boss coldly reminded his friend how he himself had taught him to be careful. The gang leader dropped his phone, and Li Dafeng's car was engulfed in a huge bright flame a second later. After getting out of the car, the late Bai watched the fire, and the probability of catching the target was 0 due to the death of the wanted person. The terrified Bai Wu stared at the fire with a bit of disappointment and cursed inwardly in connection with what had happened. The pondering Bai Wu now didn't know how the death of the organization's vice president could affect his plan to eliminate the forgers. Displeased with the deception, Bai reminded the system of its promise to catch Dafeng in the beginning, and he wouldn't let the villain escape if he knew this would happen. Speaking of basing the accuracy of the analysis on incoming data and replacing it every second, the system asked Bai Wu to think sensibly and not get mad at her. The guy was only unhappy with the system's message about its lack of completeness of knowledge, but at the same time, it was getting better as it updated. Surprised to learn of the system's lack of knowledge, Bai Wu didn't understand why it acted like it knew everything. When Bai saw a smiley face instead of a notification, he was disappointed to think about cheating the system when it gave him advice. The technology reminded him of the help of authenticating antiques and encouraged Bai Wu to use the new option to create a different plan, and he wanted to calm down. When the other end of the phone heard about the accident with Dafeng, Bai reported that he was late and the vice head had no chance. His car was hit by a truck. So far, the system has not been able to find data on the escaped truck driver due to the lack of cameras, fingerprints, and witnesses at the scene. The truck was taken from a construction site nearby. It looked like an accident, but the guy suspected a rigged murder in the accident. As Bai Wu got back behind the wheel of his SUV, he spoke to Mr. Chairman about the need to do something. While in the Ancient Society, Sang Tai-hei was shocked by the news of the death of his second-in-command, Li Dafeng. Realizing the loss of the only clue about the group of forgers, the head of the organization was indignant as Bai allowed this to happen. The president's colleagues simultaneously assumed a connection between the death of Li Dafeng and the race for him by Bai Wu, but Xia Kaidi and his friend were not yet suspected. Sitting at his desk in his office, the boss was always smoking a cigar as he listened to his charges report on their mission and departure from the city. Releasing smoke, the villain ordered the killers to temporarily hide somewhere, waiting for further instructions and promising to transfer money to their account. At the suggestion of hiding, the boss asked his henchmen not to worry because he had already managed to destroy all the evidence, so he was not in any danger. Urging the assistants to be careful with Bai Wu, the boss warned them about the unpredictability of a connoisseur of antiques. Suddenly, the doors of the boss' office opened with a bang, and a terrified Xia Kaidi and his fellow Antique Society member rushed in. The boss stared in amazement at the people who ran in, not understanding how they got here. Shakaidi talked about uncovering the fraudsters and catching Chen, as well as the accident involving the vice president when he was being chased by Bai Wu. After listening to the gang members, the boss decided to give a new command to act in a slow tone, without taking his eyes off them. So far, the two speakers considered themselves above suspicion, but for their own safety, they were going to leave the city. The boss looked at the two traitors of the ancient world with terrible eyes, as if an incredible thought had been born in his head. Standing up with a gun in his hand, the boss suspected the two of them of betraying the gang, threatening to shoot the men for such a thing. Falling to their knees, the unfortunate people, making excuses, denied the betrayal of the boss, spoke about being above suspicion, which they swore to the boss. According to Xia Kaidi, Vice President Li turned himself in because he played too much with Bai Wu, but he and his friend are neutral towards the newcomer. Bai Wu's car and the black SUV that was following it came to a sudden stop because of the police cars in front. As Bai got out of the car, he didn't know if he could be safe after the death of the deputy head of the Dafeng Ancient Society. The antiques dealer next to him, Lao Wang, thought his companion was amazing. Delighted, Wang admired Bai Wu's ability to track down even the location of the forgery gang's headquarters. Turning gratefully, Bai agreed with his friend's words and reminded him of the previous help from someone else. Dejected by what he had just heard, Wang didn't understand how his friend had managed to find the criminal's office, suggesting threats against someone or bribery. Answering negatively with a smile, Bai couldn't believe that this was all Wang's hypotheses. Developing a plan before the test, Bai wanted to find the main enemy and give his people a chance to escape. They would not come running right to him, and his friends should follow the bandits. Police officers, being fully equipped and armed, were sent to detain the leader of a group of forgers. Hearing the noise of their movement, Bai Wu and his companions looked back nervously. As part of Bai Wu's final plan, Li Dafeng was supposed to be captured, but he didn't expect him to die. But it didn't matter since everything was going according to plan. Just today, a connoisseur of antique items and a new member of the Ancient Society in the company of his friends was going to destroy the gang forever. The angry boss was kicking and kicking Xia Kaidi in front of his fellow Ancient Society member. After stopping beating the henchman, the boss went out into the corridor as if he was going to check for any other outsiders. Law enforcement officers were already occupying the bandits' building, preparing for a violent clash. On the street, Lao Wang wondered how Bai Wu had let the girl deal with the forgers while they were just standing around doing nothing. Asking a friend not to talk nonsense, the guy reminded of his readiness to simply help in the event of only a certain emergency. Surprised by this response, Vaughn reminded his companion that it was his beloved that he wasn't worried about. Gently hugging the talkative antique dealer to his side, Wu Hongtai begged the startled man to just shut up. Hoping for Che Xiaoxiao's well-being, Bai did not expect an easy fight and destruction of the gang of forgers. While Lao Wan was looking away with a bored expression, Bai Wu was asking him about the safety of his beloved Xiao Xiao. When asked about the success of the mission to destroy the gang, the system estimated the risk of danger to Xiao at 9% and the elimination of villains at 80%. Subordinates pointed out to the boss the presence of police in their headquarters and suggested that they simply shoot all the outsiders. Calling on everyone to calm down, the boss reminded them that they were only at the factory where there was nothing illegal, ordering them to go to someone and detain the police longer. One of his henchmen was ordered by the boss to take several people and destroy any evidence, so that the police could not dig up anything. Another requirement of the boss was to look for Bai Wu, who could clearly be somewhere nearby. Two of his subordinates went through the filing cabinets and burned some of them while the boss tried to figure out what to do next, and his two culprits sat on the floor. As he got busy with his laptop, the man allowed his probable end to happen this time with a note of disappointment. The boss still had his gun in his hand, ready to use it at any moment. Suddenly, there was a certain sharp sound that made even the birds on the street take to the dark sky. Looking back, the cigar-smoking boss was trying to figure out what had happened. A mustachioed member of the ancient society, not understanding anything, was afraid of being surrounded by the police, and Siakaidi plaintively screamed about his unwillingness to die, begging for salvation. In a difficult moment, the boss, who did not lose his composure, agreed to help the frightened subordinates. Standing up from his seat, the man grabbed Katie by the scruff of the neck and dragged him along, promising to pull out both of his comrades. Baiwu found out that the probability of catching the boss was 50%, eliminating the gang was 80%, and the risk of danger to Xiao Xiao was 9%. The probability of destroying a gang of intruders was quite high, but the step of 50% to catch the leader of the group was not clear. As long as Bai Wu Lao Wang and Wu Hongtai continued to sit and wait outside, the possibility of catching the group boss was reduced. After the system demonstrated a 40% success rate in capturing the ringleader, Bai Wu suddenly understood. As Bai Wu jumped off the hood of the car in a flash, he guessed that the bandit leader was trying to escape. Wu Hongtai was rushing after him, and poor Lao Wang couldn't figure out who was going to run away. Turning to the system that always helped him, Bai asked it to demonstrate the road along which the leader of the gang of forgers escaped. If Bai Wu was in this place to successfully complete the mission, there was no way he could let the culprit get away from here. Still confused, Lao Wang had no idea who his companion was running after, or who was actually trying to get away. Once inside the compound, Bai Wu and his friends stopped abruptly when they saw two members of the ancient society ahead of them. Lao Wang, pointing his finger at the intruders, was telling Bai Wu about their attempt to escape from the factory. After that, the merchant resolutely gave chase, but Bai stopped him, allowing the two villains to leave. Without listening to his companion, the fat antique dealer had already disappeared around the corner, wanting to catch up with the intruders. The young man was looking wildly upset as he spoke negatively of his dim-witted companion. Looking out of the corner of his eye at Wu Hongtai, who was standing behind him, he asked him to follow him. Continuing to move around the complex, the guys followed strictly according to the instructions of the system on the map. Suddenly, one of the boss's henchmen came around the corner in front of Bai Wu, a sharp knife in his hand, ready to attack. Wu Hongtai, who suddenly jumped out, knocked the cold weapon out of the criminal's hands with one strong blow. Covering Bai Wu with his hand, Master Wu's nephew came to his comrade's resolute defense. From both sides, two groups from the forgery gang were approaching the guys, armed with various means for beating them. Brandishing a cleaver in front of Bai Wu, the long-haired man sent by the boss and accompanied by his companions threatened the antique dealer with death. Standing on a high hill in front of a huge city, a man with a long mustache standing with his chest to him had a premonition of the beginning of new events. While repeating to Wu Hongtai about their main goal of finding the boss, Bai suggested that his friend quickly deal with the members of his gang now. Turning his head in the direction of the antique dealer, Master Wu's relative inquired about the possibility of dealing with the boss himself. Bai Wu took his companion by the shoulder and smilingly asked him not to even doubt it. Wu Hongtai got down on one knee while his companion quickly placed his foot on the man's back. With the next deft movement, Bai Wu pushed off and jumped onto the fence behind him. The embittered leader of a group of scent assassins, seeing the guy's attempt to escape, ordered his subordinates to catch him. Wu Hongtai had a stern look on his face as he clenched his fist to fend off the attacks of the villainous group and was ready for a deadly battle. Bai paused for a moment on the wall, watching the confrontation between his comrade and several intruders with weapons. As if to bring Bai Wu to his senses, Hongtai shouted loudly for him to follow the leader of the forgery gang. The antique connoisseur deftly jumped off the wall, landing on the ground in another part of the city to search for the bandit boss. As Bai Wu quickly ran forward, he asked the system about the possible casualties this time. Telling his master not to worry, the technology advised him to take care of himself, and Bai hoped for her help if anything happened. If anything happened, the young man would be able to take advantage of the cool power, having received it from the system. The new notice implied that Bai Wu was getting closer to his desired goal, which was the leader of a gang of forgers. Like a thunderbolt in the sky, there was a sudden warning from the technology, which the guy didn't expect at all right now. Bai was skillfully slowed down, and a deadly bullet launched by an unseen criminal whizzed past him. In an effort to save his own life, Bai Wu fell to one knee, wanting to dodge the bullet. Hiding behind a dense wall of crates, the member of the Antiquarian Society, breathing heavily, rejoiced in an incredible escape. A boss with a devilish smile appeared on the street, lighting a cigar and shooting at the Bai Wu he found here. Moving forward, the villain assured the guy that it was impossible to stay lucky next time, because he would probably hit the young man. As the boss gradually approached Bai Wu's hiding place behind the crates, he fired his pistol, deafening the guy with loud shots. With the wound on his arm, Bai Wu was aware of the risk of being fatally shot in his direction if he came out of hiding from a crazy bandit. With a smile on his face, regardless of the risk of getting a fatal injury, the guy prepared for a new one. After the young man applied to the system to grant him power, the process of strengthening the young man began. Once near Bai Wu, the leader with a cigar, pointing a gun at him, wanted to send the unfortunate guy to another world. After successfully stimulating the host body, the system would start analyzing the data, and the boss would pull the trigger and release a deadly bullet outwards. Situation, simulation, and reinforcement were successfully activated, but the bullet had already shot out, bringing with it the terror of death. With a superhuman jerk, Bai Wu turned to the side, and the terrifying weapon flew higher at the speed of sound. Looking at Bai Wu, who stood up straight and didn't look like himself, the boss couldn't understand anything that had happened. Not believing in what had happened, the attacker fired another pistol shot at his main opponent. The bullet failed to reach its target due to another deft move by Bai Wu, who turned away from the breath of death. The same thing happened with the third shot, which this time passed to the left of the stern youth's face. The antique dealer grabbed the criminal's hand, which was holding the gun, but already managed to reproduce several new shots. After shouting out in indignation and amazement, the villain with wide eyes stared straight at the opponent who was resisting well. Grabbing the boss' phone hand, Bai Wu's next move was to punch the intruder in the face. Voluntarily joining the battle against the guy turned out to be a fatal decision for the leader of the forger gang. Finally, Bai threw the attacker aside with a strong kick, deciding the outcome of the duel in his favor. The boss, in the process of flying with a crash, hit a white car that was nearby. From the last effort, the criminal, almost unable to see anything in front of him, could not believe that what had happened to him was the fault of a weaker guy. As Bai approached his fallen opponent, he stared at him, but his strength was draining rapidly. The reinforcement process was deactivated by the system, and the unfortunate but victorious young man was exhaling heavily. In the next instant, Bai Wu collapsed next to the losing boss, but he didn't lose consciousness this time, even though he felt hellish pain. After learning about the system's congratulations and the increase in his stamina, the young antique dealer started to get very angry. Looking at the bandit leader lying nearby, Bai Wu thought of him respectfully. After all, this man had almost killed him a few minutes ago. Bai Wu was thinking of calling someone here faster, since he wasn't able to move around on his own right now. Having learned about the probability of catching the boss in almost 3%, the guy was horrified, assuming the remaining ability of the bandit to move. Hearing someone coughing, the guy turned his head to the left, seeing the door open, from which a man in white was coming out into the street. Looking in his direction in surprise, the antique dealer did not understand who it was, who suddenly appeared on the field of the battle that ended. An old man with a long gray mustache and beard called the punishment for the boss deserved, being his uncle and the owner of this place. Unable to believe his eyes and ears, Bai Wu, who was startled after hearing such deafening information, was about to get up as quickly as possible. Trying to sit up, the guy asked the system to help him as soon as possible in front of the approaching old man. To the big surprise of the guy, the system asked him to calm down due to the complete absence of all possible threats. After standing by the guy, the elderly gentleman went to the left, in the direction where his negligent nephew lay. Crouching down next to the unconscious man, the old man placed his hand on the boss's head and called the incident his own personal fault. Not forgetting the system's notification of complete safety for him, Bai didn't know for sure if the old man was against him or not. But Bai was exhausted and didn't know how long he would have been able to stay conscious without guessing the old man's intentions towards himself. But the old man suddenly called out to him. Hearing his own name, the guy immediately responded, and the old man was already in front of him again. Raising his head, the young man suggested that he was talking to the head of the entire group of forgers. The words of the guy about the gang of forgers caused the elderly man sincere surprise. After agreeing with Bai Wu, the old man admitted to creating fake antiques here, which made this place a gang location, and he would have to take responsibility for everything. Startled, Bai Wu recognized the elderly gentleman as the famous Mr. Craftsman. Admitting that the guy was right, even if few people knew about it, the man called himself the heir of a skilled craftsman. Sitting on the ground, Bai Wu asked the man if he was actually forging antiques or not. After agreeing with Bai Wu Yi on this matter, the man decided with some sadness to ask the guest's opinion about these fake items. According to the young antiquarian, if the craftsman's heir did not introduce QR codes into things, it would be impossible to distinguish them from the original. For Mr. Craftsman, who takes into account not the most pleasant emotions at this moment, these are just fakes. Not understanding the point of making fakes, considering it wrong, Bai reminded the man about other methods of making money. Mr. Craftsman and Mr. Excellence were titles of outstanding masters that were passed down from generation to generation. Spreading out his hands, the man spoke about the need to continue working, namely to continue the craft here without options. The person then assumed that there would be no problems if they stuck to the original intent. Without missing a single word, Bai Wu speculated about the man's inability to hold back. It was not so easy for Mr. Craftsman to restrain himself because there was such an integral human factor as greed. Looking back at his unconscious nephew, the old man remembered the heir of the Excellence faction. He died many years ago in a disaster, and the old man was then the only and last heir to the Craftsman faction and was able to escape with a surviving nephew. The elderly man hoped to protect the boy without telling him anything about the craft, but it was very difficult to survive in a terrible time. Unhappy relatives had to get wet in the rain, and once the nephew begged for a bun on the street and the merchant offered to sell him antiques. Everything was ruined by one wrong step of a poor man, whose then grown-up nephew was interested in antiques. A young relative promised to take the elderly person abroad after receiving the necessary amount, where they would live a quiet life. Interested in the old man's subsequent life, Bai was confident in the old man's ability to live in peace after the production of fakes stopped and the opportunity to earn money in the antique society. After listing out the assessment skills, eloquence, and antiques trade, the old man couldn't take it all in an honest and fair way. Thinking about Mr. Craftsman's words, Bai Wu recalled how this was how he made his first money using the system. Wang was lucky, as was Bai Wu, otherwise one of them would have died. In an antique society, there should be people who love culture and craftsmanship, but there are more people like Bai, and how can they blame others? There wasn't only black and white in the world, but Bai didn't think it was right to earn money from fakes, and if you think about craft, there were better ways to tell the old man not to create fake things. Calling Bai Wu smart and talented, Mr. Craftsman asked him to continue to develop because only those who are capable are required to take responsibility. Suddenly, to my great surprise, a notification appeared from the system with zero probability of catching the gang boss. Exhaling heavily and closing his eyes, the unfortunate Mr. Craftsman decided to say a few words about himself. As Mr. Craftsman walked resolutely forward, he spoke of the need to take on some responsibility as well. Bai Wu was startled and waved his hand, quickly asking the old man what he was going to do now. Suddenly, the young man felt an unprecedented decline in strength. His eyes just closed, but the guy could still see the old man go to the building. All of the old man's original intentions had been overcome by greed, and he didn't consider himself worthy of the skill he had when he was going to answer for what he had done. Bai Wu's eyes were almost closed with exhaustion, and he could barely watch Mr. Craftsman almost disappear into the dark gloom of the building. Finally, the young antique dealer finally lost consciousness and couldn't see the black smoke coming out from the building in flames that the old man had entered. It was as if Bai, who was in an unknown world, was mentally debating whether he had lost consciousness or not, or perhaps died somewhere unknown. As if in a dream, he could see Che Xiao and Wang not knowing what state Bai was in, recalling a similar incident when the boy had been unconscious for 3 days. The girl thought Bai Wu was lucky that they had found him earlier than anyone else, and all because of his next loss of consciousness. The same opinion was shared by the merchant Lao Wang, who was nearby because the guy could have been killed by someone from the group of forgers. At the girl's sudden embrace of his cheeks, Vaughn screamed in pain, asking for her forgiveness for his careless words. Seeing Xiao's bandaged left arm, the awakened Bai was startled, taking the damage as a battle wound. Asking her friend not to worry, Zhao hoped for punishment for the gang for her crime, who resisted arrest. Wang was upset for the careless attitude towards him from a friend. Reminding Lao Wan of his eternal good fortune, Bai assured him of a good future, not forgetting to inquire about Tai's fate. According to the girl, Wu Hongtai was also fine and had already reported to his own grandfather about everything that had happened. Bai Wu asked Lao Wang to go for a walk with the intention of telling Xiao Xiao something important, and the merchant left the room without any problems. Clearly embarrassed by her old acquaintance's words, Xiao Xiao didn't understand what Bai Wu wanted to tell her. The young man was currently extremely interested in checking the furnace. After asking in surprise, Xiao Xiao confirmed that the furnace had been checked, which turned out to be a very ordinary one, and Bai Wu was wondering if there was anything inside. Answering in the negative, the girl looked at the guy with bewilderment, not understanding how there could be something in an ordinary oven. Bai Wu started to tell Xiao about an old man who called himself a craftsman of this generation. He saw this old man walking towards the furnace, but then the young man lost consciousness. After hearing about the thorough search of the furnace and the complete absence of any traces, the young antique dealer thought about what he had heard and seen. Offering to forget about it, Zhao told her about conducting a second search of the place, and the guy still has to give a statement to the police. Enjoying the arrest of the scarred man and the elimination of the forgery group, Bai Wu didn't care if the old man had died, considering him to be the culprit. The young man's eyes were tormented by a bright fire, because from now on he could afford to live in peace. With a cheerful smile, Xiao Xiao appreciated the efforts of the guy who had made the mission successful, and he had helped them tremendously. Suddenly remembering the old days, Xiao Xiao was sad because back then, she constantly devalued the young man, apologizing for it. Bai Wu reminded the girl of her apology last time, which was enough for him personally. Considering this insufficient, Xiao repeatedly asked for forgiveness, fearing that she would no longer have the opportunity to do so because of her plans to study abroad. It was cool for the guy, and he didn't know if the girl was happy about it, but Xiao Xiao couldn't decide whether to be happy or not. When Bai Wu asked about the girl's concern for her grandfather, the system estimated the risk of worry at just over 81%, suggesting that he should not be afraid to go to his dream, otherwise he will regret it later. Bai talked about Mr. Che's full health, not understanding the reasons to worry about him. Looking at the young man with sad eyes, the unhappy Xiao Xiao asked for his opinion on the need to go abroad to study. Xiao Xiao thought her grandfather was only smart on the surface, and he was easily deceived. Without understanding what the girl was talking about, Bai remembered the fact that she had sold the original as a fake, and now the lady still doubted her own grandfather. Turning around, Xiao Xiao reminded her of the camaraderie between Bai Wu and Mr. Che Lao, so she didn't have to worry about the future. Mr. Che was like a best friend to the guy, so Bai promised to keep an eye on him. If her grandfather and the young antique connoisseur were best friends, but Xiao didn't understand who she was to Bai Wu, the startled Bai was referring to Che Osh's good attitude towards him, and they were like friends or good buddies, and that was exactly what he wanted to say. Xiao Xiao put her arm around the boy and agreed that he was right, urging him to take care of her grandfather. Slightly nervous, Bai Wu glanced at his companion, wondering if she had forgotten about the engagement that her grandfather had proposed. Xiao Xiao couldn't read her companion's thoughts and was currently thinking about something else. Leaving aside, the girl suggested that the guy go to rest, and she still had some things to do. While performing the exercise, the young man thought about his beautiful youth and how good it is to have a dream. Bai Wu was also still young, and he was no longer the same person as before, because now the young man could make his dreams come true. Bai Wu's mind flashed through scenes from before, when he crossed paths with Lao Wang in the market, showing him ancient swords. In fact, the guy accidentally found himself in an antique society, and only thanks to the system with its correct hints. At that time, the guy didn't have much money and didn't know anything about this organization, but with Wang's help and the system, he earned the first yuan, which was not very honest. Bai Wu had cheated Lao Wang out of the market several times, and it was no less terrible than forging antique items. Besides, in the past, the guy wasn't interested in antiques at all, so he should never get involved in this industry again. Remembering the feats accomplished with the system with great gratitude, Bai wouldn't be lost with it in the future. In the room with the president of the San Taihei Antique Society, Bai Wu told him about the turbulent events of the previous night. When Taihei asked if the gang was dominated by an older man and not a scarred man, Bai answered in the affirmative, referring to the leader as Mr. Craftsman. Upon hearing this name, the chairman of the ancient society immediately turned his head in the narrator's direction, recognizing the old man from the group of forgers. Bai Wu was astounded by his superior's familiarity with this mysterious craftsman that he had talked to earlier. Previously, Mr. Craftsman and Mr. Excellence were well-known masters, but then they parted ways, where the first lost his way and the second disappeared altogether. When San Taihei suspected Mr. Craftsman of being the leader of a group of forgers, he was right in his thoughts. After listening to the boss in silence, Bai Wu didn't know what to say to the old man about such details. With a sigh of relief, the president of the ancient society rejoiced at the end of all these difficult events in his life. Bai Wu enthusiastically celebrated the destruction of the group of forgers and the identification of all the traitors of ancient society. Good-naturedly, Taihei asked his junior colleague about his future plans for life. Scratching the back of his head guiltily, Bai Wu talked about wanting to try out some antiques without thinking too much about the future. In Taihei's mind, it's always great to try your hand at something else, but it would also be sad to lose a boyfriend to an ancient society. Getting up from his seat, the guy described himself as a nobody to the organization, while San Taihei was of great importance among the society's colleagues. Kindly encouraging the guy not to talk like that, the old man encouraged him to do new things, and if necessary, do not hesitate to ask for help from senior colleagues. While shaking Bai Wu's hand, Sang Taihei asked him not to be too lazy to help the Antique Society if he needed his help, which the guy did not refuse. As Lao Wang and Bai Wu walked down the long corridor together, the merchant was surprised by his friend's decision to leave the Antique Society immediately after entering it. Bai Wu talked about not wanting to get involved in antiques because of boredom, asking Wang if he was tired of looking for original items every day. As if experiencing a strong emotional shock, Wang replied to his companion about the complete lack of fatigue to do this work. Bai Wu looked tired at Wang's suggestion to check out the goods that his loyal companion would find. As Wang got into the SUV, he asked Bai Wu about a new way to make money, because the merchant still wanted to cooperate with his friend. Wearing a seatbelt, the young man talked to Wang about the lack of new ideas in this regard. Lao Wang, who was not discouraged, began to tell the winner of the group of forgers about investments in shares. As Wang imagined the many banknotes around him, he predicted that Bai Wu would become the next Warren Buffett. On the spur of the moment, the antiques dealer was also going to make a big fortune as the assistant of the new billionaire. After hearing about the shares from a friend, Bai immediately asked the system about the amount of earnings for the year in the case of investments in securities. The chance of making 100 million was more than 93%, 300 million was more than 74%, and $500 million was 51%. But the guy didn't want that. Turning his gaze in the direction of the startled Vaughn, the youth reported a reluctance to exert himself so much, and on top of that, it was boring and tiring. While Wang was shouting about the constant difficulty of earning money, Bai was talking about the lack of confidence to make a profit from the stock market, and even if he could, it wasn't a fair way to do it. Bai had joined the ancient society for a living, but in the end, he was almost killed, so the young man no longer wanted to go to the huge finances. When the guy mentioned his complete lack of knowledge in mathematics, a disappointed Lao Wang banged his head on the dashboard in grief. Lao Wang, who was almost crying, wanted to ask his friend about his future plans in life. In an indifferent tone, Bai Wu announced his desire to earn money in an honest way, enjoying a wonderful life. After hearing the ringtone, the young man urged his friend to answer the call as soon as possible, since it could be something important. Lao Wang, who was angry, only remembered the scammers, because only such people could dial his phone number. Putting down his smartphone, Wang returned to their conversation, demanding that Bai Wu tell him the truth about his new life and work plan. Almost without looking at his companion, the young man asked him to calm down, promising to think of something now. Bai asked his friend to forget about investing in stocks, and Wang, remembering the role of a friend as a decision-making boss, offered to rent a fortune-telling room for the rich. In the global network, the industries with the highest revenue were internet technology, medical services, funeral homes, online education, and adult services. Immediately after studying the information about the lucrative job, Lao Wang received a call from an unknown number. On the other end of the line, someone introduced himself as an employee of Fushu's company after greeting him with an offer to invest in a funeral home. Lao Wang, who was really angry, said a few rude words to the caller and disconnected from the call. Together with Bai Wu, Wang earned a little money, but the young man repeatedly put the merchant in danger. Lao only cared about earnings, and they are not similar at all. Wang wanted to earn a living for the rest of his life, while his friend wanted to earn money fairly, and he couldn't help but ask about ways to earn that income. Looking at his friend, Bai knew that many people had a bad life, but they had more and more problems with wanting to live even better. The young man, who was suddenly encouraged, had a new idea that immediately interested Lao Wang. Pressing the gas pedal, Bai suggested creating a consulting company that would help people earn more and more financial resources.